是。 செக். சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் சங்கம் சார்பில் நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த சிறப்பான நிகழ்வுக்கு வருகை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களையும் மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களையும் வருக வருக என உங்களின் பலத்த கரவொலியுடன் அன்போடு வரவேற்கிறோம். மேடைக்கு வருகை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் நமது தமிழ்நாட்டின் மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள். மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை வருக வருக என பணிவன்புடன் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களையும் வருக வருக என அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறோம். உலகம் முழுவதும் உள்ள தமிழ் பொறியாளர்களை ஊக்குவித்து இணைத்து அவர்களுக்கும் நம் நாட்டிற்கும் சேவை செய்யும் சிறப்பான பணியை மேற்கொண்டுள்ளது சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் சங்கம். இந்த சங்கத்தின் மற்றும் ஒரு மகத்தான முன்னெடுப்பு தமிழ் பொறியாளர்களுக்கான தொழில்முறை வளர்ச்சி மாநாடு மற்றும் கண்காட்சி 2025. இந்த சிறப்பான நிகழ்வுக்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை வருக வருக என அன்போடு வரவேற்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களையும் வருக வருக என அன்போடு வரவேற்கிறோம். மேலும் இந்நிகழ்வுக்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கும் நிறுவன தலைவர்கள், உயர் அதிகாரிகள், பொறியாளர்கள், சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள் மற்றும் அனைவரையும் வருக வருக என அன்போடு வரவேற்கிறோம். நிகழ்ச்சியின் துவக்கமாக தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெளிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
நன்றி. சர்வதேச அளவில் பல தொழில் அமைப்புகளுடன் இன்று வரை இணைந்து செயல்பட்டு ஜெர்மன் மற்றும் USA உள்ளிட்ட பல நாடுகளின் தொழில்துறை முயற்சிகள் மூலம் தொடர் வெற்றிகளை அடைந்து வருபவர். இந்தியாவில் கட்டிடத்துறை, சிமெண்ட், எஃகு, மின்சாரம், பெட்ரோகெமிக்கல்ஸ், மருந்து, வாகனத்துறை உள்ளிட்ட பல துறைகளில் அழியாத தடம் பதித்து வரும் சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்தின் மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் திரு செல்வம் அவர்களை வரவேற்புரையாற்ற அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
அன்னை தமிழையும் திருவள்ளுவரையும் வணங்கி நித்தம் முதிக்கும் சூரியனாய் ஒப்பற்ற செங்கதிராய் பகுத்தறிவு மக்களின் அகம்தொட்ட பேரறிவாய் வளர்ச்சி பொருளாதாரத்தில் உச்சம் தொட்ட தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதல்வராய் எழுச்சிமிகு இளைஞர்களின் அண்ணனாய் ஒரே முதல்வராய் எங்களின் இந்த சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர் மன்ற மாநாட்டிற்கு வருகை புரிந்துள்ள மாண்புமிகு துணை முதல்வர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்வினை சிறப்பிக்க மீண்டும் இரண்டாவது அமர்வுக்கு வந்திருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு போக்குவரத்து துறை மற்றும் மின்சாரத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு எஸ் சிவசங்கர் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு பள்ளி கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் உயர் திரு அன்பில் மகேஷ் பொய்யாமொழி அவர்களே, மேலும் இங்கு சிறப்பு விருந்தினராக வருகை தந்துள்ள மலேசியா நாட்டைச் சேர்ந்த எவர் சண்டே குழுமத்தின் நிறுவன தலைவர் திரு தன்ஸ்ரீ டத்தோ நாதன் ஏழுமலை அவர்களே, ஐக்கிய அரபு அமீரகத்தின் டெக்கான் இன்ஜினியரிங் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷனுடைய நிர்வாக மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் திரு எஸ் லட்சுமணன் அவர்களே, மற்றும் அரசு உயர் அதிகாரிகள் நிர்வாக இயக்குனர் தமிழ்நாடு திறன் மேம்பாட்டு கழகத்தினுடைய மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் கிரண்குமார் அவர்களே, தொழிலாளர் நலத்துறை ஆணையர் உயர் திரு ராமன் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, தமிழ்நாடு சிமெண்ட் கழகத்தின் மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் திரு அஜய் யாதர் அவர்களே, வெளிநாட்டிலிருந்து சிறப்பான நிகழ்வுகளை பங்கேற்று வருகை புரிந்துள்ள திறனாளர்கள், தொழில் முனைவோர்கள், பொறியாளர்கள் மற்றும் ஆளுமை மிக்க அறிவியல் அறிஞர்களே மற்றும் தூதரக அதிகாரிகளே, உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வருக 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 என்று வரவேற்று, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் காவல்துறை நண்பர்களையும் வருக வருக என்று வரவேற்று, இச்சிறப்பான தருணத்தில் சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர் மன்றத்தின் சார்பாக உங்களை இருகாரம் கூப்பி வருக வருக என்று வரவேற்று அமர்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி. தற்போது சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கும் தருணம். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு ITEF-இன் தலைவர் திரு கிருஷ்ண ஜெகன் அவர்கள் நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிப்பார்கள். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு பூங்கொத்து மற்றும் நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்படுகிறது. தற்போது மாண்புமிகு போக்குவரத்து துறை மற்றும் மின்சாரத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு ITEF-இன் இயக்குனர் டாக்டர் மகேந்திரன் அவர்கள் நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கிறார்கள். நன்றி. தற்போது மாண்புமிகு பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு ITEF-இன் MD திரு செல்வம் அவர்கள் நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கிறார்கள். தொடர்ந்து இந்த சிறப்பான நிகழ்வுக்கு வெளிநாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள், வெளிநாடு உயர் அதிகாரிகளுக்கு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் முன்னிலையில் நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்படுகிறது. மாலத்தீவின் முன்னாள் நிதி மற்றும் வளர்ச்சித்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு ஃபயாஸ் இஸ்மாயில் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்பட இருக்கிறது. திரு ஃபயாஸ் இஸ்மாயில் அவர்கள் அவரை தொடர்ந்து குவைத் நாட்டின் போக்குவரத்து துறை தலைமை அலுவலர் திரு மன்சூர் அல்சாத் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்படுகிறது. அடுத்ததாக பெஹரின் அகிலா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் தலைவர் திரு மன்சூர் அலாலி அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்பட இருக்கிறது. அடுத்ததாக திரு எக்ஸ் லட்சுமணன் MD ஆஃப் டெக்டான் இன்ஜினியரிங் குரூப் UAE அவர்களை நினைவு பரிசு பெற்றுக்கொள்ள மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். திரு எஸ் லட்சுமணன் அவர்கள். அவரை தொடர்ந்து திரு செந்தில்குமார் கணேசன் சீஃப் எக்ஸிகியூட்டிவ் ஆஃபீஸர் ஹெய்ஸ்கோ குவைத். திரு செந்தில்குமார் கணேசன் அவர்கள் மேடைக்கு வந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களை தொடர்ந்து திரு எம் உமாபதி அவர்கள், MD ஆஃப் வோல்டேக் குரூப் இந்தியா. திரு பாலாஜி கருணாகரன் அவர்கள், GM ESS கத்தார். அடுத்ததாக மாலத்தீவின் முன்னாள் நிதி மற்றும் வளர்ச்சித்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு ஃபயாஸ் இஸ்மாயில் அவர்களையும் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். அடுத்ததாக திரு விவியன் ராட்ரிச் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்பட இருக்கிறது, GM ஆஃப் KMMC குவைத். அவரை தொடர்ந்து திரு முத்து சிதம்பரம், APJ குரூப் குவைத் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்பட இருக்கிறது. இந்த சிறப்பான நிகழ்வுக்கு வெளிநாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்துள்ள சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள் மற்றும் உயர் அதிகாரிகளுக்கு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் முன்னிலையில் நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்பட்டது. தற்போது திரு ஃபயாஸ் இஸ்மாயில் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்படுகிறது. மாலத்தீவின் முன்னாள் நிதி மற்றும் வளர்ச்சித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள். அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி. கல்வி என்பது சிலருக்கான சிறப்புரிமை அல்ல, அனைவருக்குமான அடிப்படை உரிமை என்று சமூக நீதியுடன் செயல்படும் ஒரு தலைமை. அரசு பள்ளிகளையும் அரசு பள்ளி மாணவர்களையும் தமிழ்நாட்டின் பெருமை முகமாக மாற்றி இருக்கும் ஒரு தலைமை. பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறையில் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும் திட்டங்கள் மூலம் இந்தியாவிற்கே வழிகாட்டியாக விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டின் பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறையின் பொக்கிஷம் நமது மாண்புமிகு பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை விழா சிறப்புரையாற்ற அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
அனைவருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். இதனால் இவன் முடிக்கும் என்றாய்ந்து அதனை அவன் கண் விடல் என்கின்ற விளக்க உரையாக முத்தமிழர் கலைஞருடைய விளக்கம் என்பது எந்த ஒரு காரியத்தை செய்வதாக இருந்தாலும் அதை அலசி ஆராய்ந்து அப்புறம் யோசித்து முடிவெடுத்து அவங்ககிட்ட ஒப்படைச்சிடணும். ஒப்படைச்சதுக்கு அப்புறமேட்டு அதை பற்றி நாம் சிந்தித்து பார்க்க வேண்டாம், அது கண்டிப்பாக வெற்றியாகத்தான் அமையும் என்கின்ற அந்த விளக்க உரையோடு ITF நடத்துகின்ற இந்த நிகழ்வில் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை நம் அனைவரின் சார்பாக நான் வருக 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 என்று வரவேற்பதிலே மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். மேடையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அண்ணன் சிவசங்கரன் அவர்கள், ITF-ஐ சார்ந்திருக்கின்ற அனைத்து ஆஃபீஸ் பேரர்ஸ், வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற அனைத்து இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் முதலில் என்னுடைய வணக்கங்களை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். குறிப்பாக இந்த நாள் என்பது உள்ளபடியே ஒரு மகிழ்ச்சியான ஒரு நாளாக பார்க்க. ஏன்னா வெறும் நாங்கள் இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறதை காட்டும் நாங்கள் தமிழ் இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு பெருமையோடு நாம் எல்லாரும் இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்கிறோம் என்று தான் அதை நான் பார்க்கணும். ஏன்னா இன்ஜினியர்ஸை பற்றி தெரியும், ஒரு நாட்டை உருவாக்குறது கட்டமைப்புறது மட்டுமல்ல, ஒரு பண்பாட்டை நிலைநிறுத்துவது, நாகரிகத்தை நிலைநிறுத்துவது எதுன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் உங்கள் கையில் தான் இருக்குது. கட்டடம் ஒவ்வொன்றும் பார்த்திங்கன்னா ஒரு தொலைநோக்கு பார்வையோட தான் இன்றைக்கும் பயன்படக்கூடிய அளவிற்கு அதை சிந்திக்கக்கூடியவர்கள் நம்முடைய இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது நமக்கான ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு பெருமையாக அதை நான் பார்க்குறேன். நான் குறிப்பாக எனக்கு ஒரு திருச்சி மாவட்டத்தை சார்ந்த முறையில் எனக்கு ஒரு இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் அப்படின்னாலே எங்கள் ஊரில் இருக்கின்ற கல்லணையும் இன்ஜினியர் ஆர்த்தர் காட்டன் தான் ஞாபகத்துக்கு வரும் எங்களுக்கு. ஏன்னா ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் கல்லணையில் தண்ணீர் திறக்கும் பொழுது அங்கே இருக்கின்ற ஆர்த்தர் காட்டனுடைய அந்த ஒரு திருவுருவ சிலை அங்கே இருக்கும். ஸோ இது எனக்கான பெருமைன்னு சொல்கிறதுக்கு காரணம், அந்த இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் 1800s அவர் ஒரு சீஃப் இன்ஜினியராக ஒரு PWD டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் சீஃப் இன்ஜினியராக இருக்கும்போது அன்னைக்கு இருக்கின்ற வெள்ளைக்கார அரசாங்கம் என்ன பண்ணுச்சுன்னா, அந்த கல்லணை இடிச்சு நம்ம புதுசாக கட்டலாம் அப்படிங்கும் பொழுது, இல்லை அதை இடிக்கிறது பல்லாயிரம் ஆண்டுகள் கடந்தும் அது அங்கேயே நிற்கிது அப்படின்னா அது ஏதோ ஒரு காரணம் இருக்குன்னு சொல்லி அந்த கரிகாலன் கட்டி அடித்தளத்து மேலேயே அதுக்கான ஆணையை கட்டியவர் தான் ஆர்த்தர் காட்டன் என்கிறது. ஸோ நினச்சி பாருங்களேன், ஒரு இன்ஜினியர் நினச்சிருந்தா சரிங்க இடிங்கன்னு இடிச்சிருப்பேன். ஆனால் அறிவியல் சார்ந்து அவர் சிந்தித்ததன் காரணமாக தான் நம்முடைய நாகரிகமும் நம்முடைய பண்பாடும் இன்றைக்கும் நிலைத்திருக்கின்றது கல்லணை அணையாக என்பதை நாம் பெருமையோடு எடுத்து சொல்லலாம். அப்படி அறிவியல் சார்ந்திருக்கின்ற இந்த அரங்கம், அதுவும் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சருடைய திருக்கரங்களால் பணியாணையை பெறவிருக்கின்ற இந்த இளைய சமுதாயம், தொடர்ந்து இன்றைக்கு இந்த இளைய சமுதாயத்திற்காக உழைத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற 2 பேர், மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய முதலமைச்சர், மற்றொருவர் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சர். இப்போ கூட நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஒசூரில் நடந்த ஒரு 2 நாளுக்கு முன்னாடி நடந்த ஒரு டிஎன் கான்க்ளேவில் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. ஆல்மோஸ்ட் பேப்பர்லேயும் படிச்சிருப்போம். நம்ம 24,000 கோடிக்கு மேலே ஒரு முதலீடுகளை, உள்நாட்டு முதலீடு என்பது வெளிநாட்டு முதலீடையே பீட் பண்ணிடுச்சு. நான் வெளிநாட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு வந்தபோது கூட 15,516 கோடி தான் நான் முதலீடு கொண்டு வந்தேன். ஆனால் உள்நாட்டில் இந்த ஒசூர் பகுதி மட்டும் வளர்ச்சி 24,000 கோடி முதலீடு நான் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கேன் சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு முதலமைச்சர். அந்த முதலமைச்சர் கொண்டு வருகின்ற இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், அது சார்ந்திருக்கின்ற முதலீடுக்கு நமக்கான ஒரு ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸை நம்ம தயார்படுத்தணும் இல்லையா? அந்த இளைய சமுதாயத்தை தயார்படுத்துறது யாருன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்க நம்முடைய துணை முதலமைச்சர். ஒரு பக்கம் அப்பா இந்த பக்கம் முதலீடை கொண்டு வந்துகிட்டே இருக்காரு, இன்னொரு பக்கம் புள்ள அதற்கான ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸை உருவாக்கிக்கிட்டே இருக்குது. அப்படி சொல்லும் பொழுது இந்த ஒரு கூடுதல் ஒரு கூட்டமைப்பான ஒரு வளர்ச்சி இன்றைக்கு வந்து நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு பெற்றிருக்கிறது காரணம் இந்த தொலைநோக்கு பார்வையோடு நம்ம சிந்திச்சுட்டு இருக்கனால தான். அதுவும் தமிழ் சார்ந்து அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது உள்ள அப்படியே எங்களுக்கு பெருமை தான். ஏன்னா பல பேர் சொல்கிறாங்க, இப்போ வந்து ராஜ்பவனோட கெஸ்ட் ஒருத்தர் இருக்கார், அவர் அடிக்கடி என்ன சொல்கிறாருன்னா, தமிழில் நிறைய விளக்கங்கள், நிறைய துறை சார்ந்த செய்திகளுமே இல்லைப்பா அப்படின்னு அவர் அப்பப்போ டைம் கிடைக்கும் போதெல்லாம் ஏதாச்சும் நம்மளை குத்துணுமேனு பேசுகிறார். 1973 பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த பொறியாண்மையுடைய நுட்ப விளக்கம்ங்கிற ஒரு புத்தகத்தை முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் அன்றைக்கு எடுத்துக்கிட்ட நம்மளுடைய தமிழ்நாடு பொறியாளர் சங்கம், நம்முடைய அரசு துறை கீழே இயங்கிக்கிட்டு இருந்த அந்த சங்கம் அன்னைக்கு கொண்டு வந்த புத்தகத்தை வெளியிட்டு அதில் அணிந்துரை எழுதினவர் முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். அவரே சொல்கிறாரு, தமிழ் வளத்தில் அப்படி என்னதான்ப்பா இருக்குது அப்படின்னு கேட்குறவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் இந்த புத்தகமே ஒரு விளக்கமாக இருக்கும் என்று சொன்னவர் நம்முடைய முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். ஸோ இந்த ஐடிஎஃப்ங்கிறது ஒரு பெயரளவில் மட்டும் நடத்திடாமல் தமிழன்கிற அந்த பெருமையை நிலைநாட்டுவதற்காக உங்கள் லோகோவில் கூட நான் பார்க்குறேன்னா அதில் தமிழ்லையே உங்களோட சங்கத்தோடைய பேர் எழுதியிருக்கிறீங்க. செய்திகளை படிப்பதற்கு தமிழுக்குன்னு தனியாக ஒரு ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்கிறீங்க. ஸோ தமிழ் அப்படின்னு வரும்போது அது எப்படியெல்லாம் வளர்க்க வேண்டுமோ அதை வளர்க்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து இன்ஜினியர்ஸுக்கும், உலகம் முழுவதும் இருக்கின்ற அனைத்து தமிழர்களுக்கும் இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். கலந்து கொள்ள வேண்டியவர் கலந்து கொள்ள ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியில் இன்றைக்கி நாம் எல்லாம் பெருமையோடு கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அதற்கு காரணம் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சர் முத்தமிழர் கலைஞருடைய பேரப்புள்ள கலைஞரே வந்த போன்ற ஒரு உணர்வை நமக்கெல்லாம் வழங்கியிருக்கின்ற ஒரு நிகழ்வாகத்தான் இந்த நிகழ்வை நான் பார்க்கின்றேன். வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை என்னுடைய வணக்கங்களையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் தெரிவித்து, இன்றைக்கு பணியாணை பெற இருக்கின்ற அனைத்து இளைய சமுதாயத்திற்கும், எத்தனை உயரத்துக்கு நீங்கள் சென்றாலும் சரி, எவ்வளோ மாதம் நீங்கள் சம்பாதிச்சாலும் சரி, நம்முடைய தாய்மொழியையும் நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டையும் என்றைக்குமே மறந்து விடாதீர்கள் என்கின்ற விளக்கத்தோடு என்னுடைய உரையை நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு எங்களின் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். கல்வி, திறன் மேம்பாடு, வேலைவாய்ப்பு, விளையாட்டு, மருத்துவத்துறை, பொருளாதாரம் என அனைத்து துறைகளிலும் முதன்மையாக முன்னோடி மாநிலமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது தமிழ்நாடு. தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களின் மாற்றத்தின் முகமாக, முன்னேற்றத்தின் மொழியாக, விளையாட்டு, வேலைவாய்ப்பு மட்டுமல்ல வாழ்வியல் மாற்றத்திற்கும் வழிகாட்டும் ஒரு தலைமையாக விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை விழா பேருரையாற்ற அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறோம்.
மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அண்ணன் சிவசங்கர் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் நண்பர் அன்பில் மகேஷ் பொய்யாமொழி அவர்களே, மாலத்தீவுடைய முன்னாள் அமைச்சர் திரு ஃபயஸ் இஸ்மாயில் அவர்களே, குவைத் பொது போக்குவரத்துடைய நிறுவன தலைமை செயலர் அலுவலர் திரு மன்சூர் அலி சையத் அவர்களே, சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்துடைய தலைவர் திரு கிருஷ்ண ஜெகன் அவர்களே, பஹ்ரைன் ஆலியா பல்கலைக்கழகத்துடைய தலைவர் முனைவர் மன்சூர் அலி அவர்களே, டெக்கான் இன்ஜினியரிங் அண்ட் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் நிறுவனத்துடைய மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் திரு லக்ஷ்மணன் அவர்களே, சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்துடைய மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் திரு செல்வம் அவர்களே, திரு சங்கர் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, திரு ராமன் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, திரு நிர்மல்ராஜ் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, திரு அஜய் யாதவ் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, திரு கிராந்திகுமார் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து அரசு அலுவலர்களே, சர்வதேச பொறியாளர் மன்றத்துடைய அனைத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, பல்வேறு பொறியியல் நிறுவனங்களுடைய நிர்வாகிகளே, அலுவலர்களே, வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய கல்லூரி மாணவர்களே, மாணவிகளே, நாளைய பொறியாளர்களே, பத்திரிகை நண்பர்களே, அனைவருக்கும் கழக நிர்வாகிகளே, அத்தனை பேருக்கும் முதல்ல என்னுடைய காலை வணக்கத்தை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்ற மாநாட்டில் பங்கேற்று உங்களை எல்லாம் சந்திப்பதில் எனக்கு மகிழ்ச்சி, நான் மிகுந்த பெருமை அடைகின்றேன். நிறைய அரசியல் மாநாடுகளில் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். ஆனால் முதல் முறையாக ஒரு பொறியாளர்கள் மாநாட்டில் இந்த கலந்து கொண்ட வாய்ப்பை கொடுத்த சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்தினருக்கு முதல்ல என்னுடைய நன்றியை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நேற்றைக்கு துவங்கி இன்று 2 நாட்களாக இந்த மாநாடு சிறப்பாக நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. நேற்று டெக்னிக்கல் செஷன்ஸ், எக்ஸிபிஷன்ஸ் அப்படின்னு ஏராளமான சிறப்பு வாய்ந்த உங்களுக்கு அனைவருக்கும் பயனுள்ள நிகழ்ச்சிகள் நிறைய நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அதோட தொடர்ச்சியாகத்தான் இன்றைக்கு இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி நடக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக பல்வேறு MOUs புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் இங்கே கையெழுத்தாகி இருக்கின்றது. பொதுவாகவே இன்ஜினியர்ஸ்ன்னு சொன்னாலே எதையுமே நேர்த்தியாக செய்யக்கூடிய மிகவும் பர்ஃபெக்ஷனிஸ்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இங்கே வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை பேரும் பர்ஃபெக்ஷனிஸ்ட். அதையும் தமிழ் பொறியாளர்களை பற்றி சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. கிட்டத்தட்ட 1000 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடியே மிகப்பெரிய கட்டுமானங்கள், அணைகளை கட்டிய பெருமை நம்முடைய தமிழர்களுக்கு உண்டு. இன்னைக்கு உலகத்தில் எந்த நாட்டுக்கு போனாலும் நம்ம அங்கே சந்திக்கக்கூடியவங்க தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் தான். அதுவும் மிகப்பெரிய பொறுப்புகள், மிகப்பெரிய நிறுவனங்களில் மிகப்பெரிய பொறுப்புகள் இருக்கக்கூடியவங்க நம்முடைய தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் தான். இந்த சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்தில் 5000த்துக்கும் அதிகமான உறுப்பினர்கள் இருக்கிறீங்க. 220க்கும் அதிகமான நாடுகளிலிருந்து வந்திருக்கீங்கன்னு கேள்விப்பட்டப்போ ரொம்ப சிறப்பாகவும் மகிழ்ச்சியாகவும் இருந்தது. சமீபத்தில் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு முதலீடுகளை ஈர்ப்பதற்காக ஜெர்மனி மற்றும் இங்கிலாந்து நாடுகளுக்கு வந்தப்போ உங்களில் நிறைய பேர் சந்தித்ததாக நான் கேள்விப்பட்டேன். அன்போடு பாசத்தோடு முதலமைச்சரை அவர்களை வரவேற்று நீங்கள் புகைப்படமெல்லாம் எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்க. உங்களுடைய அன்போடும் ஆதரவோடும் இன்றைக்கி சுமார் 15,000 கோடி மதிப்பிலான முதலீடுகளை நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஈர்த்து கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறார். முதலீடுகள் மட்டுமல்ல, 18,000 இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பையும் பெற்றுக் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார். இது சாத்தியமானதுக்கு அரசு முயற்சிகள், முதலமைச்சருடைய முயற்சிகள் இருந்தாலும் உங்களை மாதிரி வெளிநாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தமிழ் உறவுகளுடைய ஆதரவும் அன்பும் மிக மிக முக்கியமான காரணம். நாம் வெளிநாட்டில் அடிக்கடி சந்திச்சு இருந்த போதும் இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாட்டில் நம்முடைய தாய்நாட்டில் சந்திக்கின்ற வாய்ப்பு இன்றைக்கி இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி மூலமாக கிடைச்சிருக்கு. பொதுவாக மற்ற டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் வேலை செய்கிறவங்கெல்லாம் அவங்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட்டாக இருப்பாங்க, அதில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஆனால் இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் மட்டும்தான் எல்லா டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்லையும் இருப்பாங்க, எல்லாத்துலேயுமே ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட்டாக இருப்பாங்க. அந்த அளவுக்கு மல்டி டேலண்டட் பர்சனாலிட்டிஸ்னால் இங்கே வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் நீங்கள் தான். இன்றைக்கி உலகம் முழுக்க லட்சக்கணக்கான தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் இருக்கீங்க. அதற்கான விதை முதல்ல போட்டது முத்தமிழறிஞர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு முழுக்க பொறியியல் கல்லூரிகளை அதிக அளவில் திறந்தவர் முத்தமிழறிஞர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் தான். கல்லூரி தொடங்கியதோடு மட்டுமே நிற்கலை, இன்ஜினியர் படிக்கிறதுக்கு என்ட்ரன்ஸ் தேர்வு, நுழைவுத் தேர்வு தேவையில்லை அப்படின்னு ரத்து செய்ததும் நம்முடைய முத்தமிழறிஞர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் தான். நுழைவுத் தேர்வு ரத்து மட்டுமல்ல, ஏழை எளிய மாணவர்கள் இன்ஜினியரிங் படிக்கணும்னு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஜென்ரேஷன் முதல் தலைமுறையாக படிக்க வரவங்களுக்கு அவங்களுடைய கட்டணத்தை அரசே ஏற்கணும் அப்படிங்கிற நிலைமையை ஏற்படுத்தியவரும் முத்தமிழறிஞர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் தான். இன்றைக்கி அவரால் தான் ஒவ்வொரு வருஷமும் இந்தியாவிலே அதிகமான இன்ஜினியரிங் கிராஜுவேட்ஸ் வெளியில் வர மாநிலமாக இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு உருவெடுத்திருக்கு. பொறியியல் கல்லூரிகளை மட்டுமல்ல, கலைஞர் அவர்கள் உருவாக்கிய டைடல் பார்க், ஐடி காரிடார்ஸ், ஆட்டோமொபைல் ஹப் மூலமாக இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு பட்டதாரிகளுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பும் கிடச்சிட்ருக்கு. உங்களில் பல பேர் மதுரையிலிருந்தும் சென்னையிலிருந்தும் பணியை தொடங்கி ஆன்சைட் மூலமாக வெளிநாடுகளுக்கு போயிருக்கீங்க. உங்களுடைய சக்ஸஸ் ஸ்டோரிஸ் பலவற்றை திராவிடத்தால் வாழ்ந்தோம் அப்படின்ற பதிவுகளில் வீடியோஸை நானும் பல முறை பார்த்துருக்கிறேன். உங்கள் ஒவ்வொருத்தருடைய வெற்றி மற்றவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய இன்ஸ்பிரேஷனாக அமைஞ்சிருக்கு. உங்களை மாதிரி இன்னும் பல ஆயிரம் பேரை உருவாக்கணும்னு 3000 பேருக்கு பணி நியமன ஆணைகளை இன்றைக்கி கொடுக்கின்றோம். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, 6000 பேருக்கு பயிற்சியோடு கூடிய வேலை வாய்ப்புகளை வழங்கணும்னு நம்முடைய அரசு சார்பாக இங்கே புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் கையெழுத்தாக இருக்குது. அதற்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்கள். எல்லாத்துக்கும் மேலே அரசு பள்ளியில் படிச்சுட்டு உயர்கல்விக்காக வெளிநாடு போகின்ற மாணவருடைய முழு கல்வி செலவையும் கட்டண செலவையும் அரசே ஏற்கும் அப்படிங்கிற முக்கியமான திட்டத்தையும் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் செயல்படுத்தியிருக்கிறார். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, நான் முதல்வன் ஸ்கவுட் ப்ரோக்ராம் மூலமாக ஆண்டுக்கு 100 மாணவர்களை தேர்ந்தெடுத்து வெளிநாட்டுக்கு போய் இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் ட்ரைனிங் வேலை வாய்ப்பையும் நம்முடைய அரசு கொடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. ஆகவே இந்த மாதிரியான மாணவர்களை சாதிக்க நீங்கள் அத்தனை பேரும் வழிகாட்ட வேண்டும். வெளிநாடு வாழ் தமிழர்கள் உங்களுடைய நலனுக்காக நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்ததுமே அயலக தமிழர் நலனுக்காக ஒரு தனி அமைச்சகமே உருவாக்கினார். முக்கியமாக 2 அல்லது 3 தலைமுறையாக வெளிநாடுகளில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அயலக தமிழ் வம்சாவளியினர் தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய கலாச்சாரத்தையும் பண்பாட்டையும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு வேர்களை தேடி அப்படின்ற திட்டத்தையும் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அறிமுகப்படுத்தினார். தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் நீங்கள் தொடர்ந்து உங்களுடைய ஐடியாஸையும் சப்போர்ட்ஸையும் நம்முடைய அரசுக்கு தொடர்ந்து வழங்க வேண்டும். நீங்கள் பணி செய்கின்ற நாடுகளுக்கு வர்ற நம்முடைய தமிழ் பிள்ளைகளுக்கு நீங்கள் உற்ற துணையாக நல்ல சப்போர்ட்டாக இருந்து அவங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையிலையும் நீங்கள் ஒளியேற்ற வேண்டும் என்று நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். அதை நீங்கள் செய்வீங்கன்ற நம்பிக்கை எனக்கு இருக்கின்றது. நீங்கள் அயல் நாடுகளில் வாழ்ந்தாலும் உங்களை தமிழ்நாடும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசும் தமிழ் மக்களும் என்றைக்கும் மறக்க மாட்டார்கள். உங்களை போன்ற இன்னும் பல 100 இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் உருவாக்கும். அப்படி உருவாகின்ற இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல் ஆண்டர்பிரனர்ஸாக உயர்த்தவும் நம்முடைய அரசு என்றைக்கும் உங்களுக்கு துணை நிற்கும். தமிழ்நாடும் தமிழ் சமுதாயமும் செழிக்கட்டும். சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்துடைய பணிகள் அனைத்தும் சிறக்கட்டும்னு சொல்லி இந்த வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
பொறியாளர்களுக்கு உத்வேகத்தை அளித்திருக்கும் நமது மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றியினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். இன்றைய நிகழ்ச்சியின் முக்கிய நிகழ்வாக தற்போது புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் மேற்கொள்ளப்பட இருக்கின்றன. இதற்காக திரு ராமன் IAS அவர்களை மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். திரு கிராந்தகுமார் IAS அவர்களையும் இயக்குனர் ஷியாமலா அவர்களையும் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம். ITF-இன் ஆலோசகர் முன்னாள் தமிழக வெளிநாடு வாழ் நலத்துறை இயக்குனர் திரு கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி அவர்களையும் திரு செல்வம் அவர்களையும் டான்சம் ஆலோசகர் திரு ஷானவாஸ் அவர்களையும் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். தொழிலாளர்கள் நலத்துறையின் கட்டுமான தொழிலாளர் பயிலரங்கம் மற்றும் மலேசிய நாட்டின் கட்டுமான வளர்ச்சித்துறையுடன் இணைந்து கூட்டு தொழிற்பயிற்சி மற்றும் வேலைவாய்ப்புக்கான புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் தற்போது மேற்கொள்ளப்படுகின்றது. போக்குவரத்து துறையின் கீழ் இயங்கும் சாலை போக்குவரத்து பயிலகம் மற்றும் குவைத் நாட்டின் புது போக்குவரத்து கழகமுடன் ITF இணைந்து சுமார் 2000 போக்குவரத்து தொழிலாளர்களுக்கான பயிற்சி அளிக்கும் ஒப்பந்தங்கள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படுகிறது. மேலும் தமிழ்நாடு திறன் மேம்பாடு கழகம் மற்றும் சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றம் இணைந்து மாநில அளவிலான அமைப்பை ஏற்படுத்தி அதன் மூலம் பல்வேறு பயிற்சிகள் மற்றும் நலப்பணிகள் செயல்படுத்துவதற்கான ஒப்பந்தங்கள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படுகின்றது. கூடுதலாக பஹ்ரைன் நாட்டின் அகிலா பல்கலைக்கழக மாணவர்கள் ITF உதவியுடன் தொழில்முறை பயிற்சியை மேற்கொள்வதற்கான தமிழ்நாடு திறன் மேம்பாடும் இணைந்து செயல்படுவதற்கான ஒப்பந்தங்களும் மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. அனைவருக்கும் எங்களின் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி. கடந்த ஜனவரி மாதம் நடைபெற்ற அயலக தமிழர் நல விழாவில் சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் சங்கம் சுமார் 3000 இளைஞர்களை வேலையில் அமர்த்துவதற்கான ஒப்பந்தங்கள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும் என்று அறிவித்திருந்தார்கள். அதன்படி அவர்களுக்கான பணி ஆணைகளை வழங்கி ஒப்பந்தங்களை மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். தற்போது பணி நியமன ஆணைகளுடன் மாணவர்கள் இளைஞர்கள் மேடைக்கு வந்து மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் நல்வாழ்த்துக்களை பெற்றுக்கொண்டு குழு புகைப்படம் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளக்கூடிய தருணமாக இது அமைந்திருக்கிறது. டான்சம் மூலமாக பயிற்சியினை மேற்கொண்டு குவைத், துபாய் போன்ற நாடுகளில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 45,000க்கும் மேலாக சம்பளம் வாங்கக்கூடிய சிறப்பான வேலையில் அமர்த்தப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்கள் நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டின் இளைஞர்கள் என்பதை மிகவும் பெருமையாக அறிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். சமூக பொருளாதார படிநிலையில் முன்னேறி செல்வதற்கு சவால் என்னவென்று எண்ணி பார்த்தால் அது கல்வியும் வேலைவாய்ப்பும் தான். மாணவர்களுக்கும் இளைஞர்களுக்கும் சரியான நேரத்தில் கல்வியையும் அவர்களுக்கான திறன்களை வளர்க்கும் விதமாக நான் முதல்வன் போன்ற பல நலத்திட்டங்கள் மூலமாக பயிற்சிகளையும் அளித்து அவர்களுக்கான வேலைவாய்ப்பினை உருவாக்கி பணியில் அமர்த்தி அழகு பார்க்கிறது நமது திராவிட மாடல் அரசு. பயனாளிகளிலிருந்து ஒருவர் தற்போது மேடையில் வந்து அவர்களின் அனுபவத்தை நம்மோடு பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள இருக்கிறார்கள்.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் பெயர் ஷிரின் பானு. எம்எஸ்சி நர்சிங் முடிச்சிருக்கேன். நம்மளோட ராயல் கவர்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் பூட்டானில் இருக்கக்கூடிய நேஷ்னல் ரெஃபரல் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் எங்களுக்கு நர்சிங் வேக்கன்சிஸ் இருக்குன்ட்டு நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணி எங்களுக்கு நியர்லி ஒரு 50 நர்சஸ் வந்து செலக்ட் ஆகிருக்கோம். ஸோ நாங்கள் செலக்ட் ஆன எல்லா நர்சஸ் சார்பாக நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் எங்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பு ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்து நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் நம்மளோட முதலமைச்சருக்கும் இன் ஆப்சன்ஸ் ஆஃப் அவர் சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் அண்ட் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அண்ட் அவர் கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சருக்கு நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் ஃபார் கிவிங் திஸ் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி.
நன்றி. உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எங்களின் மனமார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்கள். மற்றும் விழாவின் நிறைவாக நன்றியுரை வழங்குவதற்காக ஐடெஃப் குளோபல் ட்ரெஷரர் திரு ஷாகுல் ஹமீத் அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
என் தாய் தமிழ் தொப்புள்குடி உறவுகள் அனைவருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். இந்திய பொருளாதாரத்தில் நம் தமிழகத்தின் பெருமையும் திறமையையும் புதிய உச்சத்துக்கு கொண்டு சென்ற தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் ஒத்துழைப்போடு 2 நாட்கள் நடந்து முடிந்த சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர் மன்றத்தின் முதல் மாநாட்டிற்கு வருகை புரிந்து நம் அனைவருக்கும் பெருமை சேர்த்த மாண்புமிகு நமது துணை முதல்வர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மேலும் நிகழ்வினை சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு போக்குவரத்து மற்றும் மின்சாரத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு எஸ் சிவசங்கர் மற்றும் மாண்புமிகு பள்ளி கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு அன்பில் மகேஷ் பொய்யாமொழி அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மேலும் இந்நிகழ்வில் சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்தோடு புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்களை மேற்கொண்ட தமிழ்நாடு கட்டுமான தொழிலாளர் பயிலகம் மற்றும் சாலை போக்குவரத்து பயிலகம் ஆகியவற்றின் இயக்குநர்களுக்கும் எனது நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். இவற்றோடு மாநில அளவில் சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர் மன்றத்தோடு இணைந்து மாநில அளவில் ஒரு அமைப்பை ஏற்படுத்தி அதன் மூலம் திறன் மேம்பாட்டு பயிற்சிகளை மேற்கொள்ள விருந்தினர் ஒப்பந்தம் செய்துள்ள தமிழ்நாடு திறன் மேம்பாட்டு கழகத்திற்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். மேலும் இங்கு வருகை புரிந்த சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர் மன்றத்தின் உறுப்பினர்களுக்கும் மேடையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் மற்றவர்களுக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். தமிழ் வாழ்க, தமிழர்கள் வாழ்க, தமிழ் வெல்லும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி. தற்போது ஐடிஎஃப்பின் போர்ட் ஆஃப் டைரக்டர்ஸ் பல்வேறு நாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்துள்ளீர்கள். அனைவரையும் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் மற்றும் அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுடன் இணைந்து குழு புகைப்படம் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளும் தருணம் இது. உலகம் முழுவதும் பரவியிருக்கும் ஐடிஎஃப் போர்ட் ஆஃப் டைரக்டர்ஸ் தற்போது மேடைக்கு வருகை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். உலகம் முழுவதும் ஒலிக்கும் தமிழ் பொறியாளர்களின் ஒற்றுமை குரலாய் விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கும் ஐடெஃப்-உடைய டைரக்டர்ஸ் தற்போது மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் மற்றும் அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுடன் இணைந்து மேடையில் குழு புகைப்படம் எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். நிகழ்ச்சியின் நிறைவாக நாட்டுப்பண் அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். நிகழ்ச்சியின் நிறைவாக நாட்டுப்பண் அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चलजलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் சங்கம் சார்பாக நடைபெற்ற இந்த சிறப்பான விழாவில் கலந்து கொண்டு விழாவினை சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுக்கும் எங்களின் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். அடுத்தடுத்த நிகழ்வுகள் உங்களுக்காக காத்துட்டு இருக்கு. வெளிநாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்துள்ள சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்பட்டது. அனைவரையும் அவரவர் நினைவு பரிசுடன் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். ஒரு குழு புகைப்படம் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளலாம். குரூப் போட்டோ செஷனுக்காக நினைவு பரிசு பெற்ற சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள் அனைவரையும் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
மனித நாகரிகம் என்ற பரிணாம வளர்ச்சியின் அடையாளங்களாகவும் சான்றுகளாகவும் இருப்பவை ஒவ்வொரு குறிப்பிட்ட காலத்திலும் மனிதர்கள் கண்டுணரும் தொழில்நுட்பங்கள். நெருப்பு, சக்கரம், விவசாயம் என மனிதகுலத்தை முன்னகர்த்தி வந்தவை அனைத்துமே தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் தான். தொல்லியல் ஆய்வுகள் தரும் மேம்பட்ட நகர நாகரிகத்தின் குடிமக்களாக வாழ்ந்த எச்சங்கள் பழங்கால மக்களின் தொழில்நுட்ப மேம்பாட்டுக்கான சான்றாதாரங்கள். கீழடி, ஆதிச்சநல்லூர், சிவகலை, மயிலாடும்பாறை, அழகன்குளம், கொற்கை, கொடுமணல் என தமிழ் நிலத்தில் கிடைக்கும் தொல்லியல் சான்றுகள் மேம்பட்ட நாகரிக சமூகமாக தமிழர்கள் வாழ்ந்துள்ளதை உறுதி செய்கிறது.
Ladies and gentlemen, another 5 minutes will commence the technical session.
4200 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாகவே இரும்பு உருக்கு பயன்பாடு தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருந்ததற்கான சான்றுகள் இன்று கிடைத்திருப்பது மானுட நாகரிக வரலாற்றில் தமிழர்கள் தொழில்நுட்பத்தில் எவ்வளவு உச்சத்தில் இருந்திருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதற்கான மற்றும் ஒரு சான்றாதாரம். ஆற்றங்கரையோரம் வளர்ந்ததுதான் மனித நாகரீகம். ஆனால் அதே ஆறுகளால் தான் உலகில் பல நாகரீகங்கள் அழிந்தும் போயின. நெருப்பை கட்டுப்படுத்த கற்றுக்கொண்ட மனிதன் நீரால் அழிந்து போயிருக்கிறான் என்பதே வரலாறு. ஆனால் நதிவழி நாகரீகத்தில், நதி நீர்வழி விவசாயத்தில், நீரியல் மற்றும் அணை தடுப்பு தொழில்நுட்பத்தில்
another 5 minutes we are about to start the technical session. I request you to kindly be seated.
மனித நாகரிகம் என்ற பரிணாம வளர்ச்சியின் அடையாளங்களாகவும் சான்றுகளாகவும் இருப்பவை ஒவ்வொரு குறிப்பிட்ட காலத்திலும் மனிதர்கள் கண்டுணரும் தொழில்நுட்பங்கள். நெருப்பு, சக்கரம், விவசாயம் என மனிதகுலத்தை முன்னகர்த்தி வந்தவை அனைத்துமே தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் தான். தொல்லியல் ஆய்வுகள் தரும் மேம்பட்ட நகர நாகரிகத்தின் குடிமக்களாக வாழ்ந்த எச்சங்கள் பழங்கால மக்களின் தொழில்நுட்ப மேம்பாட்டுக்கான சான்றாதாரங்கள். கீழடி, ஆதிச்சநல்லூர், சிவகலை, மயிலாடும்பாறை, அழகன்குளம்,
and efficiency convert. In this today's world,
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கம்.
things much
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to take your seat. We are going to have a technical presentation shortly. I request all of you to take your seat so that we can start the session now. Check. Check. அவர் வேணான்றார் அவர் printed. Once again, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From this point, we move into the knowledge engine of this Professional Development Conference 2025, hosted by International Tamil Engineers Forum, ITEF. PDC is where engineers meets excellence, bringing together ministers, IAS officers, industry leaders, and global experts to design solutions for sustainable tomorrow. Let's begin with our first keynote address. We are honored to welcome Mr. Ajay Yadav, IAS, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Cement Corporation Limited. His public administration expertise to drive the company's expansion, modernization, and innovation. Focusing on sustainability and technology, he enhances Tansam's efficiency and market relevance, strengthening its role in Tamil Nadu's infrastructure development as a resilient, future-ready enterprise. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ajay Yadav, IAS.
Yeah, this. Good morning, everyone. It is truly an honor to be here today at this prestigious gathering of engineers, industry leaders, and policy makers. As someone engaged in the cement industry, which is core of construction sector, I am delighted to share my thoughts on the subject that is both vital and opportune, sustainability and growth of EPCC in construction. As many of you know, EPCC, Engineering, Procurement, Construction and Commissioning, is the backbone of our modern infrastructure. From highways, housing, industrial plants, renewable energy projects, metro rail, EPCC ensures that vision turns into reality. The EPCC sector is a critical player in the infrastructure advancement and industrial expansion. EPCC firms offers a wide range of services covering the entire project cycle, from engineering design to material procurement and construction management. The industry is essential for successful execution of large-scale projects in various sectors, notably infrastructure and industrial facilities. The government's emphasis on improving infrastructure to boost economic growth and attract foreign investments is also contributing to the industry's growth. Furthermore, Tamil Nadu's shift towards renewable energy sources like solar and wind power is creating new opportunities for EPC companies to participate in energy projects. The EPCC landscape is undergoing a transformation due to technological advancements and digitalization. Innovations like building information modeling, project management software are enhancing efficiency and reducing costs. Tamil Nadu's EPC market has grown robustly and is fueled by ambitious infrastructure blueprints and industrial advancements. Bolstered by governmental impetus and private investments, the market compound annual growth rate is poised to maintain its vigor in the coming years. Furthermore, Tamil Nadu's rapid industrialization and urbanization fuel an escalating demand for enhanced infrastructure. But in today's world, it is not enough for us to simply build fast or build big. We must build responsibly. The challenge before us is clear. How do we balance rapid growth with sustainability? The construction sector, particularly cement and steel, contributes significantly to carbon emissions and resource consumption. Rising material cost, climate risk, and pressure on natural resources are challenges that we cannot ignore. At the same time, India is urbanizing rapidly. The states like Tamil Nadu are the forefront of industrial and housing growth. This means the demand for construction will continuously rise. If we do not make sustainability central to EPCC practices, we risk building infrastructure that is costly, unsustainable, short-lived, and problematic. So the question is, where do the opportunities lie? First, in adopting sustainable materials, low-carbon cement, recycled aggregates, fly ash, new innovations such as geopolymer concrete, they are practical solutions being implemented worldwide. These alternatives will reduce environmental impact while ensuring quality and affordability. Second, in leveraging technology, building information modeling, digital twins, artificial intelligence, prefabrication techniques are transforming how projects are designed and executed. These tools reduce delays, improve accuracy, and most importantly, minimize waste of both time and resources. By embracing digital solutions, EPCC firms can not only deliver faster, but also ensure that projects remain sustainable throughout their life cycle. Third, in policy and partnerships, the government of Tamil Nadu has already taken several steps to encourage sustainable construction practices, from promoting renewable energy adoption to supporting green building certifications. Public sector undertakings, private industry, and academia must work together to scale these initiatives. By aligning the government policy with industry innovation and professional commitment, we can achieve the balance between growth and sustainability. Finally, the growth of EPCC lies in the global outlook. Indian companies, especially from Tamil Nadu, are increasingly participating in international projects across the Middle East, Africa, and Southeast Asia. By making sustainability a core strength, we can position ourselves not just as a fast builder, but as a responsible global leader in infrastructure. Looking ahead, the vision is ambitious but achievable. If we combine sustainable materials, advanced technology, policy support, and skilled manpower, we can move towards a net zero construction by 2030s. This is not just a technical goal, it is a moral responsibility. Infrastructure should not only serve the present generation, but also protect the future. Let me conclude by saying EPCC is not just about engineering contracts or project timelines. It is about creating foundations of society, homes, industries, schools, hospitals, and public spaces. As engineers and policy makers, what we build will shape how people live for decades to come. Therefore, sustainability is not an option, it is the only way forward. Together with innovation, collaboration, and commitment, we can ensure that EPCC drives not only growth, but also a greener and sustainable tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary insights. Now I request Mr. Saravanan, General Secretary, and Mr. Kadresh, Treasurer of ITF, Saudi Arabia, to kindly felicitate. Sir. Thanks, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now let's move to the next keynote address. We are honored to welcome Mr. Tansri Dato Northern Elumalai, founder and group managing director, Eversandai, Malaysia. He transformed Eversandai from a small Malaysian firm into a global structural steel leader, operating in Southeast Asia, India, the Middle East, and North Africa. He led iconic projects like the Petronas Twin Towers, Burj Khalifa, and the Dubai Museum of the Future. Honored as Malaysian's Entrepreneur of the Year 2008 and with the World Chinese Economic Forum Lifetime Achievement Award in 2015. He leads 9,000 employees, delivering over 200,000 tons of steel annually. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Tansri Dato Northern Elumalai to the stage. Welcome, sir. Welcome on the
Morning
stage,
to
sir.
everyone. I had a very humble beginning way back many years ago. And at the age of 15, I came to India for studies and started getting to understand the basic fundamentals. And during that period, I used to walking around, especially in the late evenings or night. I used to, see the way how Chennai is all about. And during the process, I too went through a very, very tough time. And I told myself that I want to get into the business. So I created a burning desire within myself, and I want to achieve something very much greater. And so when I thought about going to business, I thought, okay, fine, which is the business I should go in? And I thought of setting up a printing press. And even at that stage, a young age, one of the things which within me is, if I want to go into that business, I must have the technical knowledge. So I went in and enrolled myself in one of the small printing press in Triplicane and learned the trade. So I spent a few months learning the trade, and eventually, due to financial difficulties, I went back to Malaysia and worked in a printing press. So during that period, I used to meet up with a lot of salesmen during their tea breaks and lunch breaks. And when I engaged with conversation with this salesman, they used to tell me, why are you working with dirty clothes? Why can't you become a salesman and you can speak well? And so then after 6 months, I left that job, and in the course of during that period, I got an opportunity to become an insurance salesman. And one of the things which happened during that period in the course of being an insurance salesman is attending a lot of seminars and listening to a lot of motivational talks. And it also created an opportunity for me to excel in the sales as a salesman in selling insurance. I went into construction by chance in 1982 and started off with a small project which is only about 400 tons of steel work. And that was my very humble beginning. And in the course of executing the job, I learned the trade. And thing is that many times people wonder that how come I'm not an engineer, but I was able to develop a highly, I would say, engineering company, building a lot of highly complex structures. So actually, I got to learn the trade from the people I have engaged and from the clients who have engaged me. And one of the key elements for my turning point was meeting up with one gentleman, Tameshi Yamaki. He was at that time working for Nippon Steel. Unfortunately, he's not around anymore. And so when I first met him, because I only had one project to showcase, which is about 400 tons, and he had a project about 5,000 tons of a car plant factory, which need to be installed. And so when I went to meet him, and he engaged with me and interviewed, and finally around some 2-3 weeks later, he came and gave the contract and gave a short notice to kickstart the project. Now, one of the things which was always bugging me was I don't have the kind of track record, don't have the kind of experience. How come this gentleman gave this project to me? And in certain months later, after the project kick-started, and when he was going off to Japan for a business trip, and I went to send him off at the airport, and during the course, I asked him, Mr. Yamaki, what made you to give me this project? Because you don't know me, and I don't have the kind of a long track record. He just said to me, Nathan, when you came and I was talking to you, and I was looking into your eyes, I see that your eyes was not running. I know I can trust you. So based on that, he trusted me, and
gave me the opportunity. And in fact, I started off at that time, I was not born. And I was with my brother who was already in construction. And so kick-started the job and went on. And that was my initial startup with building up to become where it is today. I was born in 1984. Mr. Yamaki is one person, he has a lot of high regards for me. And one day he said to me, why don't I start on my own? And so I said, why not then? Well, one day while having dinner, I was asking him, because I wanted to establish a company, and I was wanting to find out the name which I want to establish. So I asked him where he came from. He said, Sendai. Sendai is actually, when you look at Japan's map, northeast of Tokyo, you will see a city, Sendai. So I like the sound Sendai. Then I asked him, what's the meaning of Sendai? Because the Japanese have got a meaning for all the words. So he said, thousands of generation. So I made ever thousands of generation. That's how Ever Sendai was born in 1984. My first overseas project was in Singapore in 1988 to kickstart with the Singapore Indoor Stadium, and ventured into Dubai, the Middle East in 1996. And in India, first started off with the engineering office in 1999. Subsequently, I started off the construction work in 2009, and the first job was the extension of the Mumbai airport. So from ground zero, I built the company from ground zero to 6.7 billion ringgit worth of order book, which equates to about 1.6 billion US dollars. In fact, we are very busy and we have very well established in that aspect. So the overall order book has grown tremendously. Now, what are my fundamental basics which has really brought the company where it is today? In fact, I'm a very strong believer in basic fundamental values. And this is what I learned while working with the Japanese, to keeping up with commitments, maintaining healthy relationship, innovative construction methodology. We always come up with very innovative ideas, how to build a structure, and consistent performance, and loyal and dedicated employees, and executing projects adhering to safety, quality, and timely delivery. These are three things which I learned I also went through a tough time. Working with Japanese is not that easy. For them, you live up to your commitment. Otherwise, they would not want to continue. So I performed and I learned. And these three things which what I learned, and even till today, I follow very strictly is every project, we don't compromise with the quality, safety, and timely delivery. And that's what is the other success of Ever Sendai. Now, we have built the tallest and the largest structures, which are highly complex, landmark structures in the world, and executed projects in 18 countries, now operating in 7 countries with 11 offices, and now at present, we employ about 13,600 employees, and it's still growing day and weekly. Numbers are increasing because of the volume of work we have. Out of the 13,600, 90% of the employees are from India. We have 7 fabrication facilities, 200,000 tons annual fabrication capacity, and we are a sought-after contractor for complex structural steel and composite structures. And our biggest strength is the engineering and the construction. So we created an enviable reputation and also build up a very strong brand name. Ever Sendai brand is very well known in the construction sector, and actually we are very highly regarded and positioned well in the niche market. In fact, and especially in the Middle East, we have really positioned ourselves very, very well. Now, how did I make it, and how did I build up where it is today? And it's all because of my own self-realization when I was young. And I just got to realize that if I want to become better, then I have to change myself and develop to become, in every aspect, I need to change and develop myself. So the self-realization came to me in much early, and I was very much into personal development. I'm a very staunch believer, and end of the day, it's all about character building. And learn from others. I always learn from others who are even elder and who are more experienced than me. I always ask them, and I also learn from them. Apart from that, I have read books. One of the books which really transformed me and also made me who I am, and even the character building, it's all by reading even the book Law of Success. It has got 16 different character building. I've read every chapter, and I have implemented, I practice. You know, when I gave a talk to, I've given the largest crowd I've spoken to is about 1,200 people. Actually, frankly speaking, crowd is smaller because for a speaker, the people or the person who is listening, that's the motivation. So this book which I read has got 16 character building, and I followed everything and practiced it. So during one of the speech, a few people stood up and said, yes, I've read the book, I didn't become like you. I said to them, did you practice? Did you implement and practice it or not? So they say no, so that's the reason. So reading is one thing, but are we willing to practice what we have learned? And the other book which I read, which is another inspiring book, is Think and Grow Rich. So I'm a strong believer in character building. And if you want to change our character and become better, it has to come from within. And knowing ourselves is a startup to create wisdom. A lot of time, as human beings, we have certain characters. Either it comes from the genes, from our grandparents or before that, and even our parents. But ultimately, and also the environment and the education and how we build up also some of the characters. And for me, all of us have got certain strength and weakness, and also sometimes we do make mistakes. I always like to build up a stronger character so that even if I were to slip and fall down, I'll be able to wake up. So the burning desire is the one who actually kick-started me to move forward due to the difficulties and challenges which I said earlier. And I'm a very positive mindset. I created a very positive mindset. Our mind is a very powerful organ we have within us. It's just a matter of how one wants to use it in order to develop, to grow. And so the positive mindset is the one thing which really drives me. For me, if I want to achieve something, I'm a go-getter, I'll get it. And I don't deviate. And self-confidence. I built up a lot of confidence within myself with the positive mindset. And so I develop, and I always want to elevate myself. And also believe within that it can be done. If you don't have the passion, if you don't have the burning desire, if you don't have the positive mindset, and if you don't have the self-confidence and the belief within, and along with it, you have to create the determination. Those are the fundamentals which we need for anyone to kickstart in order to excel and develop and make a greater success. And so I have a great determination and also the right attitude. So what drives all this thing is the passion and the enthusiasm. A person who creates the kind of passion, it will drive and it will make them to go and achieve what they are supposed to achieve. So passion is something, it's very, very important. And self-motivation. So with all these things and with the passion, we can definitely be able to motivate ourselves to do better. But it all have to come within us and how we want to drive to make a greater success. And persistence. Very easily we can give up because of obstacles, challenges, difficulties, or even financial due to negative financial situation. So persistence is another one which I really have within myself, and the perseverance. Should never give up. Whatever difficulties, challenges, whatever we face, we can take it forward and we can make a greater success. So persistence and perseverance is what, for me, is the driver. That was many years ago, and Malaysia was building the tallest twin towers, which is the Petronas Twin Tower. And ever since at the time, I was very well established. We were building a 66-story building in Singapore. And at that time, I was also living in Singapore during that period. And I told myself, okay, Malaysia is building the tallest building, the Twin Towers. And I said, okay, fine, I have the structural steel experience, so I wanted to win the job. And the first tower, there's two towers. Tower 1 was by the Japanese. Because of my experience working with Japanese, I felt that I'll be able to penetrate and win that job, especially the structural steel scope. So I went bid for the job. Unfortunately, I lost the job to another Japanese subcontractor. You know, Japanese, they preferred to give to another Japanese, so we lost it. Then I was, I felt disappointed and heartbroken, and I was really down for about 2 days. I was brooding over it. Then later I realized there is Tower 2. There's another one more tower. The Tower 2 was by a Korean company, by Samsung. But I don't have a relationship with them. So I went down to make a cold call, knock on the doors and in the job site, and to meet up with them. And when I meet and then I showcase what we are building in Singapore, the 66-story building, and asking them to give me an opportunity. They just said to me, sorry, we already decided with whom we want to work with, so no chance. Again, I was very disappointed. But one thing I realized is that they have not awarded the job yet. So at the time living in Singapore, and I used to come on and off to Kuala Lumpur, and each time I used to go and visit this Samsung site office and ask them to give the opportunity. I would have visited them not less than about a dozen times, and there are some times where they even was very harsh with me and saying, why am I coming and disturbing them? And even so strong words which they used. But I made up my mind that I cannot give up. I must get this contract. So one of the last of those times when I visited and I asked them to give the opportunity, then they invited me to the meeting room, served coffee, and then wanted to get to know about Eversandai more. So in the course of conversation, I realized that they have the fabrication capability. They were talking to a fabricator who can fabricate, but fabrication, that company doesn't have the construction capability. So they were very concerned how to go and undertake the job to deliver with a company who doesn't have the construction capability. Then I suggested to them, why don't they visit the project site which Eversandai was executing in Singapore, which is a 66-story building, the Republic Plaza. And they said, yes, why not? So I drove down from Singapore and then picked up these 3 Korean gentlemen who are the project managers and project directors, and drove to Singapore, showcased them the project, what we're doing. Actually, they went there only to evaluate our Eversandai's capability. And after visiting the site and looking at the project and the way how we are executing, they were highly impressed. And on that day, then went to the office. And at that time, one-man show, and it was no one in the office. I was typing the MOU. So that's how Eversandai won the Petronas Twin Tower 2. Now, one of the things what I want to share is that if once they said no, there's no chance, if I would have given up, if I have not been persistent and didn't have the perseverance, there's no way I would have got that contract. So in life, we should never give up. We have to fight and move forward, and time comes, we will be able to attain it. So this is a very strong message, and this is one of the strongest qualities which I have built up within myself. So have the perseverance and the persistence. Input gauge output. Whatever we put in, that is the output. Same like we have to, whatever we feed in the computer, and that's how it also works, and also we will get to know what is the problem. So even with human being, whatever we input, whether it's a positive or negative, so whichever is stronger, that will activate. So I always believe, do it right the first time. Check, look into every details, do right in the first time. Anything which we go and keep on repeating again or making with a lot of mistakes, then the correcting the mistake costs much more higher. So do it right the first time. Proactive action. You have to do it now. Most of the time, people generally they'll say, okay, I'll do tomorrow. But the tomorrow, there's many, many tomorrows. So the important aspect is that we have to have the proactive action to do it now. What we have to be done now, get it done. And excuses. Very easy to give excuses. And same with Mr. Yamaki, when I was involved with that project in the Proton Saga factories, a Kaplan. At that time, I was only providing the labor force, but managing the job. And towards the tail end of the job, they were rushing to complete the project. So I wanted to help. So I put on the safety belts and took the tools. It's a very simple structure. It's a big pit, and you need to put a few girders, both sides, 4 anchor bolt, just lift up, insert the anchor bolt, it will go in. Why? Because the drills are all drilled. But when I went in to lift up and then install, it couldn't fit in. Why? Because the anchor bolt in the concrete has moved. So I tried whatever I could do, but I couldn't install the structure. So every day at 3 p.m. there is a progress meeting. So Mr. Yamaki, who gave me the opportunity on that job, he went on asking everybody about the progress. So when it came to my turn, so I told him about the challenges, the difficulties, what I was going through. And in front of everyone, he just shouted and yelled at me. And he said, you are coming and giving me so many excuses. Give me one good reason why you cannot get it done. He said, give me one good reason. So that, in fact, at the time I felt hurt. I was disappointed. Why is he shouting and yelling in front of me? First of all, I'm not getting a salary from him. I'm just helping. But one of the things which was ringing on my ears is that, give me one good reason why you cannot get it done. So with that, I went back, took the same workers, but I went and met up with one of the other supervisors who has got experience and asked him about how to go about to overcome. So and then with that, I was able to install the structure. On that day, I come to my realization that if I want to get it done, all is needed as to put on, that is to put the extra effort. The extra effort is what is needed in order to make it happen. So all of us, sometimes we face challenges, easily we'll give up. But by putting in extra effort, we can overcome. And also, should never give excuse. Excuse is very easy. That's why in my staff, my employees, generally, they always have hesitation to give any excuse to me. And we have to be gratitude. We must have gratitude. We must appreciate people who have helped us, supported us, and whoever has been a part of our journey. So gratitude is another very important aspect which I adhere to. Intuition. I always come up with phenomenal, better ideas. How does it come? I have to think out of the box. There are many kind of the structures which you saw earlier, if you have noticed, quite a huge amount of highly complex structures. And so how? It's all about having innovative idea. One of my till today I will always call that project, it's a wonder project, is the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai. I think you all would know, it looks like a sail, and it's constructed on a man-made island. And it's, for me, till today, it's a wonder project. They got, the structural steel works all external. Almost 90% of the steel works are all external of the building. It's highly complicated, and they have 3 tower cranes. The tip load within about some 50 meters, it can lift about some 40 tons. Whereas some of the structures which was there on that project was about 120 tons and 180 tons. Now, the main contractor, in order to win the job, that means in order to conclude the job, they were supposed to provide the methodology. How are they going to construct that highly complex structures? Because a crane cannot lift the structure. And there was one of the gentlemen who have met me in Singapore when we were doing the high-rise building in the Singapore as well as eventually the Petronas. So he knew me and then he called me to come over. At that time, I was thinking, I was living in Singapore. I was wondering, why should I go to a desert country? I'm comfortable where I am. So I was not so keen. But because he had a problem, but they have to come up with the methodology, so they were after me. And he kept on calling me, and I'm trying to, not so keen to go and meet up with him. Then eventually, just to get the person off the back, then I said, why don't he send me the drawings? So they immediately he couried the drawings. And once I saw the structure, which was so highly complex, then it tickled me. For me, anything which is very difficult to build, it creates excitement, and I like challenging projects. So I immediately called him and I said, I'm coming over. So I looked at the drawings, and after that I booked the flight and flew from Singapore to Dubai, 7 hours flight. I found a 4-seat which is empty in the economy class. I spread the drawings, and by the time I arrived in Dubai after the 7 hours flight, I had an idea how to build the structure. So the next day morning, I presented to them, gave them the idea how I'm going to build the structure. They were completely taken aback. They were completely taken aback because they're engineers. Actually, as I said, I'm not an engineer, but I was able to come up with this innovative idea. And so subsequently, they went and cross-checked. Then they felt, yes, you can build what the idea which I've given. And subsequently, the methodology what I've derived yet, step by step, we did it, and there was only one modification the client did, because they had a much bigger engineering office. It's just one aspect only. The rest of it all went on according to what I've come up with the idea. So anything which we want to do which is highly complex, if we can think out of the box, and we can come up with ideas. So I always tell my staff and tell them that you have to think. You have to think, and think, you'll get some idea. So we also have to be street smart. We have to be street smart in order to overcome issues, challenges, and even coming up with even ideas. So street smart is another thing one you have to adopt. And we have to set leadership by example. As a leader, we have to set an example. If we don't set an example, we can't expect people down the line have a following. So I'm very firm about setting up the example and take it through. Always be humble. I mean, a lot of times people come to a certain stage in life, people forget. We have to be humble, respect, and value people around. With the people whom I have, I mean, I started off zero today, 13,600, but there are a huge number of people whom I have. They've been with me for the senior people, all are 30 to about 34 years with me. Why? Because I care for them and I'm very humble. And I'm tough and firm, but I always hold them. So assumptions can be suicidal. We should never assume. Quite a number of times, people assume. Even some hearsay, they listen, and then without even cross-checking, they assume that is what it should be. But it's suicidal. So we should never assume, because there could be different perspective to that matter. So this is something which I learned through a hard way, and I just want to share during the COVID. COVID, we went through a very tough time. We lost a lot of money. Luckily, we were able to build back and the last 2 years has been pretty good. Challenges and difficulties comes at certain period in life, but we should never give up. It's very easy to give up, but we should face the challenges and any difficulties, and we should overcome and should never give up. Failure for me is a blessing in disguise. It teaches lesson. But only thing is that whether are we willing to learn. Quite a lot of times, people generally they think I know. Generally I know. People think I know. For me, if anybody says I know, actually they don't know complete. They know something, but not complete. And so we should not learn. We should not stop learning from the lessons which is being taught. So failure is a blessing in disguise. So we should learn from the experience and regenerate to excel. We have to regenerate and we have to excel from the experience and based on the challenges what we have gone through. We have to acknowledge and admit our own mistakes. A lot of time, people tend not to admit their mistakes. Unless we admit, we are not going to correct ourselves. We are not going to change to improve to become better. There's no harm in admitting a mistake. Simple word, sorry, okay, I will not repeat again. And this is what I always preach to my staff too. Because sometimes staff make mistake. They also sometimes have lost millions. But the best way, immediately anyone would do is that to terminate them. But my approach is that you terminate, they go along with the experience of whatever mistakes they made where the losses have incurred. I rather tell them, you go, execute another job, don't repeat the same mistake, make back the money. And I've achieved it on certain projects where the same staff is able to make the money back. Cost control and variations. No, cost control and variations, yeah. A lot of times projects are, sometimes we don't achieve and make whatever the bottom line is. A lot of time what I have seen, even my own personal company, is sometimes the cost control where we slip up. Sometimes they spend more than what is required. And not only that, some clients, they take advantage and utilize this sympathetic feeling of employees down the line and do not want to pay some of the variations. So we have to, random check. We have to random check. Sorry, I have to rush up. And the bottom line is whether it makes or breaks the company. And construction business getting tougher and tougher year by year. So we have to innovate and then to be smarter. So faith, hope, patience, and hard work. And this is a very strong word which I always preach. We must have faith and we must have hope and we must have the patience. And nothing can compromise the hard work. Ego and arrogance is another killer. If anyone who has got ego and arrogance, they don't need any other enemy. They are their own enemy for themselves. So we should never have all this ego and arrogance because it's a recipe for disaster. Using right words and tone of voice make world of difference. You will listen to this and if you practice, even at home, you can see a magical relationship with the spouse. Word, right word, and the tone. You are just saying, come here. Word, right, same word, but tone is different. So when the tone is different, it creates all sorts of problems. So use the right word and use the tone of voice. And we have to care, respect, value, and trust. And most difficult part, this is what I also have experienced in life, is that how to maintain what attain. We set standards, we set up certain benchmarks, but how to attain what we have, how to maintain what attain. I always believe this is what I've used, go back to basics and start all over again. And never forget from where we come from. A lot of time I've seen people at large, they forget where they come from. They forget the challenges and difficulties and completely behave indifferently. And that's why they become arrogant with ego. So we can achieve if we want to. It's all about positive mindset and discipline. Whatever your mind can conceive, this is what I strongly believe. Whatever your mind can conceive, you can achieve it. Nothing is impossible. For me, nothing is impossible. It's all about persistence, persistence, persistence. Thank you very much.
Thanks to our distinguished speaker for your powerful insights.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insightful perspectives. Now, the person who's going to come to the stage is Mr. S.S. Shivashankar, Honorable Minister of Transport and Electricity of Government of Tamil Nadu, spearheading the state's green mobility and renewable power vision. Let's give him a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. Sir, we want you to felicitate Nadan, sir. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Bhupesh Nagraj, FICCI co-chairman, to come to the stage. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Honorable Mr. Fayaz Ismail to the stage to deliver his keynote he's going to do, but before that he'll be felicitated. The former Minister of Economic Development of Republic of Maldives and a senior leader of the ruling MDP. He's a law graduate. He's a chairman of Equitas Legal Consultant and one of the country's premier law firms. Welcome, sir. Let him give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for supporting us. So, Mr. Fayaz Ismail will deliver his keynote address.
Honorable Minister of Transport and Electricity, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, vanakkam. It is truly a great pleasure to join you all here today. I extend my deep appreciation and gratitude to the organizers of this gathering. I am humbled to be here today among so many professionals and business leaders from across this region. If there is one place where conversations about advancing humanity must take place, it is here in South Asia. With nearly a quarter of the world's population residing in South Asia, this region holds its fair share of talent and responsibility in global politics and trade. The world's economic center of gravity has slowly and steadily shifted eastwards. The global political landscape is undergoing a dramatic transformation. The world order of the last few decades, emphasizing on establishing democracy and human rights and respect for a multipolar world, is being shaken to its core. Today, we are seeing a shake-up of this old guard in the form of a marked rise in populism, nationalism, increasing youth activism, and even authoritarianism systems. These movements, fueled by economic discontent and a loss of trust in traditional institutions, are challenging established political norms and gaining power in many countries. We are all living through this in this region and even in my home country, the Maldives. Young people are becoming powerful political actors, leveraging digital technology to organize and protest against corruption, social injustice, and environmental inaction. These youth-led movements are reshaping the nature of protest and demand transparency and accountability from those in power. Who could have imagined the happenings of today just a few years ago? And we humbly realize we really do not know what the future will bring. In this context, we have to be flexible and adaptable. South Asia, led by India, must be at the forefront of establishing and reshaping the new world order that is emerging. A new era of growth is taking shape in our region. It is the story of rediscovering the essence of Asia, found in its cultures, its resilience, and the determination shaped across centuries along the great river valleys of this continent and oceans, I must add. We are now witnessing the next wave of Asian growth, and the story is unfolding here in South Asia. We have seen the rise of the Asian tigers and the rise of China, and how it reshaped the global economy in less than a generation. South Asia is picking up that momentum, and India, as the fastest growing large economy in the world, is right in South Asia's opening chapter in the next Asian century. But want and ambition is not enough. Discipline and action are paramount, as the honorable speaker before me stated. To address the disparities and inequalities within this region, we need greater cooperation than ever. That means asking ourselves how we can work across borders to share knowledge, raise our standards, and align our priorities. How can we create incentives and opportunities for our people? How can we advance technological change within this region? These questions must be asked emphatically today to ensure equitable growth and development. It cannot be delayed for any reason. Speaking of growth and development, let us root ourselves in sustainable growth and sustainable development. Sustainability isn't an option. Sustainability is our foundation. If we are serious about long-term development success, then we need to weave sustainability into the fabric of our thinking and planning. We cannot be constrained in efforts towards sustainability due to legacy systems and decision-making processes that exist in place. We cannot address climate goals or inequality if our processes and execution are disconnected. Success can only be achieved with broad stakeholder participation, stronger institutions, and of course, with a pragmatic and practical investment plan. Plans and actions to deliver the already agreed SDGs. India has shown that innovation can move quickly and that we can capitalize on the abundance of resources in this region. We have seen this in the areas like renewable energy, fintech, and infrastructure innovation coming from this region is now prevalent globally and in everyday life. They are solving problems that many countries in our region are still working through. South Asian talent has helped some important companies in Silicon Valley. What used to be called the brain drain is now beginning to turn. People are investing back, sharing knowledge, and staying connected. Cities like Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore are building their own path step by step. For generations, our livelihoods have followed the Asian trade routes and the currents of the Indian Ocean. These connections across coastlines and communities have stood the test of time. We built trust as neighbors through shared work and shared struggles, something that cannot be replicated overnight. For centuries, South Asians have traded, worked, and even studied across our borders. Those experiences have strengthened our ties and helped us adapt to the global order while staying grounded to the Asian way of life. This is where we draw on that history, as today we need a collective voice more than ever. The world around has dramatically changed and is still changing dramatically. We are seeing more fragmentation in global policy and more friction in geopolitics. The shakeup is not regional, it is global. Nations that espouse globalization are seeing a comeback to isolationism and nationalism, upending long-established foreign policies. The international trade that runs on multilateralism is under siege from these emerging actors. South Asia should not merely adjust to these global shifts. We should take our place in shaping the agenda and setting the global stage. Across South Asia, we have no shortage of plans. But the real test is whether they are matched with the right people, united in vision, and by systems that can keep moving even when conditions are difficult. That is what sets us in the right direction, the direction that allows us to unblock our rich potential and will allow us to rebuild the wealth and prosperity this region once knew. We must be at the forefront of this drastically changing world order. We must beware of challenges arising from former partners and be ready to seize the opportunities being presented on the thawing of relations with former foes. We must work towards more integration within our neighborhood, and technology and commerce are the tools to achieve such an end. Let me once again thank you, ITEF, for allowing me to say a few words here, and I am very honored to be in your presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we are moving to the next keynote presentation by Mr. S. Lakshmanan. Managing Director, Tecton Engineering and Construction LLC, United Arab Emirates. He has led the UAE-based company to become a global EPC leader, expanding into Asia, Africa, Europe, and India. Tecton excels in water desalinations, pipelines, sewage treatment plant, power, and hydrocarbons, emphasizing innovation, precision, and sustainability. The company has won British Safety Council International Safety Awards for 4 consecutive years, contributing to sustainable infrastructures worldwide. Please join me and welcome Mr. S. Lakshmanan on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to extend my thanks for the opportunity given to address in front of this August gathering. I take this moment to express my gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Mr. Shiva Shankar, who is present here, and the President for the International Tamil Engineers Forum, Mr. Krishna Jagan, and all the other members and the executives and people from various other countries. The engineers, I myself an engineer, and if, any doctor, if he makes a mistake, it will kill one person. But if an engineer makes a mistake, it will kill multiple number of people. We have so many examples are there in this world. If a bridge collapses or a building collapses, it is not costing one man's life. It will be multiples. Even if a dam collapses, it may kill the entire city. So, it is becoming the highest responsibility for the engineers to be more and more accurate. So, that is the main reason most of the innovations today, the people have learned or people have created have originated from engineers. And our Honorable Minister is also an engineer, so that is the main reason he is becoming one of our enthusiastic participation in this event. And, I will start this with a very small story. One small village near, in Tenkasi district, where one boy, he started his life in a very normal way, and he was studying in the government schools, starting from very beginning, up to 12th standard in Tamil medium. Then he moved into, Madurai Tyagarajar Engineering College. And that is the first time he has traveled outside of his own district. And then he moved outside, worked with Larsen and Toubro for 2 years, then moved to the foreign country, and now established a company which is ranked number 5 in the world in the seawater desalination and wastewater treatment. So this is the story of me. Okay? So why I'm telling this here is that to grow bigger, to reach to an international level, you don't need any background. What you need is your basic qualification and the confidence what you possess and the way you take things forward. Like Mr. Nathan was telling, whatever a human mind can conceive and believe, you can always achieve. What is the most important is you have to believe. So, while I entered into the college, in Madurai Tyagaraja, I went from a village background. So the students were moving in groups. Basically, the guys from Madras who mostly got educated from the convents, they all were talking between each other in English. And they are one group. Another group used to be the people from Tier 2 cities like Trichy and Coimbatore, and then Andaman, Nicobar Islands and other state people, then from Madurai as well. So these guys move in another group. And the third group used to be the people from villages. We all belong to the third group because studied in Tamil medium, and we move with our own groups. But when I was after 2 months of my joining in Tyagaraja, I started thinking, why? Why this kind of people moving in groups? What is really creating this group? Then I realized it is because of the language capability. Even the village guys were having very good marks in government schools for getting into engineering. But the language is keeping them away to move from the crowd. So what I did immediately, my room, there were 4 roommates. In the first year in Tyagaraja, every room has 4, second year 3, third year 2 people, and fourth year will be a single room accommodation. So my roommates, 2 of them were sports people. So they always go to the ground in the evening time. And one guy used to go for recreation and start playing all this carom and the television watching and all those things. So I used to stay in the room and start reading the book, the English books, to improve my English capability. So I myself ask questions and answers. This way, in about 4 months period, I could develop my skill in English speaking. And in the second semester, when the college function came up, I went and voluntarily gave my name for one of the functions for giving the welcome speech. So that is the time when I gave that speech. Every of these three groups were present there. They understand that is the people from village are having the real capability. And with that, they themselves proposed me to become the college representative. And the second year I become the vice chairman. Then third year I become the president. So like this, the opportunity to lead the team has come up. Why I'm telling this? Because this crowd has got a lot of students sitting in the back, and what they should do is, when they have realized they have certain deficiency, immediately they should work on that to remove the deficiency from them. So it is like creating a sculpture from a stone. When you start removing whatever the excess is there, then automatically you will see the God's shape or a very nice sculpture. in the stone. So this is how the world moves on. So by seeing when you have any deficiency, you should not stop there. And after I finished my service in Larsen and Toubro, when I went to Dubai, I applied for a job, okay? And this job, in the ad they mentioned, they are looking for engineers with 20 years experience, graduate with 20 years of experience. And but I didn't look at it carefully, I submitted the application. After 3 days, I got an interview. When I went for that interview, already 18 people were there waiting for the interview. And I looked at them, everyone was very old. They all, bald head and gray hair. And I was looking like a schoolboy. Because that time, I was only 54 kg weight with the same height, 170 centimeter and 54 kg weight. So the people were surprised by looking at me, and they asked me, what do you want? I said, look, I also came for interview. Because those guys also, they were waiting for interview, what they can do. They said, okay, wait. So they were keep calling one by one for attending the interview. As a 9th person, they called me. I went inside. When I went in, there were 3 people in the interview panel. They looked at me and they said, you are Lakshmanan? I said, yes. Okay, I think our HR has made a mistake because in your application, he has mentioned graduate engineer 25 years. So we thought you are a graduate engineer with 25 years experience. I said, sir, I am only 25 years old. So they said, in that case, this is a very senior position. And whenever we have a, junior requirement, we will call you for interview. And now it won't be possible because this is for a very senior project manager position. So I was really stunned. But I didn't stop there. Immediately, I told them, see, age is not a parameter to decide one's capability. As I have come all the way, for 1.5 hours, I traveled to reach this office. Just give me a chance and ask few questions, and that's it. There is no commitment. So they said, why not? Please sit down. And they started asking questions. Because from the college days itself, I was very strong in the subject. And after L&T experience, I gained further confidence. Then I went to Libya and Sweden for a few months. So there also I developed further confidence. So I answered their questions just like that. Every question has been answered, but. So they have no other choice. They said to me, okay, we will do one thing. Can you come for interview tomorrow also? I said, okay. So the next day when I went, they gave the drawing and they asked me to prepare the schedule for the project and asked me to work out the bill of quantities and also to work out the manpower histogram and QFTC procedure and HSC requirement for the project. These are all I did in 3 days. Subsequent 3 days, I was going to the office regularly. And then finally, they were left with no choice other than giving me a offer of employment. So once I got the job, the next challenge came, because in Dubai and the entire all Gulf countries, if someone is proposed as a project in charge, they need to be approved by the client. That time, it was a 108 crore equivalent project, and they are nominating me as a project in charge, as a project manager. So the client was Ministry of Electricity and Water. So the Ministry of Electricity and Water has to give the approval for the project in charge to be placed. So after 3 days, the company MD came to take me for an interview. I went with him. So when I went in, we went to the room of the Director General. He was national. He was from the UAE. And his name was Dr. Abdullah Bilhaif. And he started looking at the company's MD and asked him, Mr. Alex, are you joking with me? Why did you bring this boy here? We are looking for a senior position. And Alex was really stunned. And he should support because he has seen me working. But he didn't do that. He was for a moment, he was frozen. He didn't answer anything. So I immediately took that opportunity. I asked Dr. Abdullah, sir, may I know your good name? And he said, I am Dr. Abdullah. I did my doctorate in engineering from Cornell University, USA. I said, Cornell, it's a huge university and very popular in the civil engineering. So I'm really pleased to meet you. Immediately, he was telling, but how can we accept you for this post? Then I said, Mr. Alex has the same problem. Yeah. But he realized after a few days. So why don't you give me the chance? So he said, okay, please sit down. Then he called his company, the government's top position people like the technical director and the chief engineer to come and interview me. And before calling them, he told, one boy has come to attend an interview here, and he is challenging that he can face any kind of questions. So you both have to come here and grill him with the questions. So they both came in, and there was a conference room inside his room. So they were looking at each other's face, thinking, what the hell I can do with this boy? So when there was a gap, again 20, 30 seconds, they were thinking about it, how to start. Because it was my luck that they have not brought the guy who is involved in the project. Instead, he brought the biggest people in the department. So I said, I think your people are thinking, so let me I will create the chance for them to ask question. Can you use the board in the conference room? He said, yes, why not, by all means. So I went to the board, I start drawing the project and start explaining whatever the job I did in the last 3 days, about the manpower requirement, schedule of the project, and QFTC and all these things. So finally, Dr. Abdullah said that this is the best interview he has ever had with anybody, and he gave me the proof. And afterwards, I went into the project. That project, when I went in, it was 8 months behind the schedule, having only balance 10 months to complete. But the owners have decided that the project may not, it will end up in liquidated damage. But I got it done 6 weeks ahead of schedule. So this is how they saved the money as well as they saved the reputation of the company. So in that company, from a project manager, I got elevated as the CEO of the organization. And I worked with them for 10 years as a CEO. Then I started Tecton. Now Tecton is spread in 15 countries in the world, having more than 27,000 staff. And we are ranked as number 5 in the world in the seawater desalination industry, which is fully dominated by Europeans. If you see the top 10 companies, all companies except us are Europeans. The first company is Veolia, who has got more than 123 years experience. The second company is more than 101 years experience. The third one is Degremo, again from France, is having 91 years. So we reached to the number 5 position when we were only 18 years old. So this is made possible only because 2 reasons. One reason is we have got 86% of our engineers are from India. And another reason is always we complete the project either on schedule or ahead of the schedule. And this has been done only because we have a policy that any project we sign, we make the 100% procurement for the project, because most of the projects are getting delayed for want of material. So once we entered into the contract, within 60 days, we place order for all the important and long lead items and start the project. Whether client pays the money or not, we support the project from the treasury. That is the reason even we have done the seawater desalination in Chennai. That is India's largest plant, and that also we completed 2 months before the contractual time. And similarly, we did the India's second largest plant, that is about 1740 crore in Gujarat, and that also we finished before time. Even then, the entire duration of 30 months, 18 months were under COVID lockdown. So it is all possible only by having the determination, hard work, and the full confidence. So this is what I want to convey to all these budding engineers and all the entrepreneurs, that if you start thinking that you can achieve anything and everything, you can definitely do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those invaluable perspective. This will surely help all young minds sitting over there. Now, may I request Mrs. Lakshana, Vice President of Young Women Wings, and Mr. Parthiban, Business Development Secretary for Saudi Arabia ITF Wing, to kindly felicitate Mr. S. Lakshmanan, sir.
Let me welcome Mr. Amandeep Singh, Technical Manager from R&M.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thanks ITF for giving us opportunity to speak on such forum. So, this forum is for basically the engineers are there and we are here to speak on sustainability. First and most, I would like to say that we are a telecommunication structured cabling company. So, we say it connecting people, but when the sustainability comes into place, we call it connecting the planet. So connecting the planet, we all have to together connect the planet. Right. Yeah. So R&M as a company is a global provider of infrastructure solutions for communication and data networks. FTTX, fiber to home, all your Airtel, Jio you are using, R&M is behind. You will find the products at your desk. And we, okay. So R&M is basically an independent Swiss family company which has been started in 1964. We have been present in over more than 40 countries and we have 1785 employees. In India, we have a factory in Bangalore and where we are dealing with all major India telecoms and private networks. This is our corporate office in Bangalore. So we are excited to share this thing that how we are covering the sustainability, pressing the social challenge such as poverty, inequality, peace and justice, environmental concerns such as changing weather conditions and environmental degradation. So I would like to share one thing with you all guys is Earth Overshoot Day. So what is this Earth Overshoot Day? Because we are utilizing the Earth's natural resources which are overshooting day by day. Today, at what stage we are using 2 times what Earth can regenerate. So Earth Overshoot Day is been provided every year. Last year it was August, this year it was July. It means that by the month of July, we have utilized whatever resources we are having with us. So we can say that we require 2 planets, 2 Earths to sustain what we are consuming today. So we take action as an R&M, a responsible corporate. We take action and we have considered this on 4 pillars. One is connecting nature, connecting people, connecting ethics and connecting circularity. So how we are connecting nature is low environmental impact. We are working on lowering our carbon footprint. How we are lowering the carbon footprint? And we are committed, as we are European, we are committed to be carbon neutral by 2050. So renewable accounts for 80% of energy supply. Connecting people, global compliances and labor laws. We will be following safety at work. We will be following connecting ethics. So ethics and compliances are the key areas where we are working. We have an independent speak-up system, equality at workplace, and we have a third party which is working on our ethics, in which there is a proper speak-up system in which people can come to and they can raise the concerns even to the third party. We take action with connecting the planet. we have appointed a third party, which is EcoVadis, and we are proud to say that we have been certified gold for EcoVadis, and only top 5 companies are gold certified globally for EcoVadis for. And European, we are following European Code of Conduct, European Environmental and Safety Directives, Carbon Disclosures, and EU Whistleblower Directives. Whistleblower is very important at workplace. So this, our CEO Roger Baumann very clearly said that economic success is closely linked to social, ecological, and ethics responsibility. Economic success is not all about what you are getting, you're earning. It is the social responsibility which is not now we have to think of, we have to act upon. So connecting nature, how we are doing it in India. Whensoever an employee joins, we plant a tree. We have a dedicated forest area in India. And you can check on the forest area, you can check on internet that how many trees we have planted. And in India, we have planted 1,500 trees. And in France and Belgium, there are 2,500 trees. And how we are planting, the employee, if he's spending 6 years, there will be 6 trees under his name. So connecting nature, our ambition is 2050. Renewables account for 80% of global energy, and switching to the renewable energy like solar or wind could reduce the carbon footprint. Currently, regions are very different from each other. For example, in India, we are planning to get our building solar powered, but in Europe, in Switzerland, our building, our HO head office is having a complete solar power building. You can see on this picture that complete rooftop is solar powered. So just a few things about the technical, how we are doing it. We call it intelligent building infrastructure systems, where you can see the products we manufacture like patch cords, information outlets, field termination plugs, which go inside the building to create a network. So earlier we used to call it connecting people, now we are calling it connecting planet. So all-in-one solutions for public network, your telecommunication infrastructures, we manufacture fiber optic cables and associated accessories. For data center, we have a dedicated solution because we believe in evolving. Nowadays, it's a GPU system which is there in place. And we are proud to say that we are following Government of India norms in providing GPU infrastructure to different IITs. And we are developing this in Reliance Jamnagar data centers. And for data centers, we are the first company who put 400 Gbps network at place with Airtel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now may I request Mr. Afsar Khan, ITF Saudi Arabia Career Development Secretary, to felicitate our guest. Now we are moving to the panel discussion on sustainability and growth of EPCC in construction.
Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Sivaraj Ramanathan, the Mission Director and CEO of Startup TN, to the stage. Kindly give him a big round of applause. I request our Honorable Minister, S.S. Shivashankar sir, to come and felicitate. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Now we are going to have a technical panel discussion in few minutes on sustainability and growth of EPCC in construction. We welcome our Honorable Minister.
Let us welcome Mr. L. Nirmal Raj, IAS, Industries Commissioner and Director for Industries and Commerce, Government of Tamil Nadu. Let us give a big round of applause. Welcome Mr. T.M. Anbarasan, Honorable Minister of MSME and Urban Habitat Development Board, Government of Tamil Nadu. Welcome, sir. Let's welcome Mr. S.S. Shivashankar, Honorable Minister of Transport and Electricity, Government of Tamil Nadu. Let's welcome Mr. V. Arun Rai, IAS, Secretary to Government, Industries, Investment Promotion and Commerce Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Let's welcome Mr. Krishnamurthy, IOFS, General Manager, Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited. Welcome you all.
Now, let me request our Honorable Minister, S.S. Shivashankar, to felicitate our Honorable Minister, Mr. Anbarasan, sir. Let's give a big round of cheers. Thank you, sirs. Now let me request our ITF Global Managing Director, Mr. Selvam, to felicitate our IAS, Mr. Arun Rai. Let's give a big round of applause. again request our ITEF Global Managing Director, Mr. Selvam, to felicitate Mr. Nirmal Raj, MSME Commissioner. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. Now let me welcome Mr. Arun Rai, IAS, to deliver his speech.
Honorable Minister for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of Tamil Nadu. Honorable Minister for Transport, Government of Tamil Nadu. My colleagues from government, Mr. Nirmal Raj and Mr. Krishnamurthy IAS. Chairman, Managing Director and all the senior directors and office bearers of ITF. Distinguished delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Let me start by congratulating ITF on this extremely well-organized two-day conference. It's a great idea for senior professionals of Tamil Nadu to come back and to contribute this to the state. Our senior professionals who are working in various parts of the world, your expertise, experience, network, and influence is of invaluable support, will be of invaluable support for the economic growth of our state to achieve the goal of a 1 trillion economy, as our Honorable CM has set the target, and also to promote job opportunities for our youth, not only within Tamil Nadu, but outside the state in various parts of the world. There are various ways you can contribute to Tamil Nadu and the people of Tamil Nadu within and outside the state. First and foremost, as senior professionals, you have a very unique vantage point. You interact very closely with senior decision makers, board members, chief executives, and other chief strategists of the various global corporations you work for. So you are in a position to influence decision making. I request all of you to encourage the senior management of your companies to invest in our state. And to do that, you yourself should be aware and about what a special state we are. Tamil Nadu, let me spend a few minutes on how you can champion the cause of our state, how to convince someone to invest in our state. First is the size of our economy. Tamil Nadu is India's second largest economy. But more importantly, we are India's fastest growing major economy. We are growing at 11% every. We are also a very diverse economy. We are good in various aspects. If you look at manufacturing, we have the highest number of factories in India. We have the highest workforce in India. We have the highest women workforce in. Though we are only 6% of India's population, we contribute about 13% of India's manufacturing. In services, if you take, we are the top 3 states in terms of service exports, particularly in areas like information technology and financial services. In research and development, we are a thriving hub of research. This is a state where the highest number of patents are filed. We are the state which produces the highest number of PhDs. We are also a hub of innovation. We have a very thriving startup system, and we are ranked among the topmost tier in India's startup ecosystems. These facts needs to be brought to the attention of the global leadership of the various companies you work for. And if someone asks, why invest in Tamil Nadu, why operate a business in Tamil Nadu, The answers are multiple, but probably the most important reasons you should mention is first the talent. We produce the highest number of engineers in this country. And it's not just the quantity, but the quality of also. About 15 of the top 100 engineering colleges are located in this state. As I already mentioned, we are very good in research and innovation. Our infrastructure is world class. Our ports are located so near the international maritime routes. We have 6 international airports. We also rank topmost in ease of doing business. The reputed Economist magazine recently conducted a study where we have been ranked number 1 in business environment. We have various policies. The state government offers single window clearance and various facilitations for the companies whom you work for when they want to invest in the country. There's a huge institutional support. So this is one way you can contribute to the state. Secondly, you should facilitate connections because you are in very important positions. This is particularly relevant for our MSMEs and startups. Tamil Nadu is known for its MSMEs. About 15% of India's MSMEs are located in Tamil Nadu. But they need to scale up. They need to have bigger markets. And to get access to global markets, the Tamil entrepreneurs in various global corporations play a major role because there are huge entry barriers. So you need to share information with our MSMEs. You need to tell them what they need to do, how to do, so that their products can become world-class products where they can capture this market. Similarly, you can mentor the startups in the state. There is a very thriving startup ecosystem in our state, but they also need funding, they need opportunities, they need market. Many of you are experts technically and business-wise. Your expertise and influence would matter a lot for our startups to scale up. Finally, a large number of students are here. I think ITF can contribute immensely for the future of building the future of our student community. First of all, you know what are the needs of the global industry. What our students learn in education institutions here may need to be tweaked to make them aligned with the needs of the global industry. You can work with the Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, the Non-Mudalvan scheme, and also with our universities in designing customized courses which will make our students suited for the needs of the global industry and make them a future-ready workforce. You should contribute to syllabus revisions in our universities. And my request to the MSMEs and the students here is to make immense use of this opportunity, which is ITF. ITF is a great network, a coming together of outstanding professionals who want to contribute back to our state. Use them as your mentors. Share your thoughts with them, share your needs with them. They would be definitely able to help you. When you need internships, reach out to them. When you have a project to do in your colleges, reach out to them and ask what is most relevant, how to do it. Seek their inputs. I think today's initiative should be the starting point of a great collaboration between the Tamil professionals in various parts of the world, coming together in the form of ITF and our industry, our MSME community, our startup community, and our student community. I wish ITF all the best in its endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to add a point. In January 2025, ITF, International Tamil Engineers Forum, signed a MOU with Tamil Nadu government in presence of our Honorable Minister T.M. Anbarasan sir for delivering 3,000 plus jobs. Today, we are at the 270th day. We have completed and kept our promise, and we have given the 3,000 jobs from ITF Global. And we thank our Tamil Nadu government for the same. Now let me welcome our Honorable Minister of MSME and Urban Habitat Development Board to come and deliver his speech. Kindly let's give a big round of applause.
மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியோடு நடைபெறுகிற சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மற்றும் மன்றத்தின் சார்பில் நடைபெறுகிற தொழில் மேம்பாட்டு மாநாடு மற்றும் கண்காட்சியில் கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பித்து கொண்டிருக்கிற நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு போக்குவரத்து மற்றும் மின்சாரத்துறை அமைச்சர் என்னுடைய அன்பு சகோதரர் எஸ் சிவசங்கர் அவர்களே, இங்கே உரையாற்றி அமர்ந்திருக்கிற நம்முடைய தொழில்துறை அரசினுடைய செயலாளர் மரியாதைக்குரிய அருண்ராய் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, தொழில் ஆணையர் திரு நிர்மல்ராஜ் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, ஸ்டார்ட் அப் தமிழ்நாடு சிஇஓ சிவராஜ் ராமநாதன் அவர்களே, நிகழ்ச்சியிலே கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பித்து கொண்டிருக்கிற ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய கவச வாகன தயாரிப்பு நிறுவனத்தினுடைய பொது மேலாளர் திரு கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி அவர்களே, சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் சங்கத்தினுடைய தலைவர் திரு கிருஷ்ண ஜெகன் அவர்களே, மேலாண்மை இயக்குனர் செல்வம் அவர்களே, இயக்குநர்கள் முத்துக்குமார் அவர்களே, அக்பர் அலி அவர்களே, ஷாகுல் அமித் அவர்களே, வெளிநாடுகளிலிருந்து இருந்தும் இந்தியாவின் பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களிலிருந்தும் வருகை புரிந்துள்ள தொழில் முனைபவர்களே, பொறியாளர்களே, துறை சார்ந்த அலுவலர்களே, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகங்களைச் சேர்ந்த நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கம். சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் மன்றத்தின் சார்பில் நடைபெறுகிற தொழில் மேம்பாட்டு மாநாட்டில் உங்களை எல்லாம் சந்திப்பதிலே நான் உள்ளபடியே மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். இந்திய அளவில் தொழில் வளர்ச்சியில் முதன்மை மாநிலமாக விளங்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் இந்த மாநாடு அவர்களால் நடத்தப்படுவது நமக்கெல்லாம் மிக மிக பெரிய பெருமை. உலக அளவில் 9 கிளைகளுடன் 5000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட உறுப்பினர்களை கொண்ட சர்வதேச தமிழ் பொறியாளர் மன்றம் MSME பொருட்கள் சேவைகளுக்கு உலக அளவில் சந்தையை உருவாக்குவதை நோக்கமாக கொண்டு இன்றைக்கு மிகச்சிறப்பாக பணியாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த அமைப்பு மேன்மேலும் வளர்ந்து MSME நிறுவனங்களையும் வளர்த்தெடுக்க வேண்டும் என உங்களையெல்லாம் நான் அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். இந்த மாநாட்டின் ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியாக ஏற்றுமதி மற்றும் இறக்குமதி மூலம் சிறு குறு நடுத்தர தொழில் நிறுவனங்களின் வளர்ச்சி என்ற தலைப்பில் கருத்தரங்கு நடத்தியிருப்பது மிக மிக மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்கிறது. உலக அளவில் MSME தொழில் நிறுவனங்கள் உள்நாட்டு உற்பத்தி, பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சி, ஏற்றுமதி, வேலைவாய்ப்பு ஆகியவற்றில் இன்றைக்கு மிக மிக முக்கியமான பங்கை வகித்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. MSME நிறுவனங்கள் பெருநிறுவனங்களுக்கு தேவையான பொருட்கள் மற்றும் சேவைகளை வழங்கி தொழில்துறையில் தவிர்க்க முடியாத சக்தியாக இன்றைக்கு MSME நிறுவனம் விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டில் 36,24,467 MSME நிறுவனங்கள் உதயம் பதிவிலே பதிவு செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டும் இந்த MSME நிறுவனங்கள் இல்லை 2,58,18,000 நபர்கள் இன்றைக்கு MSME துறையிலே பணியாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதை நான் பெருமையோடு சொல்லிக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த நிறுவனங்கள் ஜவுளி, ஆயத்தாடைகள், பொறியியல் பொருட்கள், தானியங்கி வாகன உதவிபாகங்கள், தோல் பொருட்கள் ஆகிய துறைகளில் இந்திய அளவில் முன்னணியில் வகித்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. நீங்கள் நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டை பொறுத்தவரையிலையும் மின் வாகனங்கள், விண்வெளி தொழில்நுட்பம், நிதி தொழில்நுட்பம், புத்தொழில் போன்ற தொழில்களில் இன்றைக்கு வளர்ந்து வரும் துறைகளை மையமாக உள்ளது நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாடு. இன்றைக்கி ஏற்றுமதியை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் 2030ஆம் ஆண்டிற்குள் ஏற்றுமதியை $100 பில்லியன் உயர்த்துவதை நோக்கமாக கொண்டு தமிழ்நாடு ஏற்றுமதி ஊக்குவிப்பு கொள்கையை கழக அரசு வெளியிட்டிருக்கிறது. கடந்த 2024-25ஆம் ஆண்டில் இந்தியாவின் மொத்த ஏற்றுமதியான $825 பில்லியன் தமிழ்நாட்டின் பங்கு மட்டும் சுமார் $110 மில்லியன். இந்தியாவின் ஏற்றுமதியில் 13% என்பதை நான் பெருத்த மகிழ்ச்சியோடு இந்த மாநாட்டிலே தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். தமிழ்நாடு $7.99 பில்லியன் மதிப்புள்ள ஜவுளி பொருட்களை ஏற்றுமதி செய்து இன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாடு முன்னணியில் இருக்கிறது.
14.65 பில்லியன் டாலர் மின்னணு சாதனங்களை ஏற்றுமதி செய்து தமிழ்நாடு இன்றைக்கு முன்னணியில் மாநிலமாக விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் தொழில் வளர்ச்சி என்பது இருவழி பாதை. ஏற்றுமதி எவ்வளவு முக்கியமோ அதை போலவே இறக்குமதியும் முக்கியமானது. நம்முடைய MSME நிறுவனங்கள் உலக அளவில் போட்டியிட தொடர்ந்து புதுமைகளை பூத்திட வேண்டும். அதற்கு அதிநவீன இயந்திரங்கள், புதிய தொழில்நுட்பங்களை உலகம் முழுவதும் உள்ள நம் தமிழ் பொறியாளர்கள் இறக்குமதி செய்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் தொழில் வளர்ச்சிக்கு உதவிட வேண்டும் என்று உங்களையெல்லாம் நான் அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டில் அனைத்து மாவட்டங்களிலும் சமச்சீரான தொழில் வளர்ச்சி ஏற்படுத்திட வேண்டும் என்று புதிய தொழில் முனைவோர்களை உருவாக்கி மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பல்வேறு புதிய திட்டங்களை இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய தமிழகத்தில் செயல்படுத்தி வருகிறார். குறிப்பாக நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னால் கடந்த காலங்களில் இல்லாத அளவிற்கு நம்முடைய அரசு பொறுப்பேற்றதுக்கு பிறகு 200க்கும் மேற்பட்ட உரிமங்களை தொழில் நிறுவனங்கள் ஒரே இடத்தில் பெறுவதற்காக ஒற்றை சாளர இணையதளம் 2.0 திட்டத்தை அறிமுகம் செய்திருக்கிறோம். இந்தியாவிலேயே எந்த மாநிலத்திலும் இல்லாத திட்டமான ஆயுதாடுவர் மற்றும் பழங்குடியினர் தொழில் முனைவோராக்க வேண்டும் என்ற நல்ல நோக்கில் அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கர் முன்னோடிகள் திட்டம் இன்றைக்கி வேறு எங்கேயுமே கிடையாது, தமிழ்நாட்டில் தான் இன்றைக்கி மிகச்சிறப்பாக இன்றைக்கி நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அனைத்து கைவினை கலைஞர்களும் மானியத்துடன் கடன் உதவி பெறுகிற வகையில் கலைஞர் கைவினை திட்டம், தொழில் முனைவோருக்கு எளிதில் கடன் கிடைத்திட 90% வரை கடன் உத்தரவாதம் அளிக்கிற தமிழ்நாடு கடன் உத்தரவாத திட்டம், அரசு நிறுவனங்களுக்கு MSME நிறுவனங்கள் வழங்கும் சேவை மற்றும் விற்பனைகளுக்கான பட்டியல்களை வங்கியில் வைத்து எளிதாக கடன் பெறுவதற்காக தமிழ்நாடு வர்த்தக வரவுகள் மற்றும் தள்ளுபடி தளம், தமிழ்நாடு ட்ரஸ்ட் திட்டம், கிராமப்புற பகுதிகளில் உள்ள தொழில் முனைவோர்களின் வளர்ச்சிக்காகவும் நிலையான வேலைவாய்ப்பிற்காகவும் குறுங்குழும திட்டங்கள் இன்றைக்கு மிக சிறப்பாக செயல்படுத்தப்படுகிறது. அதுபோல் MSME நிறுவனங்கள் உலக தரத்தில் உற்பத்தி செய்திட நவீன தொழில்நுட்ப வசதியை அளித்திடுகிற வகையில் பெருங்குழும மேம்பாட்டு திட்டம் இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் நம்முடைய திருமுடிவாக்கம், விழுப்புரம் போன்ற மாவட்டங்களிலே இன்றைக்கு செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டு வருகிறது. தொழிலாளர் பணிபுரியும் பகுதிகளிலே அவர்கள் தங்கி வேலை பார்ப்பதற்காக குறைந்த செலவில் தொழிலாளர் தங்கும் விடுதிகளை கட்டி அந்த தொழிலாளருக்கு வாழ்வு அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு திட்டத்தை இன்றைக்கி நம்முடைய அரசு செயல்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. தொடக்க நிலையில் உள்ள ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களுக்கு உதவிடுகிற வகையில் புத்தொழில் ஆதார நிதி வழங்கும் திட்டம் இன்றைக்கு மிகச்சிறப்பாக இயங்கி வருகிறது. ஆதிதிராவிடர் மற்றும் பழங்குடியினரை புத்தொழில் முனைவராக உருவாக்கிடும் SC/ST ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஆதார நிதி திட்டம், அதே போல் வேளாண் விளைபொருட்களுக்கு நல்ல விலை கிடைத்திட தமிழ்நாடு உணவு பதப்படுத்தல் மற்றும் வேளாண் ஏற்றுமதி மேம்பாட்டுக் கழகம் TAN அபெக்ஸ் இன்றைக்கு நடைமுறைக்கு கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறோம். தென்னை நார் தொழில் வளர்ச்சிக்கு தமிழ்நாடு கயிறு வணிக மேம்பாட்டு நிறுவனம் TAN கயிறு உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறோம். 5 ஆண்டுகளில் 1 லட்சம் மகளிரை தொழில் முனைவராக உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இன்றைக்கு திட்டம் திட்டப்பட்டு அதை செயல்படுத்தி வருகிறோம். ஏற்றுமதியை ஊக்குவித்திட பயர் செல்லர் மீட் இன்றைக்கு எல்லா மாவட்டங்களிலும் தொடர்ந்து நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். ஏன்னா இப்படி பல்வேறு திட்டங்களின் மூலமாக இன்றைக்கு திராவிட மாடல் அரசு இன்றைக்கு MSME நிறுவனங்களுக்கு உதவியாக இன்றைக்கு மிகப்பெரிய அளவிலே மற்ற மாநிலங்களை காட்டிலும் நம்முடைய மாநிலம் இந்த MSME துறையில் வளர்த்தெடுக்க இன்றைக்கி நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இப்பேற்பட்ட திட்டங்களை இன்றைக்கு செயல்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய அரசு பொறுப்பேற்ற இந்த 5 ஆண்டுகளில் இதுவரை எந்த காலத்திலும் இல்லாத அளவிற்கு 5 சுய வேலை வாய்ப்பு திட்டங்கள் நம்முடைய MSMEயில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இதில் 4.5 வருஷத்தில் மட்டும் தமிழ்நாடு முழுவதும் 2057 கோடியே 90 லட்சம் ரூபாய் மானியம் மட்டும் தந்து 5301 கோடியே 63 லட்சம் ரூபாய் வங்கி கடன் பெற்று தந்து இதுவரை இல்லாத அளவிற்கு 63,014 புதிய தொழில் முனைவர்களை இந்த 4.5 வருஷத்தில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டும் உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறோம் என்பதை நான் பெருமையோடு சொல்லிக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் MSME துறையில் மூலமாக செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டு வருகிற முதலீட்டு மானியம், மின் மானியம், புதிய பட்டியல் மானியம் போன்ற 10 வகையான மானிய திட்டத்தின் கீழ் இந்த 4.25 வருஷத்தில் 20,474 நிறுவனங்களுக்கு 1,449 கோடி ரூபாய் மானியம் மட்டும் வழங்கியிருக்கிறோம் என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். கிராமப்புற பகுதியில் உள்ள தொழில் முனைவோரின் வளர்ச்சிக்காகவும் நிலையான வேலைவாய்ப்பிற்காகவும் ரூபாய் 177.87 கோடி அரசு மானியத்துடன் 221.14 கோடி திட்ட மதிப்பீட்டில் அமைக்க 45 குறுங்குழுமங்கள் ஒப்புதல் அளிக்கப்பட்டு இப்போது 11 குறுங்குழுமங்கள் பயன்பாட்டுக்கு வந்திருக்கிறோம். மீதி இருக்கிற குழுமம் விரைவில் பயன்பாட்டிற்கு வர இருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அதேபோல் MSME நிறுவனங்களுக்கு நவீன தொழில்நுட்ப வசதிகளை அளித்திடும் பெருங்குழும மேம்பாட்டு திட்டத்தின் கீழ் நம்முடைய காஞ்சிபுரம் மாவட்டம் திருமுடிவாக்கத்தில் 33.33 கோடி அரசு மானியத்துடன் 47.62 கோடி திட்ட மதிப்பீட்டில் துல்லிய உற்பத்தி பெருங்குழுமம் அமைக்க ஒப்புதல் அளிக்கப்பட்டு முதற்கட்ட பணியாக 18.18 கோடி மதிப்பீட்டில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அவருடைய திருக்கரத்தால் தொடங்கி வைத்தார்கள். விழுப்புரம் மாவட்டம் திண்டிவனத்தில் 71.56 கோடி அரசு மானியத்துடன் அமைக்கப்பட்டு வருகிற மருந்தியல் பெருங்குழுமத்தில் முதல் கட்டமாக 46 தொழில் மனைகள் ஒதுக்கீடு செய்யும் பணி நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. விரைவில் அந்த பணியும் நாங்கள் தொடங்க இருக்கிறோம் என்பதை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அதே போலவே தொழில் முனைவோர்களுடைய தொழில் கூடங்கள் அமைப்பதற்காக இந்த 4.25 வருஷத்தில் மட்டும் 365 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பில் 621 ஏக்கர் பரப்பில் 13 புதிய தொழில்பேட்டைகள் உருவாக்கப்பட்டு 2513 தொழில் மனைகள் தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அது இல்லாமல் 239.54 ஏக்கர் பரப்பில் 209 கோடியே 39 லட்சம் ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் 6 புதிய தொழில்பேட்டைகள் அமைக்கிற பணி தற்போது நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. இது இல்லாமல் இந்த நிதியாண்டில் 2025-26 நிதியாண்டில் பட்ஜெட்டில் 398 ஏக்கர் பரப்பில் ரூபாய் 366 கோடி மதிப்பில் 9 இடங்களில் புதிய சிட்கோ தொழில்பேட்டை அமைக்கிற பணி அதுவும் இப்போது நடைபெற்று வருகிறது என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். கடந்த ஆண்டு ஜனவரி மாதம் நடைபெற்ற உலக முதலீட்டாளர் மாநாட்டில் MSME துறையில் மட்டும் 5068 புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் போடப்பட்டது. இந்த ஒப்பந்தங்கள் மூலமாக 1,08,834 நபர்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய வகையில் இப்போது 27,757 கோடி முதலீட்டில் 2,585 நிறுவனங்கள் இப்போது தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. மீதி இருக்கிற நிறுவனங்களும் படிப்படியாக தொடங்குவதற்கு நடவடிக்கை மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டு வருகிறது என்பதையும் இந்த மாநாட்டிலே நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். ஆக நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சருடைய 2030 $1 டிரில்லியன் பொருளாதார இலக்கை நம்முடைய தமிழகம் அடைந்திட வேண்டும் என்று நமக்கு கட்டளையிட்டிருக்கிறார். ஆக நாம் அனைவரும் இன்றைக்கி பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை நம்முடைய அரசு செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக படிக்காத இளைஞர்களையெல்லாம் தொழில் முனைவராக உருவாக்க வேண்டும், MSME துறையை இந்தியாவிலே முதலிடத்துக்கு கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இப்பேற்பட்ட திட்டங்களையெல்லாம் இன்றைக்கு வேகமாக செயல்படுத்துகிற அரசாக நம்முடைய அரசு திகழ்ந்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறது. ஆக வருகை தந்திருக்கிற நீங்களும் நம்முடைய தமிழகம் இந்தியாவிலே சிறந்த மாநிலமாக தொழில்துறையில் விளங்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக எங்களோடு ஒருங்கிணைந்து பணியாற்றி அந்த நிலையை நீங்கள் ஏற்படுத்தி தர வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டு இந்த நல்ல வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to felicitate Mr. B. Krishnamurthy, IOFS, General Manager, Armed Vehicles Nigam Limited. So I request both our ministers, Honorable Minister S.S. Shivashankar sir, our Honorable Minister Anbarasan sir, both of them to felicitate. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you to all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you, sirs.
Let's welcome Mr. Selvam IAS, Executive Director Council for Leather Exports under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Next, let's welcome Mr. Nadaraja Shrikandaraja, Professor Emeritus, Swedish University of Agricultural Science from Kingdom of Sweden. Let's welcome Dr. Mansoor Alali, President of Ahlia University from Kingdom of Bahrain. Let's welcome Dr. Arumugam Murugaya, Managing Partner of Siemens and Tansum.
Yes. என்னை ஆளாக்கிய இனிய தமிழின் பெயரால் இங்கே கூடியிருக்கிற உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பு கலந்த வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அத்தோடு என்னையும் ஒருவனாக மதித்து இந்த தலைப்பில் என்னுடைய கருத்துக்களையும் அனுபவங்களையும் பகிர்வதற்காக அழைத்த ஐடெஃப் நிறுவனத்திற்கு என்னுடைய நன்றியையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். என்னுடைய பெயர் ஸ்ரீஸ்கந்தராஜா. நான் அண்மை காலம் வரையும் கடந்த 15 ஆண்டுகளாக பணியாற்றிய ஸ்வீடன் விவசாய பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் என்னுடைய ஆய்வுத்துறையும் கல்வித்துறையும் என்வாரன்மெண்டல் கம்யூனிகேஷன் என்ற பெயரில் நான் தமிழில் அதை சூழல் தொடர்பாடல் சொல்வேன். அந்த தலைப்பு it's my great privilege to be standing here in front of you to share some of my experiences on this topic that has been assigned to this panel, namely what opportunities are there for the engineering profession to boost sustainable agriculture and future food systems. I have a few general points to present to you and stimulate your thinking coming from where I have been, which has been primarily in the field of agriculture, following my own education, my native Sri Lanka, and then a number of years in Australia, Denmark, Sweden, and now back again in the north in Yalpanam, attached to the University of Daphne. I want to pose this question, which I have also posed to young people in Jaffna. What does it take for us to protect our only livable home, our planet Earth? Just last Monday, I was at the largest girls' high school in the city of Jaffna, Vembadi Magalir Kalluri, where I was given the chance to speak to 600 grade 11 students. And we talked about how today's context, although we have just one earth for us to live by, on average, a human today lives as if there are 1.7 earths, 1.7 times what we have been entitled in terms of our resources. Sri Lanka itself simply lives by one earth, and the average number quoted for India is 0.8. So you are doing well on a global scale in terms of what you draw from your account. But if everybody chose a lifestyle similar to the United States, for example, then we would need 5 earths. I'm going to touch a little bit on the work that I'm doing in northern Sri Lanka. The circle marks the northern province, and it's a limited water resource which is under serious threat, and it is this resource which needs to be secured, for which there is a large-scale effort on a provincial scale, which I devote some of my time in. I don't need to go through the details of it, but the Jaffna Peninsula itself stands on a limestone base with a sufficient few aquifers to provide the water needs in the form of groundwater for farming, livelihoods and domestic use and industrial use. But through neglect, through years of war and a rapid recovery phase, this base resource of water is not being cared for sufficiently to maintain that groundwater. And here I come back to 2 areas, new areas of science that have emerged in the last 10 to 15 years. First one being socio-hydrology, which is a branch of the field of civil engineering, for which I draw the knowledge base from a colleague of mine in the University of Illinois, Professor Sivapalan, to humanize water and understand water as a combined human water system. And then my own field of environmental communication, which is not simply to mean communication as a instrumental way of, say, communicating something to you, but in order to take communication as a way into understanding environmental conflicts and environmental future. I have a few points of departure where I refer to how we have been carrying on in recent decades in terms of our natural resource base. We're making serious impact on nature and society, and our global food system at the moment is in some trouble, and if we care for the health of ourselves, the health of our planet, then we would need to be far more effective in how much further impact we make on. And the question for this panel is, what exactly can we do through the use of newer technologies and technologies to come to make it safer. And then, of course, the claim that our institutions at present are failing to address these threats in good enough ways, and that's a matter. Please come. So I'm making a claim that growth is not unlimited, and this has been said ever since sustainability has been on the discussion table, and this has been said once and then again 30 years later on good enough calculations at a planetary scale. And I maintain that sustainability is not a destination, but in fact it is a journey about futures that we don't know, and we need to be consciously learning as we go. And I put a hyphen between agri and culture and ask the question, where is the culture in agriculture that we are beginning to forget and move away from making food simply as a commodity? And therefore the follow-up question, namely, should production and productivity be the driving forces for agriculture? And what then is sustainable agriculture itself mean? Sustainable agriculture has been talked about for nearly 30 years. From sustainability has been applied to the field of growing food. Who decides what one should eat and how much one should eat? When will we begin to pay the real price for food in a world that is obsessed with consuming cheap food? And what is, in fact, is food sovereignty, where one has the right to say what they wish to eat as consumers, but also the right to say what they do not wish to eat. And then the last question comes from some of the discussions we have had since yesterday morning in terms of you're all essentially solution-oriented people, but the kind of questions that are presenting to you are questions for which there are no neat solutions. In fact, in some of these instances, we do not have a well enough articulated question before we look for solutions, because matters are of a higher level of complexity. And for that, therefore, I argue that we need to draw on systems thinking or a holistic understanding of complex wholes. In other words, going back to the old story of the elephant and the 6 blind men, each of whom understood one part of the whole, but none of them understood the entire matter of an elephant. When we speak about sustainability, which has been discussed quite sufficiently under a different sectoral interest, how often do we actually ask ourselves what exactly we are looking to sustain? When it comes to food and agriculture, do we want to sustain the physical environment, or do we want to go further and talk about the productivity of an enterprise? Or are we keen on sustaining the livelihood of rural people and the income of rural communities? Or if you're coming from an environmental perspective, then are you looking to sustain the integrity of the total environment? Sustainability can be, for some people, a very simple, philosophically open-ended question. or very much an adjective to qualify something in terms of its future, but sustainability can also be considered as a co-evolutionary process in which we, with our own new technologies, walking into an unknown future, are open about understanding, not comparing against previously known parts of the system, but parts of the system that are constantly changing. I will wrap up by saying that digital agriculture and agriculture 4.0 from a social science perspective has been looked at recently out of literature, and some business models that have emerged in this new era, of which the systems of old are beginning to appear sufficiently bold and strong, when the others are still emerging. And the call from the science community has been for responsible digital agri-food innovation, which is in fact the call that I make to you, and then I would like to take some discussion on that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's welcome Dr. Mansoor Al-Ali for.
Hello, good afternoon to you all. I can see that there are young people at the back and older people at the front. And I first of all, I think it should be the other way around. Young people should be at the front, older people should be at the back. Because it's the younger people that I am targeting. Okay? We have a saying, you cannot bend an old stick. And the older people are like old sticks. They are fixed. You cannot change their minds. I want to change the minds of the younger people. But before I start, I really deeply appreciate the International Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum for all their efforts. They have really put tremendous efforts bringing people together. And I've come all the way from Bahrain. I want to thank all the team, but I have special thanks for Dr. Mahendran for all his efforts. Thank you, thank you. My talk with my colleagues is about AI and the future of humanity. Let me just tell you that I finished my BSc in computer science from a university in the UK in 1980. And at that time, they gave us a course called Artificial Intelligence. That's 45, 46 years ago. What we studied in that course was planning systems, natural language processing, AI, knowledge representation, knowledge acquisition, all these. When we studied it, it was just concepts and suggestions. After 45 years today, we are seeing AI is in the forefront. Why? Who's brought all this development and research? So I've been involved in this field for a long time and published quite a lot in it. And I published this book actually 2 months ago. 2 months ago. It's called Artificial Minds and Digital Souls. Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Humanity. If you notice, I didn't call it artificial intelligence, I call it artificial minds, because I'm questioning what's intelligence. What's intelligence? There are 22 chapters, 400 pages. It's published by World Window Publishing, and it's published also by the famous Emerald Publishing in the USA. I just want to tell you, I come from Ahliya University, Bahrain. This is our new campus. Bahrain is a small island. The total population of Bahrain is only 750,000. And the other 750,000, about 500,000 are from India. And I'm sure of the about 400,000 or 500,000 from India, I'm sure 250,000 come from Chennai. So the Indians are well respected in Bahrain, highly respected, and they contribute a lot to the economy. So we appreciate them. And I also want to tell you that we have a Hindu temple in Bahrain from over 100 years ago. It's still there. Okay, let me first tell you nowadays, first of all, when I'm talking about artificial intelligence, a lot of people will think it's ChatGPT. ChatGPT is nothing but a natural language processing system. That's basically it, with a lot of knowledge behind it. But it's not artificial intelligence as such. Artificial intelligence is much bigger, much wider. Let me tell you also something else why these people said these words. I'll tell you why they said. Let me give you an example. When electricity was invented, the only danger from electricity was what? You might get an electric shock. Everything about electricity is of high benefit. You get me? But when information technology was invented, the only thing that was not so good was maybe people will lose their job. But time demonstrated that people are getting more jobs because of IT. Not less jobs. Let us read what people said. The Pope said AI risks undermining the human good, the common good. What is the common good? The common good means it's nothing to do with if you are Bahraini or Indian or Hindu or Jewish or Muslim. The common good is what the human good is about. AI is threatening that because things will be made in the background. It's a big threat to humanity. People are not realizing the control where it will come from. The United Nations Secretary General, what did he say? AI extinction risk is a global priority. It must be dealt with carefully because the dangers are too many. Too many. Heidegger, the famous person, technology is an existential danger. What does the other one say? Creativity and human freedom. I'll tell you how you lose your freedom. Tell you how you lose your freedom. First of all, if I give 10 architects or civil engineers to design a house, they'll all design it in different ways. But AI will be repetitive. It will do the same thing. Human being, every brain is creative. Every brain is its own creativity, has its own creativity. The human freedom, how will you lose it? Then you don't have no impact on what people do. The system will do it. As an individual, you will not have that impact. Anyway, I'm not going to read all of these because I have too many. These are some statistics from a survey for business CEOs. What do they say? Some think, 42% think AI will wipe out humanity. They're extreme. When AI goes into military drones, robot cops, robot soldiers, we are in danger. Others thought 58% AI will not destroy humans. McKinsey, the famous McKinsey, said 30% of US labor hours digitized by 2030. Goldman Sachs, you all know Goldman Sachs, think 300 million jobs are at risk, and so on. So what's happening is divided perceptions between benefits and existential threats. These are rising speed of change. AI revolution across industries, that's happening. Tech giants, what do they say? Dominate public opinion and define what's good. Now, humans define what's good. But in the future, who's going to define what's good? AI. But this is the point I want to get to, really. That's an introduction. Let me tell you this point. If I ask you what's human intelligence, what will you say? Look, you'll say there is thinking. We all think. There is reasoning. We do something or we don't do it because we have an opinion. We are rational. I will not do this because. Think, can all of these things be automated? Is that really intelligence? Can these things be automated? A system that will have rationale? Learning, human beings learn. How much can you learn as an individual? You go 4 years to study electrical engineering to take 1 degree in a specialized subject. Now AI will take all the degrees of the world. It will be under its disposal. The human being has a heart. AI will not have a heart. There's no softness, no kindness. It's decision making. We have emotions. We establish relations. We have moral values. We have a memory, but our memory is limited. We can only take so much information. We have also memories, events that happened in our lives. We have self-control. We obey laws, there is punishment, and there's human liberty. I ask you now, how much of this can be automated in a system? How much of these points can be automated in a system? How much? Can all of this be automated? This is what intelligence is. We think intelligence is just thinking to solve a problem. Every action we take, every action we do is based on all of these. All of these, in every decision we make, we are being affected by emotions, by our self-control, by our moral values, by our rationale, by our reasoning. That's how we control our decisions. AI will not have these. So it is bare. It is just making decisions in a certain way. Now let me show you what AI intelligence is. Compare it to human intelligence. This is AI intelligence. AI is nothing but you acquire knowledge, you present this knowledge, you process the knowledge, deliver the knowledge. AI learns quite fast. It will do reasoning. It will have memory. The decision is autonomous. And there's network machines. Slowly, they're making you believe that AI will take over. If it can do all of this, then we have nothing to live for. We must all sleep. And this will tell me, maybe to tell you how you should be as young people. Years ago, I had a poster, and I want you to pay attention, the young people. I said, I'm talking to the young people. I had a poster, a big glass vase with beautiful fruits. Beautiful fruit in the vase. Every beautiful fruit in the vase. Final slide. Look at regulation and ethics. Joe Biden, the US president, what did he say? I will not go through because I don't have time. I will conclude. I had to rush this. This is a 1-hour presentation. I had to rush it for you. Final slide. The conclusion is there is a danger of what's known as artificial general intelligence, which is all AI systems covering all aspects. The second thing is my colleague here, who is a specialist in quantum computing. Quantum computing will make today's computers speed is a camel to the airplane. Quantum computing will make compute values, a danger to safety and security, and there is a danger to human existence, and nobody knows how to govern the AI. Countries are working on it. I will conclude here. Thank you very much. I had to rush it, but that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's welcome Dr. Arumugam Murugaiya on the stage, please.
Good afternoon, and a pretty precarious condition. All of you are running to lunch and this session is being on. I think I'll quickly finish before they stop my talk. See this, I'm trying to come and explain to you on Industry 5.0 and the confluence of quantum computing. As you all aware, Industry 5.0, something that no industry can avoid. I think I think most of them are engineers here. I think it will be the paradigm shift which is going to happen in every industry across the world, and this is going to be the system which is going to be on. And what is 5.0, which is the one which is taking over from 4.0? This 5.0 is largely on sustainability. As you all aware, the Mother Earth is losing all its sheen, and we are getting more and more polluted, and the whole world is facing a huge problem of climate change and so on. So this is going to be a very important point, this climate change. So this sustainability is the key for the Industry 5.0. Coming to sustainability, what is important, how to really hold the sustainability, is by introducing 5.0 as the mode of your engineering process. When you talk about 5.0, this is the key word is the circular economy. What is circular economy? Which you all may be knowing. From linear economy, we are moving to a circular economy. We have dresses now stitched with the minimal waste, and the waste is being recycled. And if you do a production process, it is so beautifully planned that the processes and systems will do so exactly that there is no zero wastage. What is required has been fed and the whole process is taken care. This is the key of circular economy. So circular economy is what Industry 5.0 is going to focus. Now coming to Industry 5.0, you have the host of design systems, and you have the additive printing, and you have reverse engineering, and you have artificial intelligence, and you have the robotics, cobotics, Internet of Things, edge devices. All this is continued with a holistic view of sustainability. Now, coming to the third piece of this discussion is the quantum computing. What is quantum computing? Today, the computers, as you all know, in 80s, what we have thought about semiconductor devices, to the whole world is looking at quantum computing. Quantum computing, from digital computing, we are moving to atomic computing. As all of you know, 1900 is the time Max Planck has opened up that energy is not just a particle, it is a wave. And he claimed it as a packet of energy which is called wave, which was later proved by Heisenberg. Then the theory of quantum computing started to evolve, and in 1987, Richard Feynman gave the idea, why not we make this quantum principles into computing? Then the computing started. If you look at quantum computers in many pictures, you will see a huge amount of glass surrounded in a small system. The small system is your quantum computing. The one which is surrounding is called the coolant. This is being used for coolant. Quantum computers works at absolute Kelvin, minus 270 degrees centigrade, because it has got three major things in quantum computing. One is the superposition. See, what happened, this atomic systems, as I told you, it has got superposition. That is, we call qubits, which has got zeros and one. In normal bytes, we represent zeros and one. In quantum computing, it is 0 and 1. In the same state, you will have 0 as well as 1. So what happens? This goes in geometrical progression. That is why quantum computers are highly, unmatched speed. You can see in quantum computers just because it has got superposition. So superposition is one of the quality of quantum computing, and superposition is another is quantum entanglement. This quantum entanglement, see, when you look at a atomic particle, when you trigger it, it splits into two at the same time, and this both, which the process is called quantum entanglement. If you look at the behavior, these two gets communicated and behave the same manner. That is called quantum entanglement. So this quantum entanglement is part of this whole driving of the mathematics. See, when you look at computer per se, you may write lot of lines of code and everything, but finally it is reduced into mathematical formulations. Everything is represented by either Fourier series or some mathematical representation. These mathematical representation, quantum will be very quick to absorb and try to build it. Now coming to Industry 5.0 and quantum computing, quantum computing drives this 5.0 in a phenomenally high speed. Let me give you an example. In 2017, while testing, first test of quantum computing was done in SFO, San Francisco. I was also part of it. When I went, Google opened their computer called Sycamore. There used to be a loop problem, which is normally given to a digital computer. It takes about 10,000 years. Please listen, it takes 10,000 years to process a loop problem, whereas a quantum computer is able to do it in just 200 seconds. Just 200 seconds. Now you can compare the speed of a quantum computing. So why this quantum computing? We are all now, bogged down with the speed of computing, because now if you look at the Google search or any of the search engine which you are creating, this has got so much of traffic, so much of questions comes from so many thousand people across the world. How do you really solve this? This is a huge problem. This can be solved not by hypercomputing, not by the advanced computing, but this can only be solved through a quantum computing. So the speed that we need is growing. If you try to put your energy lines across India and trying to manage one single grid, you don't have computers to manage. You have to have a multiple stacks of computers you must have to do that. So now this, if you look at a quantum computing, which can do it. But quantum computing is also not complete. This has come to a stage where we were able to drive to an extent, but not beyond. There is one major problem in quantum computing is called decoherence. It's called decoherence. See, the linearity of quantum you can't maintain. But you know something, the nature has got a quantum computing. That is your photosynthesis. Every plant photosynthesis is quantum computing. But nature does in normal temperature, but we were not able to achieve the same quantum computations on a normal temperature. So this is a major problem. Once these things are solved, which is underway, which sooner or later it will be solved. In my personal capacity, I have been helping our Tamil Nadu government to create an action committee on quantum computing. Now, which state is going to take over the quantum computing is a major issue. Every university in the US is investing on quantum computing. So, this is going to be the next large shift which is going to happen. Now, where is the point for today's youngsters to have a role in quantum computing? You have got algorithm called Shor algorithm and Grover's algorithm. There are two algorithms for quantum computing. If the children are able to learn, they will have a great future. If they are able to, and above all, you must have a lot of mathematical skill to really go into the quantum computing so that you will be able to bring in all your thoughts into mathematical sequences. So, this is about quantum computing. Now, the confluence of Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, which my colleague, Professor, spoke so beautifully, he cited a lot of examples. But above all, I just want to say, this AI is going to be the paradigm shift. This can run so effectively only with a hypercomputing model. So, with a faster model, this AI will be possible. Now, coming to industry, we are fast changing. Even health is an industry. If you look at health industries, we have got precision medicine and personalized diagnosis. So, every human being will be personally diagnosed and will be given a precise medicines to cure their problem. How would you solve so many million patients and so much of data, so much of queries, which is not going to happen with a normal computing? You need a hypercomputing. Above hypercomputing, we need a quantum computing. So, quantum computing is going to take over, and this is going to drive the entire world from now. So, thank you for your patience. Before they stop, I want to close.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. Let me call our IAS to the stage to give his address. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, professors on the dais. And of course, some of you may be hungry, some of you may be angry. Anyway, it's a lunch time. The sessions are running late. We are encroaching upon your time. Thank you very much for the organizer for this wonderful session also. So I will talk about sustainable agriculture and future food production system. I will not take more than 10 minutes. The sustainable agriculture, only two questions are very important. One is the future generation, you are going to leave them abundance or scarcity. Of course, the sustainability in all the fields, we are talking about that one. And your children will be nourished or malnourished. So it is not the question of feeding 10 billion population by 2050. The global population would be 10 billion and the Indian population would be 1.6 billion by 2050. Of course, the technology will feed them. There is no doubt about that one. And what cost? whether will it create major impact on our planet, Earth. That is the only issue. So if you look at the current issues, I will make the problem statements and also I will give solutions for that one. If you look at the population is growing, and we can say some of the countries they reach replacement level, still some countries the growth is very high. The population may stabilize at 10 to 12 billion, the global population, by 2050 or 2070, something like that. So, that time our food security, what should be our food security? That is one issue. The second issue is, currently we are exploiting the natural resources at highest rate. The agriculture uses 70% of fresh water across the globe and 89% in India. And agriculture, the 80% of deforestation happening due to agriculture, and 1/3 of carbon gas emission, green gas emission comes from agriculture, the second issue. And the third issue is climate challenge. The major climate challenge due to greenhouse emission happening across the globe. There is a reduction in the productivity across the globe, 21% reduction in the productivity. So there is a fear of reduction in agriculture production. But at the same time, we don't have the scope to increase the area. Only 4% of the total geographical area across the globe can be brought under cultivation. Third issue. Fourth issue is the pollution load. There are 220 billions of chemicals, 3.5 lakh chemicals are added to the soil, water, air, including polar ice. The fourth issue. And the fifth issue is specific to India, that is absorption of population into non-farming activities. If you look at 1991, in China, population involved in agriculture was 60%. Today, it is around 25%. In Brazil, it was 30%. Today, it's 9%. And America, the population involved in agriculture only 2%, but contribute for 11% of GDP. Whereas in India, the population involved in agriculture is still, it was 1991, it was 60%. Still today, it is 45%. Still, we could not replace the population involved in agriculture to non-farming activities. These are the 4-5 major problem statements. So how to go about how sustainable agriculture will sort out these issues? It is all these issues are related to agriculture, food grain production, and nourishment. So how to sort out these issues with sustainable agriculture? The issues are the conventional thinking. When you say, when it comes to the word sustainability, immediately we'll go for organic farming or natural farming. This is what we talk. But the issue is, if you go for organic farming or natural farming, it will feed only 4 billion population. Out of 8 billion population, organic farming can feed only 4 billion population because there would be a shortfall in the production and productivity from the 4th year onwards. So this is a statement by Norman Borlaug, who brought out Green Revolution. That is the situation. So the traditional farming, traditional way of thinking is minimize the fertilizer usage, minimize the pesticide usage, go for other reduction of chemical usages. Whereas the modern technologies, that is what other professors spoke about, that artificial intelligence. I'm still hopeful. When there was a starvation, we discovered technology provided green revolution. When there was a darkness, technology provided light. When there was a heating, technology provided coolingness. When there is a cooling, technology provided heating system. So the technology still, we rely on technology for further agriculture revolution. That is, we call it either automation or precision farming or climate resilient agriculture. This is how it is going to address. If you look at the artificial intelligence and agriculture almost all the operations, starting from predicting soil moisture, seeding, plantation timing, and weeding, how to go for mechanical weeding with robotics and automation, and spraying chemicals and with reduced amount of chemicals. All the things have been successfully implemented. Of course, engineers are there. Still, there is a huge scope on these areas. How to automate agricultural operations. That is starting from sowing, plantation, weeding, crop production, and harvesting. There are several irrigation systems. For example, integrated intelligent irrigation system in Turkey and Ankara. It gives fertilizers and pesticide to the limited extent, and also it monitors soil and crop moisture. Accordingly, it is streamlined. The same way, harvesting also, strawberry beetles. Strawberry beetle is a drone which is plucking the strawberries. The properly ripened strawberries, it is plucked by strawberry beetles in USA. All with the sensors, drones, and other Internet of Things, the system is totally changed. So the answer to the sustainable agriculture is, we should not worry much about the current system. The technology will provide solution for that one. This is one area. Of course, we are fascinated about health system. We are fascinated about legal system. Of course, one area still there is a huge scope for all the engineers is agricultural system, where you can bring millions of farmers out of poverty. You can bring them alternative job opportunities out of this artificial intelligence and agriculture. In the same way, the system, the artificial intelligence system will provide the best solution for climate resilient agriculture also. And the second point I would like to highlight is water, the proper utilization of water. So in India, water is a free commodity. We don't charge anything for water. But many developed countries, they regularized usage of water. I take example from China. China 3 red line policy. There are water law and water policy. There is a quota system for water. They control water usage across the entire country. So there is a water budget. So how much quantity of water should be utilized per year for agriculture, for industry and household activities. It's very clearly defined. And there is a quota system. You can't extract water, groundwater excessively. If you are extracting excess groundwater, you will be penalized. And there is an advancement of modern technology, sprinkler irrigation system, drip irrigation system, all the advanced technologies. For which crop, how much quantity water should be utilized. And fourth is utilization of all scientific technology and taking the technology to the people. That is, one is availability, making the water available for agriculture, industrial and household purpose at affordable prices. That is the two important points in the economic works. So that way China succeeded in water use policy. In India also, Esther Tuflo and Abhijit Banerjee, that is Nobel Prize winners in 2019, they conducted experiment in two places. One in Odisha, another one in Punjab. Actually, they evaluate the farmers, how much electricity they consume per month. They took the data because electricity is a free commodity. We give for farmers free electricity. What they did, they measured how much units are consumed. For that, they started to give some amount. For example, 1,000 units, 10,000 rupees, something like that. It was given to the farmers. The farmers, to save the money, they utilized they went for less consumption of electricity. In turn, they less extraction of water, groundwater. So it is a double way it worked. So there is a need to change in our thinking also, how to utilize the groundwater. These are two ways, I think. One is a technology and proper water utilization. The sustainability will be easily achieved. I don't fear about this one. Whenever humans are getting into crisis, there will be a technology to save all of us. The same way, it is AI 4 or AI 5, everything will save us, but only we need to reorient our skills, reinvent ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Selvam sir, for your insights. Now it's time to felicitate the dignitaries. Let me call upon IHF Global Executive Committee member, Mr. Suresh Krishnasamy to the stage. Okay, let me call upon Mr. Ali Akbar, our IHF Global Director, to the stage to felicitate Mr. Selvam IAS. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Now let me call upon our IHF Singapore President, Mr. Anbalagan, to felicitate Mr. Nadaraja Sri Kandaraja. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Now let me call upon our Global IHF Director, Engineer Armugam, to the stage to felicitate Dr. Mansoor Ali. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Now let me call upon our IHF Global Director, Engineer Ashok Kumar, to the stage to felicitate Dr. Arumugam Murugaiya. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Thanks for your time. With this, let's break for the lunch and we will meet shortly. Thank you, sir. because the most exciting part of the PDC 2025 is just about to begin. The morning
Larsen and Tubro Limited, K. Veerappan, a civil and structural engineer with over 40 years of experience, graduated from Gindi Engineering College, Annamalai University. Specializing in contract and steel design, his projects includes major airports, Motera Stadium, IICC convention centers, hospitals, data centers, and cement plants. As Dean of L&T Engineering Academy, he mentors R&D and BAM teams. Recognized as Legend of Steel Construction, he has earned multiple Lifetime Achievement Awards. Let's all join together and welcome Mr. K. Veerappan, sir, on the stage. Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome the next speaker, Dr. S. Rajkumar, Head and DGM, Building and Factories, Larsen and Tubro Limited. Dr. Rajkumar, with over 23 years of experience, is a pioneer in sustainable building, leading 70+ green projects under LEED, IGBC and Griha certifications. An IGBC Fellow, Griha Tamil Nadu representative, and CII ITC Certified Sustainability Assessor. He also holds Abu Dhabi's Estimadama PQD credential. Formerly a Terry research scientist, he has published extensively, taught us adjunct faculty, and contributed to projects like Navi Mumbai and Delhi airports, IICC Dwarka, ITC Grand Chola, and Narendra Modi Stadium, advancing India's green infrastructure. Let's all join together and welcome Dr. Rajkumar, sir. Welcome, sir. We are honored to welcome Mr. Perumal Murthy, PBM, Project Manager, Oxley Holding Limited, Republic of Singapore. Mr. Perumal Murthy, a civil and construction expert with over 30 years of experience, holds a degree from Annamalai University and the National University of Singapore. He has managed major Singapore projects like Riverfront, Residence, Affinity in Saragoon, and Waterway Point, excelling in projects management, design and quality assurance. A 25 years community leader in Bukit Panjang. He received a Public Service Medal, PBM, in 2016 for his technical and societal contributions. Welcome, sir. We are honored to welcome Mr. Sandil Kumar Ganesan, COO, Heavy Engineering Industries and Shipbuilding, State of Kuwait. Mr. Sandil Kumar Ganesan, COO of HISCO, a top engineering and shipbuilding firm in Kuwait with Saudi Arabia operations, hails from Thiruvarur. Starting at BHL Trichurapalli and Southern Petrochemicals, he joined HISCO in 1997 rising through senior roles in engineering, shipbuilding, and industrial projects. As COO, he drives multiple sector operations, regional expansion. Welcome, sir, for this event. Now the floor is on yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank ITF Executive Management for inviting me to this wonderful conference to share the insights about sustainability and growth of EPCC in construction system. Here with me, Dr. S. Rajkumar, Head and DGM, L&T, and also Mr. K. Veerappan, Dean of Engineering Academy, and Mr. Perumal from Singapore, Axley Holding Limited. As all of you know, EPC projects are very crucial for delivering major infrastructure projects and industrial projects as well. So the EPC projects will give the comfort to the project owners as the projects can be completed in the short duration, and also it will give single point responsibility, so the owners feel very, very comfortable and the projects can be delivered without any cost to overrun and the timely manner. So I would like to request now Dr. Rajkumar to start with his presentation. Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar.
Good afternoon, all. I know after lunch how you feel, so it will not take much time. So it will be rapid fire. So basically, we are going to share our own experience in L&T, basically at site, how we do design. So when you say sustainability, what is the first thing comes in our mind is climate change. So basically global warming, how it controls the atmosphere, how the sea level rises. We see the effect across the world, like if you do something in one part of the world, other part, it not like affect that part, it probably even affect other part of the world. So L&T's carbon neutrality target is 2040, water neutrality is 2035. And every year we are increasing the green supply chain management by 10% and embodied energy by this end of this year almost 20% compared to the base case. So we not only do contractual project, we do design build project also. Right from the design angle, we right from optimization of envelope, optimization of energy, optimization of plant, and how we integrate the renewables we do for the design and build project. And in addition, like during the site construction, we try to adhere the norms of whatever given in the guidelines of green buildings, as well as bylaws, whatever to the regional level as well as national level, whatever the compliance, we try to adhere it. So these are all some of the exercises when we do design and build projects. We try to incorporate passive features, we try to incorporate daylighting. During daytime, we try to avoid artificial lighting, and how we can reduce the cooling load of the building. So all those things we do optimization during the design stage. These are all some of the, there are two methods. One is like a benchmark method, another one is based on ASHRAE method. So with that, like we try to attack how much possible the energy savings. So almost all our project, we at least target 30%, and to the level, if it is a hybrid, say, if it is a air condition in India, like still we have air condition as well as non-air conditional comfort part of a building, especially hospitals, government buildings. We try to improve energy savings up to 50% sometimes for the government projects. So not only energy, we now move towards net zero carbon also. For that, we try to procure life cycle assessment for the products. Right now, we target bulk materials and slowly get into finishing materials and also MEP materials. This is some of the technologies that we are adhering in terms of carbon-wise, like 3D board system that we done in our own secretariat building, which already done construction, and some of our own residential buildings we try to have already casted 2D, 3D construction that we started doing, which basically saves time, cost, and as well as water savings, huge water saving. So some of the sites in Bangalore and Bombay, the complete energy consumption is through renewable source of energy, alternate source of energy. There is no any conventional part or energy from DG. It is 100% renewable energy. So in that way, basically the carbon footprint of that particular project improved drastically. So now almost all foreign projects or any defense projects, they are asking what is the carbon emission per cubic meter of concrete or like per square feet of construction, they started asking. So it is a serious kind of compliance that, another, I can say 3 to 5 years, we have to comply, or otherwise we will not qualify during the preliminary stage. So right now we procure EPD materials, green co, there are various labels, but end of the day it is a low carbon materials, something like in the range of 200 to 250 products available in India, and still it is picking up. And we, especially airport projects, some of the commercial projects like BKC in Bombay, we are procuring low carbon materials. So that one of the credit, if you go for ratings like LEED, GRIGA, like this is one particular criteria is there, how you can reduce the carbon emission. So building is for comfort. Without compromising that, if you do something which is not much great. So 4 comfort should comply, like one is acoustic, is like earlier it was not a big concern, now acoustic, in addition to thermal, aerial and visual comfort, acoustics also important comfort. This 4 comfort is essential for any sustainable building. This is some of our projects that we, the already done projects, upgoing projects. This is our own projects that we target net zero carbon, net zero energy, which another 2 kilometers away from this place like Manapakam, this is upcoming building in our campus. This is some of the recent projects, BIAL, our own project, LTI, MAPE. These are all, we target platinum. There's a highest rating in the LEED rating system. So now the big challenge upcoming is like net zero, yes, we proved, but net carbon in real sense, in the sense of embodied energy as well as how operational energy also is going to be a big challenge, and especially in India because it involves huge cost. And not only like you do at the project completion stage, right from the beginning of design, like one has to do very meticulous analysis. With that, thank you so much. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. So now I request Mr. K. Veerappan, Dean of Engineering Academy, to share about his thoughts about EPCC sustainability in the
So respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen and college students, very good afternoon. College students, very good afternoon. Yes. Okay, I'm going to talk about building information modeling. So this is going to be the technology for the future construction and way of life. So I will just show you a video first.
Building at scale no longer means building big, it means building smart. Welcome to the age of digital engineering. BIM, Building Information Modeling, where speed, scale and efficiency converge.
In this today's world, we are doing all things much faster. Same way, our EPC projects also being done in a much faster way. We need to understand the project, intricacies and the clashes, etc. So BIM is going to be the greatest strategy. In future, we have to include BIM for safety, BIM for operation and maintenance, and also net zero concept, net zero water, net zero carbon as sustainable concepts into BIM.
3D BIM brings geometry, data and intelligence into a single smart model. This isn't just drawing, it's thinking in 3D.
BIM is the collaborative power of information-driven modeling.
Every element understands what it is, how it behaves, and why it matters. At a Navi Mumbai International Airport, 3D BIM came to life through generative design, automating the division of GFRC petal surfaces, optimizing joints for beauty and buildability. Beyond buildings, generative design is transforming viaducts and tunnels too. Adopted by high-speed corridor infrastructure for unprecedented precision and scale. Across L&T projects, 3D BIM has revolutionized coordination and delivery. Every great orchestra needs a conductor. In construction, it's the common data environment.
Engineers, architects, planners and execution team all work under the same digital truth.
From ITC Green Center Phase 2 Building 3 to CP205 MRT Jakarta, CDE has transformed how teams collaborate, eliminating version chaos, reducing errors, and powering decisions with live data.
The alignment across the disciplines gives an idea of the site construction team and floor managers the sequence of work to be planned.
BIM isn't just 3D, it's 4D. It adds time to design, helping teams visualize the future in motion. From India's high-speed rail to PT&D substations, teams simulate every sequence, optimize logistics, and build on schedule. What if every brick knew its cost? 5D BIM integrates budget into the model, enabling real-time cost analysis, change impact forecasting, and cash flow control. This is budget certainty at scale. Safety isn't just enforced on-site, it's embedded from day one. BIM for safety helps teams preempt hazards, simulate emergencies, and train workers before stepping on-site. Projects like TC4 and P25 are safer because they are built with foresight. True scale demands true accuracy. 3D controlled planning in BIM integrates survey points, aligns models to real-world coordinates, and ensures what's built is built right the first time.
Field BIM bridges the gap between digital plan and construction site, where construction meets precision.
From site to screen, seamless transformation of physical spaces into digital assets. Precision perfected. Achieve millimeter level accuracy in complex structures. Smart models, smarter projects. Enrich your BIM with reality-based intelligence. Construction rehearsed like a performance. Digital rehearsals simulate every move before site execution. At Katni and P25, this meant fewer surprises, faster builds and tighter team sync. When you can see it, you can believe it. VR, AR and MR take BIM to the next dimension, offering immersive walkthroughs, on-site guidance and live design reviews. Clients decide faster, teams work smarter, everyone builds better.
The future of construction is immersive, data-driven and predictive. For us at L&T Construction, building information modeling, BIM is central to that future. It's not just about adapting to technology. It's about shaping the way India builds.
At L&T, we don't just build structures, we build certainty. Through BIM, we're not just keeping pace, we're setting it.
BIM interoperability facilitates information exchange, enhances communication, enables collaboration.
Speed, scale, efficiency. The blueprint of the future is here, and we are building it today.
Okay, so that's a building I was sitting, the last slide what you have seen. So I will just touch upon, okay, this is a 5 minutes video, so they gave me only 7 minutes. I will try to do in 3 minutes maybe. So we have different dimensions for in BIM, 3D to 8D. So 3D modeling, all our projects, 100% we are doing 3D modeling. 4D is time schedule, 5D is cost, 6D is sustainable, whatever initiatives we can incorporate in BIM. And 7D is facility management, this also we are doing right now. And 8D is for safety, BIM for safety. So these are some of our projects completely on BIM. And this is actually most of our projects are now reviewed by project management team by using the BIM. So you can see the schedule there, the right side photo, whatever green is on time, whatever yellow is progressing as per time, and red is beyond, it's already delayed. So you can make it out. So that is a building project. So this is a bridge project and a tunnel. So all kinds of projects we can, monitor in BIM itself. And of course, fifth dimension is cost. We can look at a bill of quantities, the cost, how much we executed. So the data you can see. So whatever rate, it's beyond, time limit. Then we are also extensively using this digital tool, your virtual reality. You can see the model like, here. You wear the Google Lens, we call it HoloLens and HTC Vive kind of gadget. You can visualize the entire projects before even executing. Augmented reality is you can put your services where it is nothing is there. You can just put a tab and look at how the services will come there. So any clash is there between HVAC duct, cable routing, your firefighting lines. You can check everything beforehand. And of course, mixed reality is combining both VR and AR. And we also do digital rehearsal. In that video you have seen one bridge, how it's executed. That's for a high-speed rail project. So we can do the digital rehearsal before erecting that kind of, very big structure. And this is a high-speed rail project from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, where we use extensively the drone. We do a drone survey. We put the data there. It's a long 540-kilometer route. So all your crossings, your Nalla river crossing, your road crossing, your hillock, everything can be mapped, and you can put a proper routing, and you can calculate the quantities, for cutting and filling. You can balance it properly. So you can see that pillars are there, some are under progress. And we are also doing facility management now. We started doing, this is our own building in our campus. We put a sensor there inside. You can monitor how much is the temperature inside, how much is the lux level inside. You can control the chiller, you can control your lighting, so you can effectively use your power. So this is going to be their feature for many of the buildings. And of course safety, you have seen in the video, all our safety things are put in every model so that site engineer can understand what to do for safer conditions, working conditions. So with all this, we can do a very proper resource optimization. So minimum people, minimum resource. And you can also monitor project wherever you are, because we people extensively travel. So you can monitor wherever you are, you can look at the model. So that is very much possible in BIM. Of course, we can do complete energy analysis in a building, your HVAC, your lighting, your plumbing system, everything you can do through BIM. So BIM is going to be our future way of life. All our EPC projects or EPCC project, we are going to do everything through BIM only in future. Thank you.
Now I request Mr. Perumal Murthy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Organizing Chairman, ITAF Chairman, Krishna Jagan, and my friend, Vice Chairman of ITAF, Mr. Selvam, and also my friend and my batchmate, Honorable Minister just left, S.S. Sivasankar, and distinguished guests, everyone, good afternoon. I just landed from Singapore this morning from 8:30 a.m., all the way from 3,000 kilometers. They're asking me to give 10 minutes talk, which is prepared for 1 hour talk. Anyway, I'm from Annamalai University graduate. We can do it 10 minutes, even 5 minutes. No worry. We don't take up much time. I will touch on my projects, one of the projects in Singapore, which was constructed in 2018. We did it one of the project in top-down construction. Singapore is a very land scarcity, and we are all high-rise building. So we always think differently how to make use of the available technologies. So Singapore have many buildings constructed this way. Recently, when I was talking to my batchmate, Dr. Veerapan, in Chennai and even Tamil Nadu and India, they are come up with this method of top-down constructions. So this one useful to the students sitting behind. I have been given lecture for this one from Anna University and Annamalai University and Bharatiya Universities and Tanjavur Sastra Universities. And also, whenever I visit Australia, I have given this lecture to the students in overseas. So this is useful to all the students as well as the audiences. These are a few lines about selling about me. I don't want to touch on my thing because I given only 10 minutes. I graduated from Annamalai University. So I did my master's from National University of Singapore in 1994. I'm staying and working in Singapore for the past 30 years. Future challenges. Singapore, as well as in the world, we are having big challenges in the land intensifications as well as smart technologies. So we have to think different way. Sustainable technologies is heading and leading now construction industries as well as many areas. So construction industries, we are adapting how to sustainable way of building construction in industries in Singapore. UN came up with the formulations of the 17 goals of the sustainable technologies. In 11th goals, you can see that best buildable design. So Singapore also, we are adapting 11th goals. So that's why my topic is related to the 11th goals of top-down constructions. This one I don't want to touch on. Land intensifications, I can see that high-rise buildings as well as more building needed for the built environment, as well as more underground developments. So nowadays, a smartphone, likewise, we need to build building as a smart building and smart maintainability as well as smart sustainabilities in construction as well as all the buildings. This is one of the tallest building. My topic is top-down construction tall building. So I just showcase this tower in Singapore. It's the tallest building in Singapore, which is 290-meter height, 65 floors, which was constructed in 2016. So this is area of the floor is 158. This is the tallest building in Singapore. Is Coco Tower. Some of the other tall buildings in Singapore is, this one Pinnacle Tucson is like, this is one of the housing development building, tallest building, 50-story houses. So we have 1,000 over houses in this where I'm staying in this Pinnacle Tucson. Just a synopsis about Singapore. Singapore is always, we minimize the land and maximize the flats. So 1.5 million housing units in Singapore. Out of that is 75,000 landed properties, condominium and other private apartments, 350,000. As you know, the Singapore is the area is 736 square kilometers. I think 1/5 of Chennai in Singapore land. These are the tallest buildings in CBD areas. I'm coming to my topics. This is top-down constructions which I use. Singapore is a waterway point and water town shopping centers. The unique thing of shopping centers, we got two different phases. Phase one is a shopping mall. Shopping mall is having 30,000 square meters, as well as glass floor area is 133,000 square meters. 5 level of basement car park, as well as shop, cinema, IMAX theaters, and 2 level of podium. And then the other side is a condominium. Condominium is a housing estate that we are having 7 blocks. The blocks of 30,000 square meters. So also glass floor area 66,000 meters square. 11 tower blocks. So 992 units, almost 1,000 unit dwelling unit. So these are the perspective view of the photos before finishing. I will show you the after finishing. Okay, this is a method that top-down constructions. Top-down construction, I think many of you know that how do you are doing it. But maybe students, you should not. You should learn more about the top-down constructions. We have to construct from the ground level to down. That's why top-down. Then, that's why we want to do top-down, to minimize the excavation, minimize the, utilize the timing. So we can save 6 months to 1 year if you're using top-down constructions. So always, you can also save cost and save time, and engineering way that building is more economical. So this one, we have invited tender for 2 contractors. One is Obayashi from Japanese company. Hyundai from Korean company. Japanese company come up with 5-hole systems. Korean came up with 4-hole systems. So at the end, we adapted the 4-hole systems. You can see that 4 holes in the tower. So we can construct every level of the ground, then go down to basement 1, then go down to basement 2. Yeah, 40 meter by 50 meter deep file inside into the RC file. 16 meter to 26 meters I-beam. So Japanese came with this idea. So in order to avoid the space joints, so we have to be 16 meters I-beam we have used for these constructions. You can see that 2013 to 2000, I think some of the photos on the site preparations. There's a seat file around the perimeters. There's a king post is inserted into the center of the tower. This one, installation of the seat pile, 60 meter to 80 meter depth and 1 meter by 500 mm diameters. You can see this is a ground level, level 1. We are doing the level 1 slab. We are going down from the level 1 to level inside. Yeah, this is the way the king post is using for the supporting to support the entire structure. So the level 2 and also level 1, B1, B2 all going down. You can see top down, and here is a major photo shown that top down also bottom up. These are photos that some of the photos from bottom up. So this project is a semi top down method. So we use both conventional as well as top down method. Some of the pile cap photos. Yeah, when you do top down, there will be some technical problem you face, that joints. So you need to be taken care of the joints to grout properly with the proper concrete. We use grade 80 concrete. Some of the lateral setting to be there. Yeah, again bottom up this scaffolding there. Some lateral setting, some of the photos on the surrounding. After casting the I-beam, we do encast the surrounding column to rebar as well as to insert the concrete to make sure the I-beam to be protected with the concrete. So we can say it's a composite column as well. Some of the basement constructions. We also use a post-tension system for the cinemas, because the span is very longer. So we need to test the concrete whether it is correct or not. Yeah, the bell is ringing. Yeah, this is after completions. I'll be giving 2 minutes. I just going through. So because since it is Ulaga Tamilar Aivarangam, so I want to show that what we are doing in Singapore, that how we are celebrating our cultural exchange. We are also doing the Pongal festival in Singapore. So this from Annamalai. We are having almost 500 engineers in Singapore. We are my friend Anba is there, one of the ITF coordinator and audience committee. So we have a cow. We celebrate the Pongal celebrations as well in Singapore. So we are doing it for the last 20 years in Singapore. Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, former Prime Minister, attended by year 2020 our Pongal celebrations. There will be, how do we prepare the rice casting. We have shown the demo to the Singaporean and Singapore's multiracial ethnic people. Many Malay and many Chinese join us to celebrate this event. Prime Minister was very keen to know about our event more. Yeah, this one 1.2 meter diameter big pot we use for the Pongal celebration for the cooking. So almost 3,000 residents will attend this event every year. Yeah. So we also we plant the paddy in Singapore. There's no paddy field in Singapore. We plant the paddy. So we teach students from the Singapore students how the paddy is coming back, how the paddy we are growing up. Yeah, I'll go faster. I don't want to take up much time. Yeah. Yes. So we invite all the multiracial people to join us for celebrations as well. Thank you.
Dr. Rajkumar, sustainability is a major theme of our topic. So how do you see EPC projects adapting to demands for greener, low carbon and energy efficient solutions?
As you rightly said, building, when you design, we are taking care. But during construction, it was not there like 3 years before, but now they started thinking about the machineries which operate in electrical and inverter-based motors. They are started using battery-based vehicles started coming in. The dowsers, material shifting machineries, all now EV-based, all coming up, which reduces. Not only that, the generation is out of photovoltaic, not from the conventional source of energy. Almost many of the, almost 100% of the sites now getting converted from DG to grid line supply source of energy actually to operate site. And scope 3 emission also consciously they are reducing, they are well-planned travels and lot of other things. So, as I said during my presentation, it may be a time like another 2-3 years that we have to show whatever the cubic meter of concrete that we pour, we have to show the carbon emission figure. Say, for example, 700 kg or 600 kg, something we have to reduce.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next one to Mr. Veerappan. Now, EPC contracts today are different from 10-15 years ago. What innovations or digital tools do you believe are changing the game in EPC and EPCC projects, specifically in India?
Yeah, quite some time back, most of government projects are only construction projects. Now even most of the government projects are coming on design and build or EPC basis. So that is a big change has happened in the last 10 to 15 years. And when it has become an EPC project, we can plan things well. And of course, I showed that BIM. BIM is a great tool to plan everything through BIM. Now we are doing a lot of AI tools to optimize our plant and machinery, your planning. So just in delivery of material instead of stocking it. So all these advantages will make it faster delivery and also cost optimum. So that is how now we are able to do much more projects in EPC mode. In fact, most of our L&T projects, I will say 90% is EPC mode. Yeah.
Because most of the EPC projects are suffering due to cost overrun and delays in completion. So
yeah, that problem is, mainly we are facing some of these, we call it linear projects, like a road or a water supply project, where we need lot of land clearance. So getting this land clearance is a big problem. For example, metro we are doing, Chennai metro we are doing 5 projects. But the clearance for us, for the alignment, for doing a piling or doing an erection, so the land clearance has become a very big issue, because they have to clear both sides, encroachment, and make way for vehicles, then give the center portion to us. So most of the delay and this kind of projects are happening. But if you look at some of the private projects, we are even sometime ahead of schedule. Like the DRDO, what Rajkumar has shown, we have done in 48 days, that project. So that was on a record time. We have done a 96 flats for CITCO, which is a government body in Navi Mumbai, in 96 days. 96 flats handed over in 96 days. So that is also possible when it is a EPC mode. Yeah.
So the land acquisition and the regulatory delays is the main reason.
Yeah, statutory clearance is a big problem, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. We are running out of time, so we would like to conclude our panel discussion with this. Once again, thank you so much for giving this opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful information. Too little help our audience today. And I'd like to request Mr. Ibrahim, Treasurer of our Saudi Arabia, ITAF, to kindly felicitate Mr. K. Veerappan, sir. Thank you, Engineer Ibrahim. May I request Mr. Prabhakaran, ITAF Global Executive Committee, to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajkumar. Thank you. May I request Mr. Maheshwaran, Vice President, Qatar, ITAF, to kindly felicitate Mr. Perumal Murthy, sir. Thank you. May I welcome Mr. Chandrasekhar, ITAF UAE chapter, on the stage to felicitate Mr. Sendil Kumar, sir. Thank you all for your valuable time. Thank you.
Good evening once again. Now let us have few more pioneers on the stage. First, let me welcome Mr. M. Umapati, the chairman of Volta Group. Let's give a big round of applause. Let me call upon Mr. Vinod Simon, the Executive Director, Simco Rubber and Plastics Limited. In addition to that, he was the past chairman of Rubber Skills Development Council. The third pioneer in the stage will be Dr. J. Nagesh Kumar, the Director, Center for Energy, Environment and Productivity, CEEP. Let's give a big round of applause to Nagesh, sir. The fourth speaker on the stage, the pioneer on the stage will be Dr. S. Purushothaman, the Principal, School of Engineering and Technology, Jaipur National University. Let's give him a big round of applause. So first, let me welcome Mr. M. Umapati sir to the stage.
Good afternoon to all. Thanks for giving this opportunity to say about growth in MSME sector through exports and imports. Actually, MSME is always about micro, small and medium enterprises. It contributes. This is the introduction about us. This is the forum. They've asked us to do the Together Sustainable Tomorrow. The theme is MSME growth through exports and imports. This is about understanding about MSME, productivity, manufacturing specialized products, expanding into global markets, leveraging government policies to enhance competitiveness, market accessibility. This is possible only by resilience, innovation, increased interpretation into global supply chain by our MSMEs. To further boost MSME export growth, the government focus on enhancing credit access, technological upgradation, promoting specific sectors like textiles, apparels, engineering goods, auto components. These are key aspects of MSME growth through exports, imports. The increased number of exporters from 52,849 in the year 2021 to 1,73,350 in the year 24-25. The growth is 201%. This enhanced share, the enhanced share contribution in the year 37.5% 18-19, 43.59 in 22-23, now it's 45.79. So the improvement is always there for the exports through MSME activities. There's an economic impact on MSME growth through exports, imports. There are exports from MSME are vital for employment generation, entrepreneurship, overall economic development positioning as a global manufacturing hub. This is a market expansion. Exploring exporting allows MSME to tap into large international markets, expanding their customer base beyond domestic limitations by free trade agreements. This is initiatives and strategies for MSME growth. There is a financial support, emergency credit line guarantee scheme, that is ECLGS, and MSME Self-Reliant India Fund are crucial for MSMEs to compete globally. Technology and skill development, government NGOs promoting and conducting training program, skill development program to bridge the gap of technology and equip the MSME to compete in global market. There are government policies like rising and accelerating MSME performances. It's called RAMP. Online MSME competition, a champions portal. Critical government initiatives fostering MSMEs growth in exports and imports. The focus on niche products, MSME or specialization in catering to specific demands of the global nature and carve out market niche and enhance the global reach. This is promoting specific sectors like jewelry, apparels, engineering goods, auto components, textiles, where MSMEs have a strong presence. And this is challenges and opportunities in MSME, underutilization of potentials. India has not fully leveraged its competitive advantage in skill manufacturing, which could provide excellent export growth. Infrastructure and credit access. Credit access and infrastructure remains a challenge despite government working to improve these areas. Global supply chain integration. The current scenario provides clear opportunity for Indian MSME to integrate into global supply chain and diversify their revenue schemes. Diversification of products, initiatives like the One District, One Product, that is called ODOP, scheme in Uttar Pradesh promote specialized, traditional, and often handicraft-based products, creating new export opportunities for local MSMEs. Cross-border e-commerce, there are the government initiatives, infrastructure development, then focus on innovation. MSMEs are a source of innovation, and participating in international trade helps foster this, leading to the development of new and improved products. Micro, small and medium enterprises, exports have increased remarkably from 3.95 lakh crore in 2021 to 12.39 lakh crore in 24-25, underscoring their critical role in boosting India's economy and strengthening global trade. So with this, there are a lot of opportunities for the MSMEs to export so that we can get assured payment as well as timely supply, and there is no major risk involved with respect to export of products through MSME in international markets. Thank you very much and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Umapati sir. Now let me call Mr. Vinod Simon to give his insights.
My co-panelists on stage and dear friends, a very good afternoon. I had a presentation, but I'm not going to use it due to paucity of time. I'll keep it as short and sweet as possible. Dealing with MSMEs, due to my past experience as chairman of the Rubber Skill Development Council, I was asked to say a few words about what is happening in the skill development ecosystem in our country today. So the word skill or vocational training is not new to us, right? As employers, 30, 40, 50 years, there has always been skill development. We have ITIs churning out graduates coming to our manufacturing units. But unfortunately, it didn't match. The trainees who were coming out from the ITIs in different institutes were not industry ready for employers like us to hire. What was the problem then? The academia were deciding their own curriculum, their own syllabus, and churning out graduates. Not much of practical training. In fact, some of the graduates that we used to get had not even seen the machine for which they were trained as operators for. So there was a big gap between academia and industry. I'm talking of more than about 15, 18 years back. What has changed from there on? What do we hear so much about Skill India and skilling over the last 10, 15 years? From 2010 to roughly 2014 or 15, the government gave the onus of skilling to the employers. It gave the responsibility for training to the industry bodies. And hence were created sector skill councils. Every sector had a skill development training council. What were these sector skill councils? They were basically industry bodies of that particular sectors which came together and formed a council under the government of India. So for example, if you take the rubber sector that I was chairing, we had the plantation sector, we had the tire sector, we had the non-tire sector, we had the MSMEs, training institutes, all coming under a board which was called the Rubber Skill Development Council. So what did they do first? First was to bridge the gap, which was the problem existing before that. So what the councils did, this is across all sectors, it's not just rubber. Today there are more than 40 or 50 sector skill councils. Every sector first started by creating a national occupational standard. So they did a mapping across India to find out what are all the job roles that existed in each sector. And for every job role, they created a national occupational standard. A standard which captured the performance criteria, the knowledge criteria, the skill criteria, which each job role had to have. So if you see, the industry bodies gave their requirement through a national standard. After which, what the council did, it designed the training modules. And training modules were centered around these national standards, which means what the industry wanted was how the training module was done. And industry demanded that we need only 40% training and 60% practical training. The assessment models, how to assess a student, was again designed by the council, which is again representing the industry body. So if you see the shift from academia alone deciding what to do, it was the industry bodies which took the call on how the training must happen, what should be the assessment model, what should a candidate have when he finally comes for employment. So the whole ecosystem changed over the last 10, 15 years. And today, if you have somebody coming for a job with a certificate from a sector skill council, you can hire the person because he is coming trained as per your requirement. And that is what has changed over the last 10, 15 years. A lot of things also, post that what we did in the council was, while we were training new candidates, what about the existing workforce? We had lakhs of people already in our different industries who were there unskilled, who came without any training and were trained in our own industry units. So there was another program which was designed called the Recognition of Prior Learning. What this program basically did was to reskill the existing workforce in the ecosystem. So that's another very interesting program which happened, reskilling the existing workforce that was there in the country. Subsequently, we have all had a lot of government schemes which also came to help skill the trainees. And over a period of time, we also started taking training to the trainees. In the tire sector, I can give you an example. There was this, you have seen these puncture shops, people sitting along the highways, sticking your punctures. They were all not trained, unskilled, having different skill sets. We designed classrooms in vehicles, and they were going along the length and breadth of the country, training puncture shop they're basically entrepreneurs, training them and skilling them and certifying them. We did about training for more than 1 million people sitting across highways in different states. And today you'll find many of the shops, puncture shops along the highways, they're all skill council certified candidates. Another very interesting program, which I'm sure in most of your sectors it will be there, this was first designed in the rubber sector, a BWalk program. VOC, short form for vocational. We had the first program, BWalk in rubber technology. It's a 6-semester program. It runs over 3 years. So if a student wants to exit after year 1 due to economical background or wants to work and come back, he can leave the course, he gets a diploma certificate, he doesn't lose what he studied. He can come back after 1 or 2 years, do another year if he wants, and he will get an advanced diploma program. But if he wants to do all the 3 in 3 years' time, all the 6 semesters, he will get a BWalk program certificate for the program as well. So it is kind of customized for a student to be able to work, come back and study as well. So if you see this program BWalk, it covers A to Z of the sector. In our rubber sector, the first semester, it's about plantation, how you plant the seed. And the last semester is how you manufacture aircraft tires. The entire ambit is taught during this 6-semester program. And it is mandatory that in every semester, 1 month goes for practical training on the shop floor or in the plantation. So in a 6-semester program, there's almost 6 months of practical training that the student undergoes. So these are some of the different schemes that came up in the skill development. I have lots to tell, but this is the basic core area of what skilling is happening today. I'm sure it is gaining more teeth, and with the government turning focus to the employers to train, I think skilling is reaching a new era in our manufacturing sector. Happy to answer any questions if there are, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod Simon. Your insights about the MSME growth through exports and imports. Thank you for that. Now let me call upon Dr. J. Nagesh Kumar to give the insights about the affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so today we are going to discuss about pathways, low carbon, low waste technology. So we've been talking much about this sustainability. What exactly does sustainability mean? So there's abundance of resources in our earth, and we need to use those resources, and we are using those. But sustainability says you need to use the resources in such a way that you also leave something to the future generation. We shouldn't consume all the resources in our lifetime. We need to leave it for the future generation. That defines sustainability. And the better way how it was described was by Mahatma Gandhi. That our earth has enough resources to all our needs, but not our greed. So today what is happening is a greedy consumption pattern, which is putting a lot of stress on this. One of the key resources that is driving the entire world is the energy. We have seen of late how energy has played havoc in geopolitics, with tariffs and penalties just for trading in energy. So the energy that we use is can broadly classify as renewables and non-renewables. Renewables are wind, tidal, geothermal, biomass. So these all kinds of energies will be available forever. Keep using it, still available. But there's another set of energy, non-renewable. Basically, the fossil fuels, talk about coal, oil, and gas predominant, which still accounts for about 95% of our world's energy. In spite of the fact that we are talking so much about solar, wind, renewables, still, if you see the contribution of all these renewables put together, just about 5%. We're still heavily banking on this fossil. So, the unfortunate thing about fossil fuels is that it is depleting with time. A finite source, and it is depleting with time. And very soon, it will all be over. So how long the fossil fuels will be available? See, the oil, what we use for all our day-to-day transportation and other uses, just about 40 years, all the oil in the planet will be over. And natural gas, CNG, and got LNG, all these forms of natural gas, this will be over in 60 years. And coal, we have quite a bit of coal, but still, just about 100 years, all the coal. So no oil, no gas, no coal. This is the scenario we're facing. And if there's no oil, there will be no tariffs also. So what is the alternative? And renewables, though we talk about solar and all that, but it cannot fully replace concentrated energy sources like oil, coal, and gas. So that brings us a way in which we use our energy sources, how efficiently we are using. And if you see this particular picture, all these fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, perhaps formed about several billions of years ago. There was a big upheaval in the earth. Fossils of plants, animals got buried in the earth. And over a million of years, heat and pressure got converted to coal, oil, and gas. So somewhere in 1756, the first oil was struck in Pennsylvania in US. Then they learned how to use the oil for burning. So the controlled combustion came into effect somewhere in about 1750s. And after that, the minute they discovered oil, the simultaneously coal was discovered. Then came the Industrial Revolution. And today we are in a situation where without energy source, we cannot live. So whatever energy was struck in 76, the kind of energy that we are using now, it will all be over in about 100 years. So it has taken hundreds of millions of years to form, and we have consumed already 60% of all the reserves. And it will not exist for future generation. What will your children do? No oil, no gas, no coal. How are they going to exist? Yet another aspect, especially concerning our country, is that we are a net importer of oil. Not only oil, we are also importing coal nowadays, because poor quality of coal that we are endowed with. And if you look at the figures, they are quite staggering. How much of oil we are importing? What is the magnitude in terms of money? So every year, the government pays 11 lakh crores for importing the oil. And for coal, we also spend about 3 lakh crores, most of the coal coming from Indonesia. And if you look at it, it's almost like 14 to 15 lakh crores per year Indian government is spending for importing energy resources. So how well we utilize this energy? What is the efficiency of utilization? So an interesting study was made in the US as, from the source to the sink, that is end use, how the energy is getting. And if you see this energy balance for US economy, 84% of the input to the US economy is from fossil fuels, 7% is nuclear, and then biomass, all that. If you look at the right side, 7% is efficient of this. That means useful energy. Useful energy just hardly about 7%. 41% is unavoidable energy waste. Unavoidable means there has to be a loss. When you convert energy from one form to another, there will be a loss, thermodynamic. So unavoidable. But unnecessary energy waste, 43%. So this is the potential for energy saving. In the US economy itself, there is a scope for reducing 43% energy. And this, we have seen several demonstration audits. There's a huge potential for saving energy. Save 10% of the energy. It's a staggering amount. 15 lakh crores, 10% will come to about 1,00,000 crores able to save. So in this very hall, if we can adapt ourselves to a 2-degree increase in temperature, let's say we are increasing the temperature of this room by 2 degrees, we're going to save 10%. No investment. Simple change of the switch, adjusting your temperature. So like this, there are several measures available for bring down the energy consumption, which will enable us to enhance the life of the resources that we have. And if you look at the electricity, how efficient it is, right from the power station, you see, a coal-fired power station, if you're putting 100 units of energy, the efficiency of the power plant itself is just 30%. So 70% of the energy is lost to the power plant itself. Then we have the transmission cost. Then we have the, as it comes to your industry, the motor costs about 10%, and the pump about 75% efficient. So everywhere there's a loss. Finally, when the water goes to your overhead tank, just about 10 units of energy is there in the water. So 100 units of energy into the power plant, what is available as water in your overhead tank just got 10 units. So if you say, and then you open the tap and you forgot to close the tap, the entire 100 units you have put into the power plant is gone. So 1 unit of energy you save here in this hall, 10 times you save as the energy input to the power plant. What do you think is the efficiency of a car? We have seen the efficiency of a thermal power plant is 30%. Car, what is the efficiency? The car has got an engine. Engine is also a heat engine. Means as good as a power station. So 30% of the energy in the fuel is converted to the shaft work. Then you have the transmission system, and then the clutch, the gear box, and finally when it comes to the wheel, just about 11%. And the friction between the wheel and the road is about 10%. That means the efficiency of your car is 1%. If you are putting 100 rupees worth of petrol in your car, it is only that 1 rupee which is actually taking you to the place where you want to go. So theoretically, if you see, the energy required to transport you to a particular distance at a particular speed is 100 kilocalories, for which you are spending 10,000 kilocalories. So the efficiency of a car is just 1%. So this is the same thing that is applicable to most of the energy equipment that we handle daily. So when you want to save energy, there is a systematic approach which we follow through energy audit. And we've done a few energy audits, and examples are here. Some of the steam using equipment. Industry course, accounts for about 50% of all the energy that is used in the country. So some of the case studies that as we have reduced this, changing the process, understanding the process, asking why, changing the process. So simple mechanism, 3 years payback, then you have 20 lakh. And then we have heat recovery from the compressors, which is to produce chilled water. So this is another case which we have recently carried out in the tire factory. And providing a VFD for a pump, a small pump VFD, and is able to save almost about 11 lakhs per year. So there's a huge potential for energy savings. Much of it can be achieved without investment, and with little investment, we can save up to 20% energy. So the conclusion is that you have to look at the way in which you are using energy, change the thinking, perhaps change lifestyle, and there's a huge scope for saving energy, which will be having a dramatic impact on the energy bill that the country faces. And also your personal energy bill. For the industry, it's a benefit. As an individual, it's a benefit. For the country, it's a benefit. And for the globe, it results in reduction in greenhouse gas. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. J. Nagesh Kumar, for your valuable inputs. Now let me call upon Dr. S. Purushothaman to provide insights on shaping tomorrow, education for sustainable development.
Very good afternoon to each and every one of you. I find a lot of great people here, all business magnates. And today only I came and I noticed that there were many talks on building a business, providing employability, providing job opportunities. That is the main purpose of ITF. And some technical points. Now I want to thank Mr. C. Selvam, who invited me for standing before you just for a few minutes. And one more thing, I am an odd man out, meaning people who all spoke, they are talking about how they came up, how they rose up in business and everything. But still I have very, very important points for each and every one of us. Before putting 1 or 2 points in front of you, I request ITF members who have sufficient positive thinking in education improvement, who have sufficient money to develop a business in education. That is, I request such people to contribute in setting up academic institution in Tamil Nadu or in a place where they like. The reason for giving this suggestion is, see, I am an IIT product, 91 to 95 from IIT Madras, right? So I can talk very proudly in front of you. But I have not become a Nobel laureate. You know, Nobel laureate? Nobel laureate means you take Stanford University, Harvard University, Yale University. Why we find so many Nobel laureates? Many, many, many. Just list out how many Nobel laureates are there. And here we all talk great about IIT. Oh, Puru is from IIT. It's a great man. Right? He is from IIM. It's a great man. And you are from Anna University, a great man. Have you produced any Nobel laureate? Maybe one or two. Right? Why we are not able to produce? Some reason can be all are going to foreign countries and they become Nobel laureates. Right? Why it cannot be done here? What is the root cause? And you know very well, according to my understanding, Indian education system is one of the, not one of the, it's the best education system. Even Barack Obama, right? He has mentioned that mathematics in Tamil Nadu, not North India, right? I'm coming from North India, right? Mathematics in Tamil Nadu is great, right? And education system in Tamil Nadu, I am not telling because I am standing in Chennai, right? In Tamil Nadu, it's great. Then in spite of all these things, why we are not able to produce? Why I have not become a Nobel laureate? Or why I have not become a great man? Don't they have brains? Don't they have the capacity of becoming great? There is something missing in our education system. We are always carried upon because of the pricings of others, right? And what is the lack now? Mr. That is Engineer Mageshwaran Tanike Velu. I was discussing with him. He gave me some points. Whatever he told me, it's true. See, we have theory, we have corresponding labs, right? And whatever we study in the theory, we don't practice everything in the laboratory. There are only few experiments. But we don't have any provision to have an exposure for application. You know, we study everything, we just by heart, go to the exam and just get through it and say that I got 8 or 9, very happy, all right? But after that, if you ask me a question in the interview, I will not be able to tell the real-time application. I find that such type of situations prevailing, that is where the education system, it includes the applications, everything, which is what happening in foreign countries. That's what he told me, right? He told me about Qatar, what's happening regarding education system, right? Now what I'm telling is, we have to bring in this type of theory, laboratory, application in each and every subject. You know very well that nowadays we have got labs for English, right? Because of natural language processing. You know about Google Translate, they use NLP, right? Now we need to include the practical aspects in each and every subject, including mathematics and everything. If we can do all these things, definitely we can bring our education in Tamil Nadu. I'm not talking about outside Tamil Nadu, okay? In Tamil Nadu, and we can make it as a main centric point where the students from foreign countries will say that, yes, I'll go to Tamil Nadu, to this university, and I will earn degree only from such university. So I request great people means what? Wealthy people with good thought about education to come. At least 4 or 5 people, they can combine and they can bring a modular education system wherein we can really put in all efforts and we can produce beautiful students, okay? They'll carry positive information to the world, right? So I think what I told is really meaningful to you. So with this, let me conclude. We can talk a lot about this academic system. I don't want to, and you all know about all these things, right? So thank you so much for all of you for giving me an opportunity to stand before you and talk about 1 or 2 points about the academic system. Thank you.
Thank you to all the dignitaries. from the crowd, if you have any questions to the pioneers, you can ask for it. I think they all got the points rightly. I need you for a few more minutes. Let me call upon our ITF Global Chairman, Engineer Krishna Jagan, to the stage to felicitate Mr. Umapati, Chairman of Oltec Group. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, Chairman. Now let me... Thank you, sir. Now let me call upon our Global Director, Engineer Muthukumar, to the stage to felicitate Mr. Vinod Simon. Thank you, sir. Let me call upon our Global Managing Director, Engineer Selvam, to the stage to felicitate Dr. J. Nagesh Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now let me call upon our Global Director, Engineer Ali Akbar, to the stage to felicitate Dr. S. Purushothaman. Thank you to all the dignitaries. A small announcement. We received a Huawei mobile, which was in the VIP row. Someone is missing. You can collect it from the backstage. A Huawei mobile. It's a good time that a student is felicitating the professor. We like to, you can have a few words about your professor. So, we have one more short technical presentation, technical section. After that, it's going to be a students' paper presentation, felicitation will be there. So we request everyone to patiently be there and witness it. Thank you, sirs. So let me call upon for the next technical session, the future of sustainability, industry 5.0, and quantum computing. Let me call upon Mr. Sagaya Rajan Fernando. Let's give a big round of applause. He's the infrastructure and technology industry expert, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Also, I like to call the fireside chat Dr. P.S. Kumar, the Group CEO and Executive Director, Prithvi Group Care Private Limited. Let's give a big round of applause. Let me call upon Mr. Nasruddin, the CEO of KEFAC, to the stage. NFAC. Let's give a big round of applause. He's from Saudi Arabia. Also, I like to highlight they're the gold sponsor for this PDC 2025. So, Sagai Rajan sir, it's your time, you can take it up.
Vanakkam. Thank you. Sarvadesha Tamil Podiyagam. Thank you, ITF, making me and standing in front of Chennai engineers, entrepreneurs. And I'm Sigarajan Fernando, currently strategic consultant for Saudi Arabian airports for digital transformation initiatives to meet up the 2030 vision. 2 days it is content rich, and some of the best think tanks of this geography, and everybody has enjoyed. My focus is just to give a short introduction about Industry Version 5. I don't want to take so much time. Due to time constraints, I also have to catch a flight at 7 o'clock. It's a big subject, but I'll wrap it up very quickly. Let's start with a quick evolution of Industry Version. It started from mechanized, then mass production and automation, then smart factories and so on. Now, this generation, we know only the smart factories, everything in smart, and Industry Version 4, we are trying to adapt, and most of the cases, has its own difficulties. It's so expensive, it's so resource intensive, and we are finding difficulties. So let's move on to the challenges what we are facing in Industry Version 4. Then we'll come and talk about Industry Version 5, which the Western world is very keen on adapting the Industry Version 5. The challenges of as I mentioned, that its cost is so much, resources availability is another big challenge, then we need to bring high-skilled data scientists, artificial intelligence experts, and this, that, and all for making the Industry 4 working. And most important thing is that Industry 4.0 is something which is giving also connecting different data and different systems is prone to cybersecurity threats. So this is one of the reasons the Western world is very keen on mitigating these kind of challenges, how we can take it out. But most important thing is, all these days we were talking about something called key performance indicator. It's more related to the boardroom related subject. I'm not going to get into that. It will take its own sweet time to brief about it. But there is something which is going to come in the future, how we can mitigate these kind of challenges which is in front of us in Industry Version 4. The biggest challenge, everyone is thinking that the Industry Version 4 is going to put out people. we are going to lose a lot of jobs. Machine is taking over the jobs. Is that true? No, we have created more jobs than ever. Job is being created by itself. Humans are intelligent enough to create jobs. So it is not true. That is what exactly the Western world is looking at, saying that Industry version 5 is human-centric. Put the human first. All these times we call it as robot first. Not really true. Without the human touch, robot cannot work. Now we are going to work with something called cobots, which is human and robot together. We will learn to work with machine like today's children, including me, I should not tell children alone, we only interact with the machines, gadgets, touch screen. Touch screen made a big evolution in human life that we only interact with the telephone in our hand. That's became, if you're looking at the statistics, the time which we are spending together is with our personal gadgets. So Industry version 5 will simply touch base on some of the major items which came from Industry version 4. Big data analytics, everybody knows about it. Cyber security, augmented reality, additive manufacturing, cloud computing, autonomous robots, digital twins. Digital twins, a lot of topics about digital twins we were talking about, including L&T and other distinguished guests were discussing about digital twins. That is, before something going to happen. Earlier we call it as a predictive analytics. Now we simulate actually exactly how things are going to happen. In most of the airport industry, we use digital twins in many cases, like crowd simulations, like emergency situations, and all these simulations we are doing at the back end and providing the feedback, and accordingly we make ourselves ready for any kind of situation. And vertical and horizontal integration, industrial IoT, I don't need to talk about it, but Industry 5 is very clearly mentioning about the top topic, human-centric. So the rest of the topics, many of our distinguished guests were talking about it, and you guys got a lot of information about the other two, sustainability and resilient subject matters, but human-centric is very, very important. And at the moment, people who, like our strength in India, particularly Tamil Nadu, is human capital. And human capital, without the human capital, nothing can be done. We have done a lot of work in IT, in innovation, IT innovations and digital innovations, but Industry 5 is focusing on that. We have produced a lot of IT engineers, although all engineers, maybe civil, electrical, mechanical, whatever it is, they will finally land into IT, and all the domain expertise, we lost it and we gained in IT. Now, Industry 5 is, since it is focused on human capital or human-centric, it is going to re-emphasize the need of human capital in the industry. And it is not going to be something, you don't need to worry about something about Industry 4, never talked about human capital. Now, Industry 5 is talking a lot about human capital. The planet is for living. So the most important subject in Industry 5 is very human-focused or human-centric. You call it sustainability, you call it resiliency, resilient, everything is for the people, not for the machine alone itself. We create ourselves things that for us, not for the machines, the other way around. And we are very diverse in terms of more urbanized. I mean, in India, we can proudly say that Tamil Nadu is more urbanized. So everywhere we go, we have talented people, we have educated people, English-speaking people. We get very versatile. Like the professor said, for mathematics, people have to come to Tamil Nadu. For education, many guys are even now they are coming to Tamil Nadu. Of course, we have to upskill our institutions. We have to attract the other people to come and get education, the best education in Tamil Nadu. And we have created more jobs than destroyed, actually speaking, which is a fact. And there are enough statistics which can prove that. And very important socio-political an economic construct that is a very unique within India itself. So we are the best, and we can definitely embrace the Industry version 5 more efficiently than anybody else within the Indian subcontinent. There are focus areas in Industry 5. I don't want to go, the most important thing I want to touch base is the key value indicator. Everybody knows about key performance indicator. Now, every process, anything what you do, what's the value creation is happening, that is a very, very important for our future generation. And instead of going and teaching your future generation, let's focus on train the trainer or build our teachers how to teach the future generation about the expected technology and keep the sustainability and resilient design in anything and everything. In a nutshell, Industry 5 simply says, I don't need to explain that, bring back the smile on the people's face, which is, we are always worried what I'm going to study, where I'm going to work, how I'm going to get a job. No, Industry 5 is very clearly making sure the end consumer or the audience, means the students, don't worry about your studies. You are important. Humans are important. And with that, let's keep our planet a better place to live for the future generation. With that, I think I have taken short, but thank you very much once again for ITF team and my best friend, Sahul Hamid, who made me to stand up here. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. We are going to talk about Industry 5.0, which already my colleague Raghunathan has already spoke also now. What I'm going to talk to you is what benefits we will get by implementing Industry 5.0. I don't want to talk about the same thing what he already spoke. Okay. So the first benefit what you will be getting that reduce the cost. That means your price is not getting raised because the price is going to get paid by the customer. Your cost is reduced. Your cost reduces means your profit goes up. The moment your profit goes up, you are interested in it. First. Second is reduce the waste. Reduce the waste in the sense is unnecessary, knowingly, or whatever it may be, you are producing more than, or you are spending more amount. That will come down. That means again the cost comes down. The third thing will be, quality will be 100% as per the requirement. You are going to get a very good quality. That means what happened, rejection comes down, because of that your profit goes up again. And the fifth one will be sustainable manufacturing. Sustainable manufacturing sense is, it is not going to get affected because of the environment. It is going to sustain. You are continuing the business sustainable. And fifth and fourth important point is increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of our organization. By implementing this 5.0, you can do this way. What is the benefit you will get? First benefit is, internationally, anybody who is going to trade with you, who is not in India, who is outside India, somebody sitting at Netherlands, somebody sitting at France, somebody sitting at Germany, will not look out with a quality certificate, because you are giving a quality certificate in your letterhead, signed by you, you are saying that I'm good. No, we are not interested. They want the machine-driven data. That data, I want to see it, and they want to believe that data. That is accessible through cloud, which can be seen by him. When you are producing, he can see the production also. So that is the transparency in operation, you are getting into that. The moment you are getting into the transparency operation, you are winning the customer confidence. Customer confidence, you are going to gain. So that is the first and foremost benefit of Industry 5.0. So if you take SDG goals, you know about that. I am not going to talk about that. Whatever Mr. Sagai Madan has not told, I am going to talk about that. There are three important things which I want to focus on it. One is called sustainability. You say it, you have a circular economy, and you have a energy efficiency and waste reduction. I will just touch upon two things. What is the circular economy in a sense is, we put the plastics on the garbage, we put the plastics on the dustbins, we pollute the system and blame the plastics. Plastics doesn't walk to the ocean. You put the plastics the wrong way, you dispose it wrongly, and you put the blame on plastics. So that is not the mistake of plastics, that is a man-made wonder material. So what we are trying to do is, I have a lot of data, but because of the time I am not able to do it. We have, in the world, we have around 10,000 million tons of plastics which cannot be used. 10,000 million tons of plastics is available, out of which 7,500 million tons of plastics has come in last 25 years. That means it took 75 years to reach 10,000 million tons of plastics production, out of which 7,500 was produced and consumed. Consumed means used by us in last 25 years. Again, if you take it 2030, 2040, 2050, it is going to be substantial. We are going like to be 1,100 million metric tons every year we will be producing it. That means plastic is not possible, you can eliminate. You have to live with it. Simple example I will tell you. You just go to the car. Today while going back, I am not going to use the car which has plastics. You remove all the plastics, put any other material which is equivalent to the plastic, still you try to drive the car, you will get a mileage by maybe 50% or 40% of your car. My friend, earlier friend spoke about oil available only for 40 years. It will be maybe on 15-20 years itself. If you remove the plastics, you will get 15-20 years, the entire oil will be vanished. So plastics is indispensable. So we wrongly think that plastics are can be. And I talk about biopolymers, bioplastics. I don't want to talk about that. That is a whole 414 million tons bioplastic production capacity. I am not talking about the usage. I am talking about the production capacity, which is less than 0.03%. If you are getting 0.03% of plastic, which is normally 2 to 7 times costlier, and you are getting a bag free of cost, how it will be possible? So there is bioplastic, biopolymer, so many things are there. So it will, but if you are not keeping at 55-degree temperature, it will not degrade. That means it will take again the problem. So the circular economy is the only way. That means you need to recycle. You need to recycle the plastics. As long as you are putting the plastic properly, it will get recycled. But the problem with us is we put all the eatable items, everything, you are mixing the plastics, and it goes to cheapest form of energy recovery, burning it. Will you put your gold and burn and take the heat out of it? No. Why? Because the gold is costlier. Just because plastic is cheap, you are putting a plastic in the burning and you are taking heat recovery and you call it as a big term called heat recovery. Correct? So plastic recovery means reclamation. That means usage of plastics back into the things. So Indian government has already, internationally people is called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. If you are producing plastic products, say 100 tons per month, you need to mix 30 tons of regrained plastics. Otherwise you cannot produce. Otherwise you will put a fine for the entire 100 tons. So the reclamation or recycling is not likely. It has to happen. It will happen. Whether you like it or not, it is going to happen. It is happening already. Tamil Nadu government, Indian government already told 30% of plastic to be used in PET bottles. Okay. Coming to the second, energy efficiency. Again, our friend has told a lot of energy efficiency is important. You can see that there are different technologies are available, but we still live with the VRV. VRV is variable refrigerant flow, which is 1982 technology. Do you have thermal energy can be stored, that can be used, all these things can be possible, but storing the cool energy, there is a technology available, but many people are not adopting it because it's available, thinking that we are getting. So the energy we are losing it. If you use the proper technology with MPC technology, there is a model predictive control, you can save 41% of your air conditioning. See, this all are currently maybe needing 500 tons, chiller will be running it. Actually, it needs only around 40 tons or 50 tons because the number of people are going to be less. This is the most important thing. She is talking about human-centric. In human-centric, I am not touching about whatever my friend has told. I am talking about customer advocacy. Customer advocacy, you need to go to the people and the customer should exceed the expectation of the customer. The moment you exceed the expectation of the customer becomes your marketing person. That is the thing what we need to do because the cost of acquiring a customer is very high. So you make your customer to talk on to you on your behalf without getting paid. That is called customer advocacy. That has to be implemented. So that is called, second thing is called hyper customization. No more mass production will not work. You need to get into hyper customization. Hyper customization, everything, whatever I want will be different from others. People are giving it. Whether you like it or not, it is happening it. I will show you the example, what you are seeing here on Amul, yogurt. Okay, in India, it is suppose the market is opened up and some other company is entering in India. You have 4 flavors of yogurt here. Another slide I will show you. This is a German company, is Lanlipi. So this guy has 96 flavors of yogurt. So will you choose an Indian brand or will you choose we have a flexibility, no, what is the range is available. So why I have to buy a 4 taste only? I have 96 tastes. So that is how is a hyper customization. This is already in practice. And resilience, ability to bounce back. It is what I say that's what I told you is advancing despite of adversity. That means you need to proceed. You don't have a choice. We never expected we will get imposed on 50% tariff ban. And already came, how do we have to live on that? So that is how it has to go. So we are proceeding that way. If you see it, mean time to respond, mean time to resolve is a minimum requirement. That's called predictive. Earlier we have preventive maintenance, breakdown maintenance. Now it is called predictive maintenance. What likely to fail, you will predict it, beginners of AI and other things, and start applying it. So China plus one. This is a good opportunity for all of us. So if you are good, if you are upgrading yourself, if you are implementing the latest technology which is affordable for you, the moment you start applying it, you will be one of the person who the customers will look considering you. So you should start converting your products as a products related to sustainability. So the moment you start adopting all the latest technologies which is needed for you, you don't need adopt which is not needed for you. Like cobalt, you need not put it. There is no need of cobalt. You do not go for a or what you call VR models and all. Whatever is needed for you, need to adopt it. With this, I will enclose the things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Before you go into the detailed discussion, let me welcome Mr. Nasruddin, the CEO, Enerfax Solutions, to give a brief.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, fellow engineers, delegates across the globe, good evening to everyone. It's a great honor to stand in front of you at ITUF's PDC event, having an incredible theme that Incredible Tamil Nadu together towards sustainable tomorrow. It's a great honor to stand in front of you people. Our company is Enerfax Solutions. As the CEO of this company and a humble platinum sponsor for this landmark event, we take it a proud moment to contribute for this ITUF event. For those who are unfamiliar with Enerfax Solutions company, we are a global EPCC provider, solutions provider. We are having 6 different verticals in our company. And in fact, the Industry 5.0, which you are talking about, which you are discussing for the past few minutes, is we are into that core sector, contributing to so many projects globally, especially in the GCC region. We have been working in IoT and automation sector for a quite long time, and we are official system integrators of Siemens, Rockwell, ABB, Schneider, and GE. We do have, let's say, we execute EPCC projects, especially in GCC region. And we also have, let's say, deep expertise in electrical related work. We are very, very happy and we are humbled to say that we are the only company in the entire Middle East handling 400 kV substations of 5 different countries in GCC. And the good thing is, the world's largest airport in terms of area is Dammam International Airport. We are the only company which did the complete EPCC of international departure and international arrivals, E-gates. And the good thing is, we have been awarded the next project for Al Hassa Airport as well, which is in Saudi Arabia. We have been talking about Industry 5.0 for a quite long time. The point we would like to emphasize is, as our previous CM, respected another I told, that we have to focus on both agriculture as well as industrialization. When it comes to industrialization, each and every company in Tamil Nadu contributes a lot. Is obviously, we need to step up and focus on agriculture as well. There are so many, let's say, IoT-related projects in agriculture. Even considering a small NPK sensor, which can be planted in the soil, and that can be connected to the cloud. And finally, the complete agriculture can be taken to the next level in India by using, let's say, IoT application. And we are very, very proud to say that NRFAC is one of the companies focusing on IoT solutions, even in agriculture, apart from so many industrial applications. We have a balanced approach for both, let's say, agriculture and industrial sectors. We have been actively involved in so many projects across the globe for lifting and rigging as well. Even in lifting and rigging, yes, obviously, which is of paramount importance when it comes to safety, we have been involved in, let's say, implementing IoT solutions in particular sectors where we don't compromise on safety and quality. Once again, I thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I really thank ITUF's organizers for setting up this wonderful stage and giving an opportunity to deliver a wonderful message. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nasruddin. Now let me call upon her ITF Global Treasurer, Engineer Dr. Shahul Hamid, to the stage to felicitate Mr. Sagai Rajan Fernando. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Let me call upon our ITF Global Executive Committee member, Engineer Suresh, to the stage to felicitate Dr. P.S. Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now let me call upon our ITF Saudi Arabia President, Rahmatullah, to the stage to felicitate Mr. Nasruddin, CEO, NRFAC Solutions. They are the gold sponsors for PDC 2025. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Okay. So now, the next session will be we are going to present an app from ITEF Global, and it will be a ITEF Empower. The app will be called as ITEF Empower, which will facilitate tender, job portal, trading, and e-learning. So let me call upon ITEF Saudi Arabia Vice President, Women's Wing, Engineer Lakshana Parthiban to the stage. So also I request Krishnamurthy sir to the stage. We welcome Dr. Shanawaz sir to the stage. All the ITEF members to the stage. So now, Mr. Kumar to the stage. So it's not one, it's going to be two apps released at the same time. It's going to be the SDG app launch. Thank you, everyone. We have just one more very short presentation before we go into the students' presentation. So there'll be a short group photo. Please, everyone assemble.
Gauri Shankar, Lakshmi, can you please come to the stage? Gauri Shankar.
Thank you, everyone. We have just another 2 small sessions. Let me welcome the team from IGEN, Institution of Green Engineers, Chennai. Mr. Irshad, the Organizing Secretary of Envirthon 2025. Please come to the stage. Please come, ma'am.
Vanakkam to all. I, Dr. Ishrat Mira Mirzana, Organizing Secretary of Envirthon 2025, extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you all for the inaugural of IGEN Envirthon 2025 in partnership with International Tamil Engineers Forum, ITEF. Envirthon 2025 is a third edition of our historic 36-hour Global Climate Action Marathon, aiming for a new world record with deliberations on climate adaptation and financing to sustain harmony with the 5 elements Panchabhutas. It is an Limca book record and world book record attempting a new record in 2025 and focuses on climate change mitigation, aligns with UN SDGs and will deliver actionable recommendations for COP30. It's with immense pleasure and respect now I invite our title sponsor partners, ITEF Chairman, Engineer P. Krishna Jagan Sir, Selvam Sir, Managing Director, Muthukumar Sir, Director Operation, to release the unveiling the inaugural poster as well as the release of the handbook of iGen Envirthon 2025. I invite the ITF members.
Let's give a big round of applause.
A very good evening to all present here. Good evening. Maybe we are very less crowd, but the complete India is here. So I should thank the ITF from the global world. They have been here. And today I think ITF presents this iGen Envirthon. It's a non-stop world record 36 hours event, which has been initiated almost 10 o'clock today morning, and it's going to be completed tomorrow. So that's what today we had this unveiling of the books as well as the ITF poster. See, today I think the world is growing up very fast, and Tamil Nadu is none other than that. And today we have beaten even Pakistan GDP, and Tamil Nadu has achieved 460 billion. So that's a big applause we can give it for our own Tamil Nadu, because the neighboring countries could not able to achieve that. But there is one big threat is happening around the world inside Tamil Nadu, but the government of Tamil Nadu, government of India, including ITF, wanted to boost the economy. But what really the threat is nothing but the climate actions. There's an increasing in temperatures happening throughout the world. And we could able to see various cyclones and various flood mitigations is happening throughout the world. When we are trying to go up to make our own 1 trillion economy in next couple of years, how we are going to lose up the money by this climate action? That's what iGen has taken up initiate. Today, iGen is celebrating its third edition of Envirthon 2025. And we, the global engineers, who is almost connecting 36 global countries and 36 national countries and 399 speakers for non-stop origin to make our own world to be clean and green. I thank the ITF, who is also being a title sponsor and the partner with us to make this event a wonderful grand event. We almost completed 5 pre-conference events, and we have done 5 offline events, and we initiated with the 5 elements, that is Panchabodhas, the earth, and then space, fire, air, and then water. So we completed our earth element with bringing almost 6 speakers from international and 6 speakers from national, and we had a startup programs and with the model United Nations from various, the corner of India. And next half an hour, I think next 6 o'clock, we are going to initiate our water element. Do join with us in the iGen YouTube channel, definitely. And because the Mother Earth needs us, the Mother Earth needs the positivity of all of us. Because it's not our own Earth. We have to live it to the next generation with the much more pure and green and clean. We cannot go and search for the Mars, or we cannot go and explore the humanity in the other planet. We need the Earth much more clean and green. So I thank the ITF team, which we could able to take this initiative along with iGen, and definitely we are there to save our Mother's Earth, and we will do that not only like sitting in Chennai, throughout the world, throughout the global, and Tamil Nadu always says that, why my vellum, and with the Honorable CM and Honorable Ministers, definitely the Tamil Nadu has brought a new Environment Board Minister and Climate Summit, and this is only one state has taken a more initiative on this, the climate action. Definitely, the next year when we are going to organize, ITF is going to be joined with us, and much more we are going to take a bigger level of event. And thank you so much for making this opportunity. I thank our Selvam sir and the Jagan sir and the whole team to give this platform and make this iGen event much more greater. Thank you.
So very happy thanking note to the kind-hearted members of the International Tamil Engineers Forum. It was a very happy note because when we had a discussion initially, they were very happy to accept our request and be part of us. And very happy to inform that the IGEN, the Institution of Green Engineers, we are presently with 4 projects are there. That is IGEN Energy 99 Challenge, that is the UN recognized project. Talk for STG, IGEN Zero to Hero, IGEN minus ZO2. Like that, there is a lot of student community oriented projects are there. Not only that, we come out with a lot of innovation. Presently, 6 patents filed like that, which connecting people across the globe towards the green action. Within that, connecting all the sustainable development goals we are moving towards, and maybe tomorrow by 10 o'clock we are coming with a new world record of 36 hours. Not only the matter of 36 hours, how we are connecting the students, connecting the professional members and academicians together. We have around 200 volunteers which working together to execute these activities. Thank you all. Thank you so much for very good support with us.
Thank you, sir. Let me call upon Mr. Ramesh, Mr. Suchitra to the stage. They are from the MGI University and they are our sponsors. Let's give a big round of applause. Mr. Ramesh. So our ITF Global Chairman, Engineer Krishna Jagan, and our ITF MD, Mr. Selvam will felicitate Mr. Suchitra.
So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the harder goal for.
Thank you to all the dignitaries.
Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have a.
So in ITF PDC 2025,
people need water that's clean.
One of the main parallel event which took place for past 2 days, actually which is one of the main event which created the curiosity from the day one, the students' paper presentation. So in order to brief this session, let me invite the ITF UAE Head of PR, Engineer Gauri Shankar. Also, ITF UAE Head of Women's Wing Head, Lakshmi Sudha, Engineer Lakshmi Sudha to the stage. Let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you, Karthik. So, I think we are coming towards nearly the end of the session, but I can still see some of our students there. We had been running the student presentation sessions in meeting room A for the past 2 days. It had been quite intensive. We had a lot of student participation. In fact, so many of them working on different projects, working on different research on sustainability. It's a very core concept, not just sustainability, but how you can integrate AI, IoT, machine learning, blockchain. So we have seen all of these technologies in the past 2 days. I would like to definitely applaud all the students. Can we give a round of applause for all the students who have been brilliant out there? Sustainability is a way of life, right? I'm explaining this because this is also a part of our theme for this conference. Let's say, for example, if you're using a mobile phone, in order to produce a mobile phone, 15,000 liters of water is used just for producing one phone. And in order to produce a laptop, 200,000 liters of water is being used, right? So when we use things, are we conscious about how much of pollution that will create and how much of resources it is utilizing end of the day, right? So that kind of an attitude needs to be fed into the students right from early age. And this conference has given an opportunity for students to do that. At the same time, students have rightly used this opportunity. So I would also like to thank the academic partner for, especially on the jury side, I would like to thank Anna University for supporting the entire event throughout. We have been having juries from Anna University from different departments over there. I would also like to mention our jury, Professor Dr. Uma Maheshwari from Anna University. We also had Dr. Vijay Shankar Ashokan. We had Associate Professor Geeta. We had Associate Professor Susila, Associate Professor Saravanan, Associate Professor Sharmila, Associate Professor Malar Mohan, and also Associate Professor Manimala. Thank you, heartfelt thanks to all the jury for staying throughout the sessions and also giving valuable guidance to the students. So I would also like to invite the jury, if any of you are available, please join us on stage before we go to the most important part, the winners of the presentation. I'm pretty sure that even I learned a lot, right? I was there in the student presentation stage along with Lakshmi Sudha. We learned a lot from the students themselves. So any guesses from the students as to who is the third place or third prize winner for the presentation? Any guesses from the students? You can give a shout out. I know there are only a few of you, but I'm sure you are loud enough. Right, so the third place, for awarding the third place and felicitating the winners, I would like to call upon Mr. Krishnamurthy, who is the Director of Operations of ITEF. Please join us on stage for felicitating the students. And I would like to keep... Right. Just give us a second. Right. So I'm going to announce a winner. The third place goes to KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology. This is Jishnu and team for the paper, Development of Characterization of Metal PLA with Iron Coating. Do we have KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology with us? Students, you can raise your hand if you're here. Otherwise, we'll move on to the second place. I would like to invite, in order to felicitate and award the students, Mr. Selvam, MD of ITEF. Please join us on stage to award the students. So the second place goes to Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham Nagarkoil, Mr. Gokul Kannan for the paper Emergency Proximity Alert and Response, an AI IoT powered smart emergency alert framework. Gokul Kannan and team, congratulations. These students have won from a very, very tough competition. All the students did well, but they outshined and we are really glad to be awarding them. The prize money for the students will be 100,000 for the second place. So thank you to ITEF and the management for motivating and encouraging our students. Please give a round of applause to Gokul Kannan, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham Nagarkoil. Thank you so much. Any guesses on the first prize? Any guesses? I would like to invite Lakshmi Sudha, Head of Membership ITEF UAE, who also happens to be my wife, to introduce the first place. Over to you, Lakshmi.
And the first prize goes to Jay Akash from SKP Engineering College on paper Advanced Vehicle Event Monitor and Data Logger. I would like to call Mr. Krishna Jagan, ITEF Chairman, to hand over the prize. The prize amount is 1,20,000.
That is Jay Akash, SKP Engineering College, a paper on Advanced Vehicle Event Monitor and Data Logger. The prize money will be 120,000 to the first place winner. Congratulations, Jay Akash. Can I also? Just a small story before we end. Jay Akash attended the paper presentation session yesterday, but we couldn't actually provide him a slot. He has come all the way from a different town, and he had to actually travel back. But I told him, I insisted that he attend today as well and present. I also told him that if he needs any special permission from his college, we will be glad to get that for him. And he came today, he presented, and he won. Right? So that is basically a fate and destiny. If you are destined for something, it will definitely happen. I would also like to announce that the first 5 papers that have been selected through this conference paper presentation will be published on our website, and we will also try to find other opportunities to publicize the students and their universities. So thank you so much, students and participants and guardians and the staff who guided the students towards the presentation. That's it from my end. Thank you, guys.
So ITEF, it's giving back to the society. So we want to support the people who wholeheartedly supported ITEF PDC 2025 from day one.
I'm sorry to grab the mic. Actually, it's good that the person who worked with them felicitate them. It's been a pleasure working with the team of consultants who had a lot of experience in the field of conferencing. An event like this where there is it's a hybrid event where there is a lot of political phases, a lot of administrative phases, besides professionals. So they carry a lot of experience and expertise in this area, and they have been assisting us in this job. I call upon Mr. Selvam, Mr. Mani, and Ms. Tamil Kodi. And last but not the least, dear Lohit. These guys have put in tremendous amount of man-hours to make this event happen. My sincere thanks to one and all of you, Lohit. I appreciate one and all of you, Tamil Kodi, Selvam and Mani. And my special appreciations to Lohit. Lohit is a go-getter. Can I call upon Parthi? Parthi? The smiling face. Okay. Thank you, Tamil Kodi. Thank you, Selvam, and thank you, Mani. It's been great working with you. Looking forward to work with you further. And Lohit, I lived with you probably. I enjoyed every moment living with you. I cannot forget every moment. You're a very special person, not only for me, for the ITEF as well. Tamil Kodi vaanga. Sorry. Mr. Selvam. I would like to take the honor of presenting to Lohit. As I was saying, I not only worked with him, I'd been living with him for the last few weeks. A very great person, young budding engineer, but a promise. His perseverance in getting a job done, despite all the odds, he's always focused on the job. And he's none other than Mr. Suresh's son. I'm very proud of telling this. You have a lovely son.
closing note.
I'd like to take a few more minutes. We had formed some working groups to execute this conference. Actually, conference working team was working for the last 2 months, 3 months. And especially to execute this event, I had we formed a working group of volunteers to just come and fit into this event today. And people from various countries coming together and running an event independently on their own is quite challenging, because people from a particular country, a particular place, joining together and running an event is easier because of a lot of communication. But we are all spread across a lot of countries. My sincere thanks to one and all of you. I can say is, I don't want to actually say names, and actually I may forget because I don't have a paper in hand. I will try to say a few names. Mr. Anba Anand and Bala Anand from the backstage, they've been pushing the mementos. Special thanks to them. The catering committee, Mr. Prabhakaran and co. Again, he came down from Vellore with a battalion of people and got everything done. Thanks, Prabhakaran and team. The VIP handling team under, I may miss a few names, so please pardon me. Headed by Mr. Mahendran and Ali Akbar sir. I think you can tell those names, but I'm not able to. Please forgive me for that. Excellent job. They have been relaying VIPs to the stage and continuously giving information to us so that this stage keeps running. And again, the VIP reception team headed by chairman and the managing director did a fantastic job of public relations. And then normally in a conference, all these peripheral activities at a point in time slows down. But this conference had 4 live activities running from morning to evening. And a set of lovely people had been running this all through the day. There is no rush to them, absolutely keep running. Not only that, the dynamics of the event had a lot of changes. And they were continuously running over the changes, putting the schedule up, putting the schedule down, coordinating with a lot of people. I like to thank one and all of you there, especially the student segment where Gauri and Lakshmi were there. Fantastic. Thank you, Gauri and Lakshmi. And the startup presentation section where Karthik Ramaraj has led a team of people. A very successful event. Absolutely no regrets. Beautiful. And then on stage here, Mrs. Devi, Chilambarasan, what to say, or Karthik Ramaraj, and then Kirpa, Shanmuham, all excellent people. They had been continuously supporting us. The event went seamlessly with all the changes. It was a good experience for one and all of you as well. And thank you all. And Shanmuham taken the extra pain of arranging logistics for the speakers and other guests. Prabhakaran, I talked about him. Probably he was not there. Yeah. I'm coming there. See this. On the other side is the event management as a whole. We slowly took over a part of the event management within this hall from somebody else. And the person who overall coordinated the event management team was Ashok Kumar. So be it the exhibition, be it the peripherals of the setup, your dining area, setting up of the VIP areas, and the overall coordination of the design rendering, everything was done by Mr. Ashok Kumar. We had been colleagues for the last almost 35 years, working in the same organization. He shares a lot of experience. He has been leading a few conferences earlier years. So thank you, Ashok. Great job. If by mistake I had missed anyone, not by intention, pardon me, and thank you. Thank you for working with me. Enjoyed it.
வேலை பார்க்கணும் கிட்ட வாங்க சொல்லிட்டு எட்ட போயிடாதீங்க இல்லை கல்லூரி பார்த்துங்க ஆமாம் ஆமாம் இன்னைக்கு தேதி என்ன 22 அப்படியா என்னங்க தண்டரம் அப்புறம் எல்லாருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். ஒரு கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் முடிஞ்சால் அடுத்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் என்னன்னு சொல்லணும், அறிவிக்கணும். அது ஒரு மேண்டேட் இல்லையா? நிறைய பேர் சொல்லிட்டோம். அடுத்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் எங்கன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும் ரைட்டுங்களா? இந்த ஆளுமைகளை பார்க்கும்போது எந்த கண்ட்ரின்னு சொல்லுங்கள், கண்டுபிடிங்க. இவங்க இன்னைக்கு டேட்டோட வந்துட்டாங்க, அதனால் உங்களுக்கு சொல்கிறேன். யூஏ முன்னாடி இருந்தால் நீங்களும் வாங்க, சொல்ல ரெடியாக இருக்கோம் நாங்கள். இது ஒரு டெம்போ. ஓகே, டேட்டை வந்து அசோக் சார் சொல்லுவார், ஏன்னா அவர் தான் முன்னெடுத்து நடத்த போகிறாரு. ஏன்னா சொல்கிறவங்க செய்யறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம்னு தெரியும். அசோக் சார் அனௌன்ஸ்மெண்ட்டு எல்லாம் வீடியோ எடுங்க. செப்டம்பர் எப்படிங்க சார்?
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். ஏப்ரல் 22, 23, 2026 குவைத்தில் அடுத்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் நடக்கும், ஐடப் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ். உங்கள் அனைவருடைய ஒத்துழைப்போடும் உங்களுடைய பங்கேற்போடும் வெற்றிகரமாக நடக்க நாங்கள் முனைகின்றோம். உங்களுடைய எல்லா வகையான ஒத்துழைப்பும் எங்களுக்கு தேவை. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
ஓகே சார், நான் இப்பயே உங்களுக்கு ஆதரவு தரேன். ஒரு 15 MSME ஸ்டால் வந்து நாங்கள் போகிறேன் இந்த 2 நாளைக்கு. தமிழ்நாடு அரசுலேருந்து பேசி உங்களை கூட்டு 15 ஸ்டால் MSME கமிஷனர்கிட்ட பேசி தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் 15 ஸ்டால் போடும். இது வந்து உறுதி. இன்றைக்கி மினிஸ்டர் சொல்லிட்டாரு, எந்த கண்ட்ரியில் உங்கள் சாப்டரில் எங்கே கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் நடந்தாலும் தமிழக அரசு வந்து 15 ஸ்டால் தரேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ we are going right direction, I think. ஓகே, அலேக் சார், few words.
முதல்ல எல்லாருக்கும் வந்து எங்களுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். இந்த ஈவெண்ட் வந்து ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு 30 டேஸில் தான் வந்து ரொம்ப ஆக்டிவ் ஆச்சு. நம்ம எம்டி செல்வன் சார் எங்களெல்லாம் தலைமை தாங்கி டெய்லி ஆல்மோஸ்ட் எவ்ரிடே வந்து ஒரு கால் வச்சு என்னென்ன பண்ணணும், அப்படி தான் அந்த ஈவெண்ட்டை நடந்து முடிஞ்சுது. இதில் வந்து பல மக்கள் வந்து விசிபிளாக இருக்கிறாங்க, பல மக்கள் விசிபிளாக இல்லை, அவங்க பேக்ரவுண்டில் ஒர்க் பண்ணாங்க. எல்லா ஸ்டாஃபும், ஃப்ரண்டில் உள்ளவங்களும் பேக்கெண்டில் உள்ளவங்களுக்கும் எல்லாருக்கும் எங்களுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். செகண்ட் வந்து இது வந்து பண்ணுறது எல்லாருமே வந்து நம்மளுடைய அது மோர் ஆஃப் கிராட்டிடியூட், நம்மளுடைய எண்ணத்தின் அடிப்படையில் அது ஒரு நல்ல காரியம் பண்ணணும் நாட்டுக்கு, மக்களுக்கு, ஒரு ஃப்யூச்சர் ஜென்ரேஷனுக்கு. அந்த அடிப்படையில் தான் எல்லாருமே வந்து வெளியூர்லேருந்து வந்து we spend our own money, we spend our time, effort for the benefit of the future generation. இதை வந்து கடவுளும் வந்து இதை வந்து ஆசீர்வதித்து இது மேலும் மேலும் வளர்ந்து பல மக்களுக்கு ஒரு உதவியாக இருக்கும்படி நாங்கள் வேண்டிக் கொள்கிறோம். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் ஃபார் ஆல் ஆஃப் யூ. தேங்க்யூ.
அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி மற்றும் வணக்கம். என்னுடைய ஒரு சிற்றறிவு கேட்ட வரையில் ஒரு 20 வருஷமாக நாங்கள் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி அசோசியேஷனில் இருந்து இந்த மாதிரி நிகழ்வுகள் நிறைய நடத்தியிருக்கேன். நடத்தியிருக்க அந்த அனுபவத்தை வச்சு பார்க்குறப்ப ஜனவரியில் ஆரம்பித்து ஒரு 8 மாதம் மட்டுமே ஆன ஒரு அமைப்பு வந்து இவ்வளோ பெரிய அளவில் ஒரு இதை நடத்தி காட்ட முடியுங்கிறது வந்து உண்மையிலே எப்படி பாராட்டுறதுன்னு தெரியல, அந்தளவுக்கு பெரிய விஷயம். அதுக்கான எல்லாரும் அவங்களோட முழு உழைப்பையும் போட்டிருக்காங்க. அதனோட ரிசல்ட்ஸ் இங்கே நம்ம கண்ணு முன்னாடி 2 நாளாக தெரிஞ்சிருக்கு. அதுக்கு நீங்களும் எல்லாரும் ஆதரவு தந்திருக்கீங்க. எல்லாருக்கும் நன்றி. இது இன்னும் நல்லா வளர்கிறதுக்கு வாழ்த்தி உங்களோட ஒத்துழைப்பை வேண்டுகிறோம். தேங்க்யூ.
நன்றி. 30 seconds இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ தேங்க்ஸ் டு ஆல் அண்ட் அப்ரிஷியேட் த டீம் பிஹைண்ட் இட். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் அண்ட் விஷ் யூ ஆல் த பெஸ்ட் டு அசோக் குமார் ஃபார் த நெக்ஸ்ட் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்.
அனைவருக்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றி. See you all in Kuwait. Thank you.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். மைசெல்ஃப் கிரிதர் ஃப்ரம் குவைத். ஸோ எனக்கு வந்து மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த குவைத் மெம்பர்ஸ் தெரியும். ஐ திங்க் தெர் ஆர் லாட் ஆஃப் டீம்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் சவுதி இஸ் மோர் ஹியர் அண்ட் யூஏ இஸ் மோர் ஹியர். இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் ஒரு ஸ்டால் போட்டிருந்தேன். நான் அவுட் ஆஃப் திஸ் அதர் தென் திஸ் நான் லேர்ன் பண்ணது இன்றைக்கி வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் வாஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த வெரி எக்ஸலண்ட் ஒன் விச் கேன் பிரிங் அப் அ லாட் ஆஃப் இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் இன் குவைத் அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் தி அரப் கண்ட்ரீஸில் எல்லாருமே பண்ண முடியும். அதுக்கு வி ஹேவ் அன் ஐடியாலஜி ஐ வில் கோயிங் டு ஷேர் டு த டீம். one thing. And outside members, there are some lot of investors who do for 500 crores, 5,000 crores investors panels ஓட உட்காந்து இன்னைக்கு ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் கேட்குறப்ப அவங்க கேட்ட கேள்வி என்ன கேட்டாங்க அப்படின்னா, சார் வி ஜஸ்ட் கேம் டுடே ஃபார் ஒரு நார்மலாக தான் வந்தோம், பட் ஹவு கேன் யூ ஆர்கனைஸ் திஸ் மச் பிக் க்ரௌட் டு திஸ் ஈவென்ட்? திஸ் வாஸ் அ பிகஸ்ட் கிரெடிட். லைக் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஒரு அவுட் சைடர் வந்து இதை பேசுகிறப்ப நமக்கு ஒரு பெரிய கிரெடிட்டாக தெரிஞ்சிச்சு. தேங்க்யூ ஆல் ஃபார் த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி அண்ட் வி வில் எக்ஸ்டெண்ட் அவர் சப்போர்ட். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
Good evening. Title sponsor. Okay. Okay. Let me commit. In the conference, ISCO is one of the title sponsor. Again, let me commit again as requested for the Kuwait conference also. ISCO will be the title sponsor.
எல்லாருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். எல்லாருக்கும் நன்றி சொல்லிட்டாங்க. நன்றி சொல்ல பாக்கி உள்ள ஒரு டீம் இருக்குது, ஈவோக் டீம். ஈவோக் டீமுக்கு எங்களுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகள். நீங்கள் இன்னைக்கு மார்னிங்கில் இருந்து நாங்கள் டயர்லெஸ்ஸாக சுற்றணுமோ இல்லையோ, முழுக்க முழுக்க நீங்கள் டயர்லெஸ்ஸாக சுற்றுனீங்க. பார்த்து வா, ஒன்றும் இல்லை, வாங்க வாங்க. ஆமாம், நிறைய கோஆர்டினேஷன்ஸ் அழகாக பண்ணி விழா சிறக்க நல்லபடியாக உழைத்த யுவக் டீமுக்கு வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
உலகநாயகி வாங்க, சாரி லோகநாயகி வாங்க.
ஓகே, யூஏ ஏதாவது டேட் அறிவிக்கிறீங்களா? யூஏ ஏதாவது டேட் அறிவிக்கிறீங்களா? ஓய், சவுதி? ஓகே ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் 1 வீக்கில் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் காலண்டர் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணணும். நம்ம வெப்சைட்டில் ஏற்றிடணும். எல்லா கண்ட்ரி சாப்டரும் 1 வீக்கில் எந்த டேட்லன்னு சொல்லிவிடுங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் காலண்டர் நம்ம இமீடியட்டாக ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணோம். ஏன்னா கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் எல்லாம் நடத்துறதுல இப்போ நான் எவ்வளோ சிரமப்பட்டேன்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். கொஞ்சம் முன்கூட்டியே பிளான் பண்ணால் கொஞ்சம் ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக ஒர்க் பண்ணலாம். உங்களுக்கு எல்லா ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ்லையும்.
எவோக் டீம் ப்ளீஸ் கம் ஆன் தி டயஸ் ப்ளீஸ். எவோக் டீம் தயவு செஞ்சு மேலே வாங்க.
ஓகே
வாங்க சார், வாங்க, யோசிக்காதீங்க, வாங்க. ஒருத்தர் மட்டும் தான் எந்திரிச்சிருக்காரு, வாங்க.
ஐட்டம் மெம்பர்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வாங்க. ஆமாம், ஏன்னா எல்லாரோட கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் இருக்கு. குவைத் மட்டும் அந்த கிரெடிட் எடுத்து அலோவ் பண்ண மாட்டேனா, ஏன்னா நல்லா மேனேஜிங் டைரக்டராக இருக்கும் ஆசைப்படுறேன். எல்லாரும் வாங்க, ஐட்டம் மெம்பர்ஸ் எல்லாரும் வாங்க ஸ்டேஜ். கமான் ஸ்டேஜ். ஓகே, யாரெல்லாம் ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்க விரும்புறீங்களோ எல்லாரும் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வாங்க எங்க கூட. ஆமாம், இது செல்ஃபி டைம். கேமரா ஆட்டோவில் போகிறதா அவங்களும் வரலாம். ஓகே, இது எங்கெல்லாம் முட்டி போடலாம். நீங்கள் வயசானவங்களுக்கு முட்டி வாங்க. இல்லை ப்ரொஃபஸர் முட்டி போடுறாரா? ஃபோட்டோ ஃபோட்டோ ஃபோட்டோ. இது என்ன லண்டன் முட்டி மாதிரி தெரியுது? தேங்க்யூ ஆல், தேங்க்யூ. கேமராமேன் உங்களுக்கும் ரொம்ப கோடி நன்றி. எங்களை அழகாக படம் பிடிச்சிருப்பீங்கன்னு நம்புகிறோம். என்ன
பாடுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப நேரம் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க.
நம்பிக்கை தான் வாழ்க்கை. நன்றி நன்றி நன்றி.
நேஷனல் ஆந்தம்.
ஓகே.
National anthem, please. Please, get up. National anthem. Please stand up. Please stand up. National anthem. Please stand up. National anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय